Good morning to everyone. I really appreciate your attendance. Welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry, Portfolio Committee number 1, Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the chair of this committee. I welcome Premier Chris Minns and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of Premier. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To the witnesses, welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence, all of you. All witnesses have to be sworn prior to giving evidence. Premier, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And I'll begin on my left with Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Kate Boyd. I'm the Deputy Secretary General Counsel at the Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Murphy.
I'm William Murphy. I'm the Acting Secretary of the Cabinet Office. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr Murphy. Mr Draper.
Yeah, my name's Simon Draper. I'm the Secretary of the Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Premier for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 o'clock with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 3:30pm. We will then have a 15-minute break before holding a session with witnesses from independent agencies from 3:45pm to 5:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will now begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Premier and the officials for being here this morning. I just want to start by saying that it's the intention of the opposition to treat these sessions with courtesy and respect. And I would ask, in relation to the manner in which questions are answered, that respect be given to the opposition. We have limited time, and to answer the questions not in a way which seeks to soak up the time, but answer the questions faithfully as you can for the purpose of making sure that we get proper answers. So I'll start, Premier, by asking this. On the 11th of October, Alex Smith in the Sydney Morning Herald wrote this: "But Minns is increasingly a one-man band who is left to clean up the mess left behind by his ministers, many of whom are inexperienced at best or worst, out of their depth. At this stage, Catley is the latter." What would be your response to that observation by Alex Smith?
Well, look, I think it's unfair. I think that the Minister for Police is doing a very good job in exceptionally difficult circumstances. The circumstances presented to the people of New South Wales, to the New South Wales Police, to the Minister and the government in the last week has been difficult. And I think any government, even a government with years of experience under their belt, would have had to deal with extremely complex policing and public safety and security arrangements. So
Okay, well,
No,
let's
she's
just-
got my full confidence, and I thought that critique was unfair.
Well, let's just deal with that. And in fact, that observation was made after the lighting up of the Opera House and the events which surrounded that. When did you make the decision to light up the Opera House?
I made that decision on Sunday after reading initial reports out of the Middle East on Saturday.
So,
And-
did you consult anyone before you made that decision?
I consulted with the Minister for Multiculturalism, is my recollection, having had, I guess, entreaties or requests from the Jewish Board of Deputies to him.
Yep.
And I made the decision almost immediately.
So did you
it was
do-
my. I'm just going to get this
Yep.
out because I think it's
Yep.
important context. I made the decision because we've got a large Jewish population in New South Wales. I thought it was important to show solidarity with that community, given the context of really unprecedented barbarism by a terrorist organisation on Israeli civilians. And it was after that decision that I saw a range of international landmarks
Correct.
choose the same option with their cities and their municipalities, and I think we made the right decision.
Did you do any risk assessment?
No, I made a decision that this was important in terms of showing solidarity with the Jewish community of New South Wales, and also recognising that this was an atrocious and appalling act of terrorism.
And I accept that.
And there are some things that you just have to stand up for and show solidarity towards, and this was one of them.
So when would the police have been notified in relation to that decision, and whom would have notified them?
I might have to take that on notice. It may well be the case that in a fast-moving situation, the police were notified via media reports. That may have been the circumstances. It may well have been through my chief of staff. But in any event, a fast-moving situation, a decision needed to be made. It would be unconscionable for the government of the day to say, we'll take 2 or 3 days to make a decision. This was really a threshold call for the New South Wales government.
And in fact, there was precedent for doing it in relation to the Charlie Hebdo massacre in Paris.
Yeah, well, there may well have been,
decision.
but from my perspective and from the perspective of the government, ultimately, this was an important but relatively easy decision to make.
So on that day, though, the police in fact had already started to raise concerns in relation to it, had they not?
Well, I only know that from media reports in the last 24 hours. It would be my assumption that that would be the case prior to the decision being made. I mean,
So
they've got responsibilities for public safety and public order. The truth of the matter is my responsibilities are broader than that. There is one in relation to showing solidarity for a big community that we have in New South Wales. Secondly, a decision made by me that in these circumstances, given these events and the indiscriminate killing of civilians for a long-standing partner of Australia, this was a decision that we needed to make.
So did you have any concerns about public safety?
Well, I mean, put this in perspective. I don't want to live in a society where, because you've lit up the Opera House in the colours of another nation's flag, an ally of Australia, a country that we've had warm relationships with for a long time, that the threat that community members may be triggered by that event prompts the government to not make that decision.
That's true.
We can't have that.
And
And I don't think
I don't quibble with any of
anyone fairly would say, notwithstanding that some people use that opportunity to act in anti-Semitic, vile, and in many cases violent ways, that we can live in a society where you don't make a decision to show solidarity with the Israeli and the Jewish community because of fear of that kind of protest.
Did you have any concerns?
Well, I mean, I've got concerns about many issues, but this was a threshold issue for us. And I'll just make this point. Municipalities and cities around the world would have been faced with exactly the same set of circumstances, and I think it's important for the committee to note most jurisdictions made exactly the same call. Yeah. The Eiffel Tower in Paris, the Empire State Building in New York, the Brandenburg Gate in Germany, and every other significant landmark in every other capital city in every other part of Australia.
So am I right to say, though, that your concern to light up the Opera House trumped your concern in respect of security issues that may arise?
I don't think it's helpful to the committee's deliberation or for people examining the government's decision to see it in those terms. My responsibilities are broader than the immediate concern of New South Wales
Well,
Police.
did
And
you
the reason for that is I would have assumed that if your primary responsibility is public safety and public order, then the immediate answer is that you wouldn't want it lit up. But my obligations are broader than that, and they are towards a whole range of other conditions and principles that I think are important for a big city like Sydney. And I don't think you should give them too much credit either. We can't be in a situation where we're excusing the behaviour of bad faith actors on the proviso that they may be triggered because the Opera House or a cultural institution is lit up in another nation's colours.
Well,
That's not an excuse for
Premier,
violent and
you're-
anti-Semitic behaviour.
You and I are on the same page. But I'll just ask you this. Did you see on the news, either that day or that evening, the demonstrations which occurred in support of Palestine in Lakemba?
I did. Regrettably, there was news coverage initially. I couldn't tell you whether that was on the Saturday night or the Sunday night, but certainly in the immediate
Did that
aftermath.
trigger your concern about the potential safety concerns in respect of what was going to occur on the Monday night?
I mean, I think anyone would have general safety concerns about a whole range of issues.
So
Whether
did
that,
you do
hang
anything?
on, you've asked the question. So whether that is in relation to a complex rolling crisis in the Middle East or day-to-day security concerns in Sydney, certainly that would have triggered or piqued my interest if seeing those signs. And I just want to make the point that, I mean, to hold a protest in the immediate aftermath of 1,400 people being indiscriminately killed was a terrible decision by those people to have that protest, to have that demonstration.
Yep.
And I think tugs at, or pulls apart the responsibility we've all got to our multicultural, multi-faith communities.
And we've heard you say that now on numerous
Well, it's an
occasions.
important
Yeah,
part of
and
it. I don't
in
think
fact,
it
and I
should get
accept
lost
that- I accept that you
in
say
the decision-making of the government.
I accept that you say that.
And it's
But-
germane to the decision-making of the government too, Mr. Tudor.
But when you see that footage on the Sunday, did you conduct or instruct anyone to conduct risk assessments for the lighting up of the Opera House on the Monday?
I didn't, but my understanding is that New South Wales Police did do a risk assessment.
Well,
And
how
I'm
do
gonna
you
be-
form
Oh,
that
hang on, wait,
understanding? How
hang on a
did you
second.
form that understanding?
Because subsequently I've been informed by staff that a risk assessment was undertaken by New South Wales Police. Now, I don't have the copy of that, and to be frank with you, it wouldn't have changed my decision. I think we made the right decision, and given the circumstances, I would have made the same decision again.
Well, you became aware, did you not, that the Palestine Action Group was proposing to hold a rally at Town Hall on the Monday evening, did you not?
It would have been clear at some point on the, I assume, Monday, that I would have been made aware of that protest.
Do you remember? Were you made aware of it on that Monday?
Well, I'm trying to be precise, and that's a period over Sunday and Monday. There was literally scores of calls between my Chief of Staff, New South Wales Police, the Minister for Police, the Minister for Multiculturalism, but generally speaking, yes, I was made aware of it, but prior to the protest taking place.
Did that trigger concerns that there may be some security risks, or in fact that event was going to turn into a security risk?
Look, in all candour, not to the extent that it should have.
Well,
Not to the extent that it should have.
Why not?
And I want to make this clear. I made an error there. It should have been the case that once the decision was made to light up the Opera House, that there was a decision by the government to give the Jewish community in particular an opportunity to commemorate and mourn the death of so many innocent civilians. We should have enabled the Jewish community to come together.
Correct.
And mourn for the lost loved ones.
Yep.
And for the sense of loss that community had felt. Now, the truth of the matter is, not only did we not do that, but the area was taken over by a violent protest where anti-Semitic and race hate language was used. And I don't have an excuse for that. The only thing I can do is apologise and say in particular to the Jewish community, I wish that hadn't happened. Now, I have to take responsibility for it, because if the ultimate end of your questioning is, was I informed and did I know the police procedures for a protest from Town Hall to the Opera House, I was informed. I was informed. So I don't have an excuse here.
Well, did you-
Other than it went wrong, and I do owe the Jewish community in particular an apology for it.
Well, see, you'd agree with me that when there was a further demonstration on the following Sunday, the 15th of October, you ensured that that event was not going to be an event that got out of control, did you not?
Well, I mean, given...
Your public pronouncements were...
Yeah, I mean, well, look, I mean, given... I made this point in the context of a lot of criticism of my public pronouncements about the second rally that took place in Hyde Park. And my point was, well, I'm not making these comments out of the clear blue sky. Anyone would have seen the events and circumstances of the previous Monday and made alternative arrangements and ensured that New South Wales Police had the resources and the policy, and the government was aligned with that, given it was clear that Monday's protest had got out of control. I mean, look, there's no excuse for it. I was briefed about it through the Monday. I'm certainly not coming to this committee and saying I wasn't aware what was happening. I was aware, and I have to take responsibility for it.
Well, and you could have, in fact, done something about it if, in fact, you were made aware, potentially, of the extent of that demonstration.
Well, I think it's important not to conflate police concerns generally about the lighting of the Opera House and the triggering of bad behaviour or bad faith actors and the security concerns about a protest from Town Hall to the Opera House. I mean, I think that they're different issues. But look, the end result is the same. We didn't provide a place for, in particular, Sydney's Jewish community to come together and commemorate the loss, and I deeply regret that, and I have to take responsibility for it.
But what I'm saying to you is that when you become aware of a further event the following Sunday, you were able to, in fact, express your view about making sure that this did not get out of hand and that it was a secure event.
Look, I kind of get where you're heading with the questioning, but the problem is I'm telling you, and I'm telling this committee, I was made aware of the circumstances relating to the police procedures on the Monday. I mean, I'm not trying to mislead you. I did know about it. I mean, no one, not the Minister for Police, not senior police, certainly not senior members of the government, would have been in a position where anyone, having known how Monday would have ended up, would have made the same decisions. It clearly,
you've told us that you wanted the Jewish community to be able to grieve, to be able to express their sorrow and, in fact, make it an event for the Jewish community. So, knowing that that was your chief priority, wasn't it that something that you would have communicated to the police for purposes of ensuring that that is, in fact,
Well, I mean, I'll just make this point. Retrospect, I'd love to have retrospect in relation to the decision. Genuinely, I would. I would have loved to have this committee meeting warning me of the dangers in relation to that protest prior to it happening, but that's not the way decision-making works. And, I mean, in a sense, Damien, what I'm saying to you is, you're right. We made a mistake. I made a mistake here.
Yep.
If you're after that admission, you've got it. And I think it's important that... I think it's important that the government acknowledges this failure, not in and of itself, but so that it doesn't become practice and norm to allow violent demonstrations or public pronouncements of anti-Semitism or hate speech on New South Wales streets. That I've seen that in other capitals and jurisdictions around the world. That cannot be part and parcel or part of the character of our multicultural community.
Can I just ask you this? But you went on leave that day, did you not? On the Sunday night.
Look, I did, and it's important that I put this in context because one of your colleagues, not you,
No,
I wouldn't expect you to do it, but one of your colleagues, I think, has been pretty mischievous about it. That's the member for Wahroonga. And I say this in a respectful way that the question's being asked. I did seek leave for that Monday. It was the first day back at school for the school term, and I had some family business to attend to. But the truth of the matter is it ended up being one of the busier days of my premiership, and I worked the entire afternoon. To put it in perspective, just so that you know, checking my phone logs on the day, I had 11 conversations with my Chief of Staff on that afternoon, including, I think, 3 conference calls where he was on speakerphone with senior staff in my office. I had 7 conversations with the Minister for Multiculturalism, Steve Camper, about this issue, and it was a rolling, evolving event. I had 3 conversations, perhaps 2, but I think 3 with the Jewish Board of Deputies directly, including a long conversation with their president. I spoke to the Minister for Police, and I spoke to the leader of the government in the upper house, Penny Sharp. So I was in contact and exercising my responsibilities as Premier. And look, I just make this point that the member for Wahroonga recently stated that, or speculated that I was on a long weekend in South Australia with my family while these events were happening in Sydney. It's just not true, and I don't think it's helpful to an understanding of the events in Sydney to sort of speculate on that.
And I thank you for that.
Did you speak to the Deputy Premier that day, who was acting Premier?
I didn't, and the main reason for that is that a long cabinet meeting was taking place concurrently with a lot of the decisions and phone calls that I was taking at the time. Now, she was chairing that meeting, and one of the reasons that the leave needed to be gazetted is because there was a designated, gazetted is probably not the right word,
it was gazetted.
publicly announced cabinet meeting that the Deputy Premier chaired, and it was long, and a lot of the moving parts of the demonstration and the advice to government occurred concurrently with that cabinet meeting.
So were any of those conversations that you did have with all those people, any of them directed at this would be really a bad idea if these protesters were marching to the Opera House?
Not explicitly.
Didn't cross your mind that might be a problem?
To be honest with you, no, but it should have.
Yeah.
Like, you're right, it should have. I mean, in retrospect, a protest from Town Hall to the Opera House, we shouldn't have allowed it to happen, and we should have made the Opera House forecourt and the immediate precinct an opportunity for the Jewish community to come together. And if there were other protests in other parts of the city, then that should have been allowed to happen, but well away from the community that wanted to come together and grieve. And so I'm admitting that. And the only thing I can say is we apologise for it, and we want to learn from it and make sure it doesn't happen
Did you have
again.
any conversations with the Minister for Police?
Yes.
Did she raise concerns about what senior police were clearly telling her?
No, but in
Isn't that a problem,
fairness to her, I'd made the decision without asking for security advice from her. So that
Why?
decision had been made.
So
Well,
Don't you think
I
that's
think I've said that a
problematic?
couple of times. I mean, the member says why. I thought it was important, much like the German government, the UK government, the government of South Australia, the Commonwealth government in Australia, the Victorian government, the Queensland government, the city municipality in New York and Chicago and Los Angeles, that yes, there may well be security concerns and public safety issues, but I was not going to let some of the worst elements of our society hijack what was an important public commemoration. And I don't know about you, I don't know your views about this, I haven't heard them, but my view is, I don't want to live in a community where someone may be triggered by the lighting of the Opera House, and as a result of that triggering, we don't go ahead with an
I
important
don't disagree,
commemoration.
Premier, but you've just said that you were on leave, yet you
No,
spent
I mean,
most
I
of the
think
day...
I've cleared that up.
No,
So
but you
don't-
said, officially, and I understand you with your family, and that's fine, but you spent most of the afternoon, you said, on the phone, you spoke several times to colleagues, so surely you understood that something was going to be problematic that afternoon, given that you weren't at the cabinet meeting, but you were still speaking
what
to
can
a
I
lot of
say? You can
people.
ask the same question over and over again. I wish I was aware. I wish I did have the foresight that this could have happened. I mean, mistakes were made. They were mistakes made by me. I'm not coming to this committee saying I wasn't informed or briefed. I was. And if I had my time over again, I would never have let it happen. Now, in terms of leave, I was exercising my responsibilities as Premier of New South Wales, and that's important context. And I think kind of mischief-making, suggesting that I was out of state or incommunicado or not exercising my responsibilities as Premier is unhelpful and, not an accurate reading of what happened.
Thank you very much, Premier. I'll now turn to Mr. Borzak.
Good morning, Premier.
G'day, how are you, Mr. Borzak?
Yeah, good, thank you. Good. I'm going to start with some questions around the PowerHouse Museum. I've had a pretty long-term abiding interest in that project, and I'm sure you're across that. Premier, can you advise who is actually managing the process for the PowerHouse Museum Ultimo options that are going to Cabinet?
Generally speaking, I can get more specific in terms of the agency, that the minister responsible, at least in my engagement with him, is John Graham, as the Minister for Arts.
he is. But the persons advising him, do you believe they have the expertise they need to return that facility to a proper arts and sciences museum?
I guess I have to say I'm not aware that they don't, but I wouldn't know who they are. So I'm not sure who he's referring or who he's getting his advice from in terms of his conferring on cabinet decisions or requests that he's making to the New South Wales cabinet. But I haven't heard that he's getting bad advice or from the wrong people. But he may, if you've got information.
Well, no, I'm not saying he's getting bad advice and getting good advice. I think the reality is, I think he seems to me to be labouring rather hard in terms of trying to get the project sorted out and turning it back into what he's declared he wanted it to be, which was an arts and sciences museum. And do you actually give your full support to the recreation of a brand new, revamped museum on that site?
I do. I think John put a persuasive case to his colleagues as we headed into the budget session, and part of that was the securing of, I think in round numbers, just forgive me, Mr. Chair, but $250 million for the redevelopment of the site. The original budget had it over $500 million, $500 million project, and the decision was made in relation to that. We thought it kept faith with the original intent of the museum and its original commissioning in the 80s. And also, you know, as you'd be aware, Mr. Borsat, we've got major budget issues in New South Wales, so we had to make what we regard as difficult decisions about where to spend money, given we had $180 billion worth of debt in the state, and we are acutely aware that someone's going to have to pay that off in the years ahead.
Well, the taxpayer will have to pay it off, of course.
That's right.
That's
exactly right.
In June 22, obviously before your time, a draft conservation management plan was submitted to the Department of Planning and Environment for stage 1 of the powerhouse at Ultimo. Are you aware of whether that particular draft conservation management plan is still current, or has it been revised? If you don't know, you can take it on notice. But
yeah, I don't know. I'll happy to take it on notice unless Simon knows.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Borsak.
No.
I'll take it on notice. I'll come back to you.
all right, thank you. Got a lot of engineering questions here, but I don't think I'm going to ask you those.
I could give it a crack.
You can give it a crack. All right. It's been announced that the government, in their renewal of the Powerhouse Museum, will deliver a dynamic applied arts and applied sciences program. What's your understanding of what that means?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, the ultimate mission of the Powerhouse Museum was really the advancement of science, showcasing innovation in New South Wales from great inventors, and probably ultimately to get young people in particular excited about applied science and engineering. And that changes. I mean, when you've got a rapidly changing sector like science, innovation and technology, and you've got a museum that's dedicated to it, it kind of stands to reason that in itself, the museum itself, will have to innovate and change over time. So I suspect they've got a big job ahead of them to keep pace with, rapidly changing technologies like AI and Australian firms and scientists who are competing,
Well, it's
innovating
good. It's
in
good
that
that you
space.
mention AI, and certainly in line with this government's emphasis on wanting to manufacture in New South Wales.
Yeah.
Would you agree with the concept that a technology and applied arts and sciences museum really does need to be put back on that site? We've got plenty of arts museums, we've got plenty, old things museums, but in the end of the day, this is a unique technology museum that has stood there since the 80s.
Yes, I think you're right. And I think showing the evolution of the Powerhouse, and not just the Powerhouse, but showing the evolution of how scientific innovation and technology has changed in Australia is really important for our national story, because we've got some wonderful scientists, we've got world-class, world-leading research universities. We've been brilliant at innovating, particularly in competitive industries from around the world. I think you'd agree, but Mr. Borsak, we haven't been great at commercialising those opportunities or bringing that kind of elaborately manufactured sector into the Australian economy. And I've been speaking about this a little bit. Partly that's what happens in resource-rich economies. The private capital is organised around the extraction of minerals and the export of it because that's where the margins are. But ultimately, if we're going to be a diverse, dynamic economy that thinks not just about the next couple of years, but 10, 20, 30 years into the future, we have to have more of an emphasis on that manufacturing sector. And to do it via Australian innovation would be even better because you get the IP and you get a head start on the rest of the world.
Well, thinking about that, for example, what is your government doing, for example, to support continuing steel production at Port Kembla?
Yeah, that's a good point. We have a range of agreements in place, particularly for the government's procurement program, the New South Wales government's procurement program. Probably from the first instance to say we support steel manufacturing in Wollongong. It's an important part of that economy. It employs tens of thousands of people from the Gong. I've visited that site many, many times as Leader of the Opposition and as Premier, and I have to say, if members haven't been down there and visited, they should, because the leadership of that company is constantly thinking about new markets to sell Australian steel to and looking at opportunities for them to borrow a phrase, weld themselves onto the massive opportunities that come with our renewable energy revolution. So that's number one. Number two, everything we possibly can in terms of procurement to make sure that we're using Aussie steel, Aussie jobs, Aussie know-how. And the reason for that is a couple of things. Firstly, we think it is competitive from a cost perspective, but every single group, every single trade delegation that I see from the European Union and even the United States is focusing on supply chains and ensuring that wherever and whenever possible, you've got access to the raw materials and raw goods that you need to keep your economy going. And I don't think Australia's been good at that in the past, and that's part of the reason we're committed to it.
Well, I don't disagree with you on that front. You mentioned renewable energy. Do you actually believe that Port Kembla could move to producing green steel on any economic basis whatsoever? And if it is, where's it going to get the money from?
Yeah.
And especially in relation to commercialising it?
Well, that's a really good question. I think it's probably at the cutting edge of the next iteration of steel production. I know it's exercising the minds of those industry leaders, and the main reason they're concerned about it is that there's a lot of talk in the European Union about having an effective tariff on anything other than green steel. And given that's second biggest economy in the world, and we want access to it, and currently the Commonwealth Government's in the midst of a European-Australian free trade deal, if we're world leading when it comes to steel manufacturing and it is green, then we could have access to that market. We could have access to that market when other steel producing countries around the world don't.
But really, what are you
that'd be exciting.
And your government actively doing to promote that particular policy with your policies? You mentioned government preference for, say, Port Kembla steel.
Yeah.
But to drill down into that, how does that actually reflect itself in real policy?
Well, the technology isn't ready to be commercialised. Now, there's sort of different views in relation to that. If you speak to the industry players, some will say, no, we're right around the corner, it won't be long before we roll it out. Others will say, you're going to have, what do they call it, blue? That's the mix of green and brown hydrogen. You'll have to have blue for a few more years yet. I'm just not an expert and I can't give you an answer. I wouldn't like to dampen the enthusiasm, particularly of industry, and generally speaking, if private capital and industry believe that it's possible, then I'm willing to get the government to put their shoulder behind it, because ultimately if they're
behind it?
Well, if they're prepared to put their private capital behind the innovation, the engineering changes to get green hydrogen up and running, I think that would be, if not proof positive, a leading indicator that it's possible.
Thank you.
Good morning, Premier. Some questions from myself. Premier, are you aware that since 2014, the rate of deaths from accidental drug overdoses has exceeded our road toll, and what is the government doing to lower that rate of death from accidental drug overdoses?
Well, look, that's a troubling statistic, and I think that's very sobering for the government and for the committee to hear. A range of initiatives have already been announced, in particular one of last week, which had been in gestation for maybe 2 weeks ago, in gestation, in all fairness to the opposition, for a number of years, and that is movement towards PINs and counselling rather than embroiling those that have been caught with low prescribed amounts of illicit drugs from the criminal justice system and the court system. So that's one initiative. We're committed to a drug summit too, and I know that you've been a passionate advocate for reform in this space, not just in your current iteration or term or service in the Legislative Council, but decades and years prior to that. We're prepared to speak to experts and manage what is complicated policy. I don't have a policy announcement to release today, and you might characterise my hesitancy as being too careful in relation to it. And, I'll have to accept that criticism, but I want to get the policy right.
Are you aware that most of those deaths relate to legally prescribed opiates, and would the government consider including the use or misuse of legally prescribed opiates in the drug summit?
Yes, I think that is a helpful suggestion, particularly as you look at the rise, the international rise, driven by, in particular, some big drug companies in the US for the widespread use of anti-pain medication that had at its heart, a substance that was deeply addictive and ultimately ruinous to millions of people around the world's lives.
Thank you, Premier. In your answer just then, you said that the welcome initiative regarding the PINs and the counselling, that's of benefit. Diverting people with found with personal quantities of drugs towards a health outcome. Premier, do you accept that pill testing at music festivals allows people who intend to take illegal drugs to be informed, to be counselled by qualified health professionals about the potential risks of their impending drug use?
We do have those counselling counsellors, drug information, drug use and illicit substance information at music festivals today when they occur. There might be some this weekend. And I know New South Wales Health is active in getting information out to festival goers and those that use recreational drugs in particular. And it's not the traditional anti-drug message that just says don't use drugs. It's very specific information about how to stay, well, let's be honest, how to stay alive if you consume, in particular, MDMA at a music festival in summer. And that largely has to do with seeking shelter and drinking water. So I've been receiving briefings, as has the Minister for Health, about how extensive those programs are, whether they're used by festival goers in particular to seek out information and stay healthy and stay alive if they do choose to use drugs at a music festival. A couple of things though, there's no safe way to use these drugs. Drugs are illegal in New South Wales, and I'm really concerned. Any life lost is terrible, but if you look at the statistics, young males over 20 years of age who believe that they're invincible are making decisions and risks with their lives that they could lose their life over. And it's very hard to get through to those young people about the risks that they're undertaking by going to music festival and consuming an ecstasy pill. And I'm open to ideas and initiatives, but
Well, the Special Commission of Inquiry had some ideas and initiatives. Also, the Deputy State Coroner, Harriet Graham, in 2019, and their ideas and initiatives were to get rid of drug sniffer dogs, that they were counterproductive to people's health and reducing harm, and also to introduce pill testing, where those services that you're rightly talking about could be enhanced. Would the government consider implementing a pill testing trial in the lead up to your drug summit to gather information, to gather the evidence to inform a drug summit?
we don't have plans to do that. The leading reason for that is, having looked at the question and examined the policy, because we did take it seriously, and we've seen your activism and many people that we respect, to be really frank with you, in relation to health in New South Wales and their passionate advocacy for policy change. I had a close look at it, as did the Minister for Health. And my concern is that mobile testing facilities at music festivals will determine whether there's an alien substance in the drug, so toxicity. I don't know, like the most obvious one is rat poison. Is there rat poison in an ecstasy pill? But it won't measure potency on site. They can take it off site and measure it at a lab, but on site testing won't measure potency. And examining the tragic deaths associated with drug use at music festivals, potency, generally speaking, is the reason people die, not a toxic substance or an alien substance in their drug.
But surely, Premier, that counsellor who's advising them, well, one, your MDMA doesn't have rat poison, could also advise the person, you should be aware that this MDMA could be very, very strong and could kill you. And that may lead to someone deciding not to take the tablet and save their life.
They could. I'm not suggesting otherwise. They could. But it's also important to note that while that interaction takes place, people, policymakers, decision makers, should go in wide-eyed and not believe that during that interaction, particular ecstasy or a particular drug will be able to be determined its toxicity on site. I wish I had a straightforward answer. We're not closing our door in relation to reform. We're genuinely not. We're engaging with the issue quite genuinely as a way of reducing, eliminating, stopping deaths at music festivals. I've heard, and I've seen them on the news, I've seen them hold media conferences with you, the anguished media conference appearances from the mothers and fathers of people that have lost their kids at music festivals. And, you know, as a parent, obviously it's moving and it's affecting, but I want to make sure we get the policy right.
I appreciate that, Premier. Ms. Fairman, questions from you, please.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Premier. I just want to continue on this line of inquiry, if I can. You were saying that there are people, particularly young men, who do things like they take risks with their lives. Are you aware that during both the coronial inquest into music festival, the 6 tragic deaths at music festivals, as well as the Special Commission of Inquiry into WISE, found that the presence of drug detection dogs, like, that's what makes people take those risks, that the coronial inquest found that the presence of drug detection dogs made people take a couple of pills at once, for example, and the same thing happens inside. Are you aware of that information?
Oh, well, I mean, that's the argument. The argument is that if you've got drug detection dogs at the front of a music festival, that there may be immediate and overconsumption of drugs on their entrance to the festival. I'm not sure you could make the claim or the case that happened in every event, and I don't have a detailed knowledge of all of the deaths. I don't know. I don't know whether I don't know whether
Premier,
young
can
men
I
in
just
particular.
tell you? I'll just tell you that the evidence. Then you said that was the argument. It's not. It's not the argument. It's the evidence. Basically, it's the evidence that was presented to the coronial inquest. It's what they found. It's what the Special Commission of Inquiry into ICE found. So it's the evidence. Based
Well, there's a couple
on
of things. I mean, I think it's important to break down. You're presenting it as the only deaths that have occurred at music festivals are as a result of overconsumption at the entrance of the music festival as a
No,
result
I
of
did
drug
not
sniffing.
present it like
But I'm just
that.
saying
Let
to you.
the Premier answer
Yeah, I've got to
the
get this
question,
out,
please.
and I'm
Yeah,
not
but
trying
don't
to.
put
I'm not
words
trying
into
to.
my mouth because I
Order.
didn't say it.
No.
Order. Kate, sorry, Ms. Fairman.
I'm going to answer it. It's an important distinction. I'm not trying to nitpick because if there are other deaths associated with drug consumption at music festivals that aren't related to overconsumption at the point of entry, then that mitigates in favour of the police's efforts to stop drugs coming into the music festival in the first place. Now, I don't have a detailed knowledge of all the deaths, but I don't think you can make the point that people are solely dying as a result of overconsumption because of drug sniffer dogs at the entrance to music festivals.
No, of course, you can't make the assumption that people are solely dying because of that. But one example is Jen Ross King's daughter, Alex Ross King. You just spoke before about press conferences with the family. That I did that the day after those terrible deaths, and Jen Ross King's daughter, Alex, was exactly one of those people who her friends say to avoid the drug detection dogs, saw the dogs, took her drugs at once, and quite quickly when she went into the festival got into a lot of trouble.
Kate, I'm going to have to take that as a comment because your time's expired, so we've got to move to
Look, can I just say, Chair, I'm not trying to be flippant about it. I appreciate that there's people of good faith with different views who are approaching this debate in good faith. The evidence runs both ways on it. It's a very difficult one to manage. I remember reading an article about a series of deaths in the UK as a result of a music festival, and the response from the organisers and UK police was to have more sniffer dogs and a bigger police presence at the entrance. So I understand the issues. We're not closing our door on it, but I just think committee members need to be aware that it's not straightforward. If it was straightforward, it would have been solved by now.
Thank you, Premier. The opposition.
Premier, just returning to wrap up the Opera House incident, you'd agree with me that your position is, and you've apologised, that if you had hindsight, you would have in fact taken steps to ensure that incident at the Opera House did not take place.
Yes.
So you would agree with me that the assertion by the Police Minister that this was purely a police operational decision was inaccurate, was it not?
No, I mean, I think, you'd appreciate...
You could have stopped it. You've admitted to me today, or you've admitted to the committee, that you could have taken steps to have prevented it from occurring.
I think anyone seeing instances of... a couple of things that are really important in context here. The first one is that there were alleged criminal offences committed on the forecourt of the Opera House. Now, they're the subject of criminal charges.
But it's the actual
And-
marching.
hang
the
on, wait,
decision to
I've got
march.
a-
Order,
Point of order.
order.
The decision to march.
Order.
I'm not trying to.
Mr.
I'm not trying to. Sorry, I'm not trying to be
Sorry, a
coy.
point of order's been taken, Mr. Manver.
Mr. Chitterhope has asked a question. The procedural fairness resolution clearly states that the Premier ought to be afforded
take
the
up
opportunity
time.
to answer
Don't
the
take
question.
up
Order,
It is
order.
disrespectful to do this.
Order.
Member can
Order.
answer.
The member has
time.
taken a point of order. We'll hear the point of order.
I've concluded my point of order, but I'd appreciate being able to take a point of order without the interjection.
I agree. Yes, we must ensure that we're not interjecting when there's an answer being given, and afford all our witnesses the courtesy that the resolution demands. Premier.
I can't remember the question.
You don't need help from these guys, okay?
What did you say
can
again?
handle yourself without any help, okay? So you could have taken steps. You could have taken steps to prevent the march from the Opera House from the Town Hall to the Opera House.
Yeah, I think everyone would have taken steps to avoid that.
So in fact, what you can say, that was an operational decision. You could have made that very clear to the police that should not have happened.
Well, I don't think you're being fair to police. And we were all party to the decision making on the Monday night. And you do have to examine the operational policing decisions for the subsequent Sunday, where they made a series of changes to say, well, we've given the organiser of this rally a go. We've allowed them to have a protest through the city, and it was characterised by violence, hate speech, and anti-Semitic tirades. And I don't think it's I think your kind of point. Maybe I'm summarising your point wrong, but your point that sort of suggests, well, the government should have come in over the top and directed them operationally to make a different decision. Police made different decisions on the Sunday. It wasn't just the New South Wales government. Everybody went, well, this is unacceptable. We don't want a repeat of this, so we're going to change direction.
You could have done it. You've told us today that you would have taken different steps with hindsight, and you could have.
I certainly would have, and I'm sure New South Wales Police would have as well.
I'll just hand over to the Deputy National.
Hi, Premier. Great to see you again.
Hi.
Really nice to see you.
Thank you.
Now, Premier, have you heard of CMAX Advisory or CMAX Communication?
It doesn't ring an automatic bell, but perhaps if you could...
Sure. Did you have any discussions with Tara Moriarty before she moved in SO52 regarding Bungendore High School?
What was that?
Did you have any discussions with Minister Moriarty before she moved in SO52 regarding Bungendore High School?
What was the SO52 about?
On Bungendore High School, Premier. It's a simple question, Premier. Yes or no answer will suffice.
Sorry, all of this information is brand new to me, so could you...
Have you had
Did
discussions
the Minister
with
for
Tara
Agriculture
Moriarty
move
on...
an SO52?
No. In the last Parliament.
Oh, right. So not as part of my time in government.
In the last Parliament. When
So you're investigating our
I'm
time in
asking
opposition?
you a question, Premier. I have limited time if you wouldn't mind answering it. Did
Well,
you
I don't
have
want to give you...
discussions or didn't you?
I don't want to give you a misleading answer, but
There's
what
nothing
was
to
the...
mislead. A yes or no will suffice.
Well, no, I want to understand your question so I can understand whether I'm giving an answer.
Order. The witness can, wide latitudes given, the witness was seeking context for the important context.
What was the SO52? What about Bungendore High School?
High School.
So what was
the location of Bungendore High School?
Location of Bungendore High School.
So there was an SO52 moved by
Tara Moriarty.
but not in government, in opposition.
That's right. Yeah.
And what was it relating to?
I've told you 3 times now.
Point
It
of
was
order.
about Bungendore High
Order.
School.
Point of order.
Order.
Look, I don't
There's a
have
point of order been taken by Mr. Nanver. I'll hear the point of order.
The Premier
Mr.
is
Nanver.
trying to seek clarification as to what the substance of the question is.
Because what will happen is they'll say,
fine. I'm happy to move on, Chair.
I don't immediately recall it,
I'm
but if
happy
you
to
give
move
me
on.
more
Well,
context, maybe I'll understand.
The member
that's
is
the
happy to
answer.
move
Thank
on,
you.
and so we're moving on. Next question.
Premier, on the 20th of October 2022, 2 weeks after the SO52 was lodged, did you host a Labor fundraiser with the Prime Minister, with Anthony Albanese?
I'd have to check my diary, so I couldn't...
If you could provide that to the committee, that would be great.
I can't tell you
Yep.
off the top of my head.
That's fine. Did a representative from CMAX Advisory attend this fundraiser?
What was the... maybe if you can help me with the person's name, I might have a better recall.
The Tubbenschlags?
The what?
The Tubbenschlags from CMAX Advisory?
It doesn't ring a bell.
Did a representative from CMAX Advisory attend this fundraiser?
It doesn't ring a bell, but
Okay.
I would be reluctant to say no because I don't immediately recall the fundraiser.
Sure.
And
so,
it may be...
just for your recollection...
How many people were at the fundraiser?
2 weeks. Well, that's a question for you. I understand it was intimate. But I also understand that 2 weeks after the SO52 was lodged, a member from CMAX Advisory attended that fundraiser and made the first ever donation to the State Labor Party
Right.
of $5,000, although they'd already only donated to the Federal Labor Party before that.
So they donated to Labor previously and then they donated to Labor again?
No, they'd never donated to state Labor.
But they had
my
donated
question
to
is to
federal
you.
Labor.
I'm the one asking the questions here, Premier, and you're answering
Was
them.
Anthony
That's how
Albanese at the
budget estimates
fundraiser
works.
though, did you say?
So my question to you was, did a member of CMAX Advisory attend that fundraiser? Now, I understand you're going to take that on notice. Is that correct for the committee?
It doesn't... I don't immediately recall the fundraiser.
And that's fine,
and I
Premier,
don't
but will you take that on
I don't
notice?
immediately recall who attended the fundraiser, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Great. And
But
just,
I mean, if
just
you- if
again
you're
to add
saying
to your
that-
recollection...
Order.
If you're
I
saying
have
that,
another question.
Well, the Premier is seeking to answer the question, and
He
you
has
are...
answered it respectfully.
Order. You've got to treat all witnesses, including the Premier, with courtesy. He's answering the
Including the Premier.
Including the Premier, even the Premier, with courtesy. So can we be mindful of that and not interject with a barrage of questions?
Yeah, I don't want to mislead the committee, Mr. Chair. So I don't automatically remember the individual involved, but I'm not confident enough to say that they weren't
That's
there.
great. Thanks very much.
But if
just
the
provide that
Electoral
on
Commission
notice.
reports a $5,000 donation after this person had donated to the federal party,
That's great.
and did you
Thank
say Anthony Albanese was at the fundraiser?
Thank you, Premier. I'm happy to move on now
Okay.
that line of question. If you just provide that information to the committee, that would be most appreciated. Premier, do you agree with me that women should be able to work in a respectful workplace free from harassment and intimidation?
Of course.
And thank you, Premier. Would you agree with me that people who serve in the public service should be treated with respect?
Yes, I think that's a fundamental principle, yes.
Thank you, Premier. Would you agree with me that demeaning behaviour from any of your ministers, parliamentary secretaries or members towards public servants is not conducive to a functioning workplace?
Well, I mean, I think these are general principles that every member of parliament would believe in and be committed to.
And you do? Because the question is to you.
And I think, well, yeah, I mean, I'm a
okay,
member of
thank you.
parliament. I don't
So
think...
you would be aware...
I don't know if
Point of
anyone...
order.
Order. The Premier is attempting to answer the question, and the member is constantly interjecting over the top of the answers, and it's not conducive to eliciting some information from the Premier.
If that's a point of order, Chair.
I'm just
Right,
reminding
okay.
you.
I
of
just
order.
have limited time, so I want to move on. He's answered the question. So you would be aware, Premier, that ministers and parliamentary secretaries have disclosure requirements over and above that of MPs? Just a yes or no.
Well, what in relation to? What are you speaking about in
Oh,
particular?
Premier, honestly, it's disclosures. You are aware that ministers and parliamentary secretaries need to make disclosures above what a member of parliament is required to do. It's a simple yes or no. It's a rule.
Well, I mean, ministers do have to make disclosures, and members of parliament have to make disclosures as well. But I'm kind of focused on this in particular because I think it's important that members don't believe that they've got some kind of diminished responsibility that ministers do have, and therefore
Oh,
can
no, that's
hide,
not what I'm suggesting. It was
hide,
just a simple
hide
question.
funds
Thank
or
you,
hide
Premier.
money. So everybody's got
Premier, my
disclosures.
next-
But they're different. They're different disclosures.
Yes, thank
Members
you,
have
Premier.
got
That's
a particular
exactly right.
disclosure around pecuniary
And
interests
Premier,
their
with
disclosure
the
to
new,
Parliament. And
thank you, you've answered the question, Premier. I have limited time. With the new administration changes your government introduced, who is responsible for compiling and collating the disclosures and ensuring compliance?
the Cabinet Office was?
Yep.
Okay. Did you
Okay. Thank you, the Cabinet Office. And would it be correct, Premier, that multiple ministers have updated their disclosures since August?
Particularly when you've gone from opposition to government and ministers take office, and they might have been civilians before, they might have even been out of Parliament, not been a member of Parliament prior to taking on ministerial responsibility, then there is a period of time between being an opposition MP or being an opposition frontbencher and being a minister. And as part of that process, and this is routine custom and practice, this would have happened
no, thank you. We've all
in
been
the
through
Carr
that
government,
process.
it would have happened in the
my
Bryant
question
government,
was
and it
quite
would have happened in the
specific,
Rand
Premier.
government. But
So you
ministers
are saying
are
that they
given a
have
period
been.
of time to organise their
Continue.
personal financial declarations, and that I mean
Yep.
I don't know the
Thank
I don't
you,
know
Premier.
the
That's
specifics,
great. You've
but that
answered the
personal-
Point of
question
order.
that they
So
have been
I'm
updated. You've had numerous.
I'm gonna
Point
get
of
it
order
out.
can
You
take
can't-
Mr. Nanva.
The Premier is entitled to take a bit of time to answer the question that's been asked of him without constantly being interrupted and being spoken over the top of, so that we can all hear it, and so that Hansard can actually transcribe this.
And
Yes,
then
I
there is
uphold the
one
point.
question.
I uphold the point of order, and I remind the member that if you're going to ask questions, that you have to listen to the answer, and the Premier has wide latitude. Any witness has wide latitude to answer the question as they see fit, being within the context of being generally relevant. So I would ask that you afford the member the courtesy that the resolution of the House demands.
Thank you, Chair. My final question then is, what is your current position on ministers or parliamentary secretaries or any member of your team whose disclosures are incomplete?
Well, I mean, there's very strict rules in place in relation to disclosures. and ministers are aware of that. Members of Parliament are aware of that. I think any Premier would be concerned and make sure that the provisions are in place, particularly in relation to disclosure and cabinet decisions. Had
So
our squabbles
what's your
in the
current
past,
position?
Mr. Tudorhope, about
I over-disclosed, Premier.
toll road shares.
Over-disclosure.
But no, my ministers have got to comply with the rules, the laws, and they're
So that's your
important.
current position. Sorry, it's hard to hear because you're chewing the gum. So is that your current position?
Well, that's my position.
Great.
It's my
Thank you.
position
Thank you, Chair.
the whole way
I've got
through.
everything I need.
Thanks,
Your
Premier.
opposition.
Thank you.
Like six- no.
Premier, can you tell me who Leon Ankersmit is?
Leon,
Ankersmit?
I don't have an immediate recall of that name.
So he was your candidate for Clarence in the last state election.
Right.
Do you know what he did before he was pre-selected?
No.
Okay, so he was the CEO of Anglicare up in the North Coast.
Right.
Are you aware that Anglicare North Coast received a $40,000 grant under the local small commitments allocation? And he announced that as the candidate?
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, Anglicare's, a
Yeah,
respected
not disputing
community
that they're a
organisation,
good
and
organisation,
I think
but-
that particularly ones that have got long-standing track records of community activism and support,
Of course,
NGOs that have got impeachable public credentials like Anglicare.
Sure, but
That-
my
I wouldn't.
point-
I mean, I don't have an automatic recall
No,
for it, but
but
I'm
my-
not surprised by it, and I think
Right, well
that
that's
would be
fine. So you're
understandable.
not surprised by it, but my question goes to...
Particularly
Well,
in
with
relation to the
respect-
Northern Rivers and the
No,
and the devastation.
Yeah, I
that
know,
they've
Premier,
had.
I've been there many
Again,
times.
on my point of order, it's not as bad as we just experienced with the previous member, but the Premier must be allowed, if a question's worth asking, under paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution, then surely the witness must be able to actually answer the question.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's...
again, thank you, Mr. Primrose. Yeah, I again uphold the same point of order, that if you're going to ask a question, that you should afford the witness the opportunity to answer it without interjecting.
Well, I'm not asking about the merits of Anglicare. I'm asking specifically about a $40,000
That's fair enough.
grant
Yeah.
that
Well,
was announced
well,
by your candidate to the
That's fair enough.
organisation of which
I
he was the
think-
CEO. I want to get to the probity around the matter, Premier. You've said in relation to local small commitments, I've put a series of questions on notice about it, that there will be important probity checks. Can you understand that that doesn't look very good, that a candidate wrote a cheque to an organisation of which he is the CEO, regardless of how worthy that organisation might be? It's a bit of a problem, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Why is it not a problem?
Well, the reason we pursued this policy change in relation to small commitments, 400,000 per electorate, was because of a long-standing, persistent, entrenched and habitual process of pork barrelling by the National Party, by you
Well,
and your colleagues.
but with respect, Premier, you've got a situation there where we also have an email from one of the volunteers on that committee who wrote to a different organisation up in Clarence saying, Leon would be so grateful if you could let as many people as possible know about this grant before polling day. Of course, receipt of the grant is only dependent upon Labor winning government. Isn't that the very definition of resources going to targeted electors for partisan political purposes?
No.
That's what RCAC says pork barrelling is. How is it not?
I think that you're myopically misreading the pork barrelling
Not at all.
challenges that ICAC have laid down. And I can only assume this is ultimately in the service of returning to what was, frankly, an odious set of circumstances where the National Party agglomerated funds
Premier,
and put it into a single electorate.
Ezekiel
Now,
is
we've
a-
made a decision to put $400,000 individually into 93 electorates. And that's largely modest announcements, modest policies and initiatives and grants for local communities. And it seems like if it's modest and it's small and it's from the Labor Party, well, it must be corrupt.
well, can I take
But
you
if
to
it's
another
massive
example?
and it's targeted and it's to
No,
the
no,
National
well,
Party,
let's,
well, that's pork barrelling and that's
no, well,
fine.
Premier, let's
so
pull out- let's-
I defend the decision.
Well, it only
I
was
don't
made
know,
available
I don't
to
know of
Labor
any-
Party members.
I'm going to get it out because
No,
I
well,
think that you're attempting to portray an important distribution of funds equalised across electorates, regardless of how people voted, as somehow not worthy. And I just want to put the principle. I don't know of an election campaign and I don't know of an election candidate that hasn't run in that campaign without promising something for their electors.
Okay, great. Well, let's.
And I look
let's,
at the leader of the opposition who promised $10 million for
no.
a walkway in Cronulla. Well,
with
because it was $10
respect,
million,
Premier,
that's fine.
With respect, Premier, I want to use another example. The seat of Dubbo, your candidate there, Josh Black, who is a councillor on Dubbo Regional Council, that council received $396,000 from that program.
Really,
it was not announced. No. It's my turn to ask the question.
That we're giving, you're criticising money directly
Premier,
to councils.
Please be respectful. Premier, you had a councillor give almost the bulk of that $400,000 to the council of which he is a member. There's 2 other local government areas in that electorate. They didn't get a cent. It was not publicly announced before the election.
In Dubbo, where do most people... Can I just ask you a question?
Premier, don't be disparaging about the people from Narromine or the people from Mudgee who also are represented.
Only a malicious...
Slush fund project to help himself. And you know
Look, a malicious...
Point of order's been taken.
I don't know if that was a question or a series of statements and arguments, but I'll just ask it that you rule it out of order.
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. It wasn't a question. It was a series of statements. It is a good line of questioning, and the member should prosecute it, but allow the Premier to answer the question. So I uphold the point of order.
Thank you. So
Look, a malicious misreading of my answer,
Premier,
Mr. Chair, and not conducive and not consistent with what I said at all, to suggest that I've somehow launched a slur against regional communities in those council areas is just unfair and not consistent with what I said.
And Premier,
I think
they didn't get any money from your candidate. Why not?
Look, I think a couple of things that are important. I don't know of any election campaign where a candidate hasn't promised.
But this wasn't publicly announced.
I'm going to answer the question you've asked.
There was no public announcement.
I'm entitled to answer it, surely.
It was all behind closed
doors.
Yes.
Order. Please allow the Premier, the witnesses, to answer the question you've so carefully crafted.
Look, I don't know of any candidate that hasn't gone to an election campaign promising policies, initiatives for their community. And to do it in a transparent way, in the election campaign, to have it costed by the Parliamentary Budget Office, to have the equal amount per electorate, and crucially, and I think that this is not reported by you, but an important part of this policy, to be spent in those electorate, regardless of how people vote.
Premier, this wasn't
and publicly
announced.
Do
you think that's a problem if an election commitment isn't publicly announced?
That your party went to the last election campaign in 2019
your candidate
saying to the
did not
electorate
announce
of Orange,
this publicly.
unless you vote for our candidate, you won't get that money.
Well, it does.
Sorry, Chair. Order barrelling and targeting of funds to national party seats.
Thank you, Premier.
Was frankly disgusting.
All right, thank you. We'll draw a line under that. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. Premier, I'm going to go to the much vexed question of Brumby's and Kosciuszko National Park.
Yes.
Are you aware of the conservation concerns in the park with the horses?
Well, I guess they're separate questions. I'm aware of the conservation concerns as it relates to the horses in the park. Yes, I'm aware.
So
of
what's your understanding of what the impact of the horses are in the park? And the proposed management plan that the government is looking at?
Well, I've been down there. I've toured the park with the Minister for the Environment and National Parks and Wildlife. And I'm aware of the legislated responsibility of the government to... we're legally obligated to reduce the headcount of Brumbies in the Kosciuszko National Park to... Maybe you can correct me, Mr. Borsak, but 3,000 in 25% of the park. I think I've got those numbers right. And the latest estimate are that it's perhaps 15,000 horses.
Well, my understanding is that the survey shows a low estimate of about 16 and a high of up to 23,000 in the park, with a 90% accuracy. So what's your view in relation to the proposed culling of these horses?
Well, a decision's got to be made by the Minister for the Environment about that. It's important to say that culling is in place today in in the park, maybe not like this minute, but certainly as a policy. The distinction is, though, that the shooting of the feral horses can only take place at ground level, not via aerial means. And the latest information I had was that they're just not meeting that legally prescribed headcount number. So, I mean, the short answer is they're not meeting their targets, so to speak.
Do you believe the horses should be totally removed from the park?
No, I mean, I think, my sense would be that the legally prescribed number, I'm just looking it up so I'm not talking out of my hat. The plan, so the heritage management plan is required, the government's required by law to reduce the number of wild horses to 3,000 by June 2027. We're not on track to meet that target, and they've got to exist in 32% of the park. So, Mr. Borsak, sorry, what was your question?
Well, I think you've answered it.
Right.
What you're saying is that 3,000, you believe 3,000 is the optimal number that should be there. Are you aware of the fact that there are people, especially within the local community down there in the Snowy Mountains, that say that there are only 3,000 horses there in the first place, and that the government is looking to a total and complete extermination?
I mean, I'm not aware of that as commentary. I guess it wouldn't surprise me that that is the view of some people down there. But the experts, our experts, looking at the case, indicate that that's not correct, and that the head count is far, far larger than that, and it's having long-term impact on the viability of the park, destroying ecosystems and the like. You know, you'd know better than me, Mr. Borsak. We conduct aerial shootings for pigs and goats, I think even in Kosciuszko National Park, and because I don't pretend to be an expert in relation to hunting.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Well, I don't pretend to be an expert in relation to hunting, but if the shot has to be taken at ground level, there needs to be some kind of embankment behind the horse to have a safe target, and that's proving to be, if not impossible, very difficult to meet these targets.
So, do you believe the helicopter shooting, as we saw in the year 2000, was not humane? And there I'm talking about Guy Fawkes' program.
My recollection of it is that was generally considered not humane. That's correct. But
so why will it be different this time?
Well,
with a lot more horses to be killed.
Well, I'm told that different firearms are used. There's a different protocol in place, and that because of the different aspect, again, I feel like I'm talking out of my hat, explaining how. But this is how it was described to me by senior bureaucrats. Because of the aspect of the shot from the helicopter, it is a more humane way of culling the animal, given we're already culling the animal in the park at the moment, but it's just that it happens at ground level rather than via a helicopter. So the prospect of shooting the animal, injuring the animal, and therefore having them in pain is greater or higher as a result of the current protocol, which is shooting at ground level, as opposed to shooting from a helicopter. But Mr. Borsak, I don't pretend to be an expert. I genuinely don't.
This properly advised, Premier, actually. But anyway, right. I think we'll deal with that in an inquiry. Do you believe that horses also have a cultural value to the local and New South Wales community, especially those Brumbies?
Yeah, I do.
Many people call them whalers.
I do, and I think that's part of the public acknowledgement that the management plan for the park does include having horses in the park, but just not at massive levels that threaten the ecosystem and destroy its viability.
So how would that be managed? How could you guarantee that the concerns of the local communities in the Snowy Mountains there, that the government isn't about to have those horses exterminated to the point of extinction?
Well, I trust the professionalism and management of National Parks and Wildlife, and I think that they've obviously engaging with the government about next steps we've got to make, or the Minister for Environment's got to make a decision about it, and they've got to effectively weigh up a couple of things. Firstly, the management of the national park, as well as ensuring there's a smaller but viable Brumby population. I think that can happen, but I don't have expertise beyond the advice I've been given by MPWS. But Mr. Borsak, I do trust them.
Sorry?
I do trust them. I do trust the
You
agents.
do trust? Oh, okay, no problem. Are you aware also that the surrounding state forests and Crown lands are also heavily populated by Brumbies? And where I'm going with that is saying, well, there's a great focus on the national park and its environmental values, that these state forests and Crown lands also have environmental values, but I don't seem to ever hear any discussion around those forests. Now, I have been into those forests, a number of them, and they are almost as thickly populated by horses as the park itself. How are they going to be dealt with? It's one thing cleaning the horses out of the park.
Yeah.
If they're going to repopulate from the state and the surrounding forests, how is that going to be dealt with?
Well, I
In
mean,
other
that's
words,
a
this
fair
is
question.
potentially bigger program than what you're mooting.
Well, that's a fair question. I presume the Brumbies don't know whether they're walking on a national park or a state forest or even wandering into the ACT. I have to take it on notice. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Borsak. Premier, are you aware that medical professionals are currently prescribing legal medicinal cannabis to treat a range of conditions, including multiple sclerosis, epilepsy, PTSD, and to modify the effect of chemotherapy for cancer patients?
I am aware of that.
Are you also aware, Premier, that medicinal cannabis is currently, in this state, the only legally available prescription drug that is tested by police at random drug tests?
Other than prescription drug.
Prescription drug.
Yes, I guess I am. Yes.
Okay. Premier, are you aware that Tasmania already has a medical exemption for medicinal cannabis drivers, and Victoria has announced an 18-month trial assessing the case for a medical exemption?
I wasn't aware that Victoria had moved. I did know that Tasmania had an exemption in place. I mean, I guess my question, I know this is a question to me, but just in terms of the conversation, how do they measure impairment down there?
In Tasmania?
Yeah.
The police have a range of tests that they apply for all kinds of circumstances for impairment. They look at driver behaviour, speech, red eyes, incoherent, all the things that they apply for across the board. So they still have a penalty for impairment. So they still have that. They just don't test for THC. Premier, would the government consider a trial, as per Victoria, of medicinal cannabis patients to see whether or not they can safely drive on our roads if they're not impaired?
I mean, I guess my question has always been about impairment and putting the police in a almost impossible situation where if THC was tested for, and you're right, it is a prescribed legal drug that's available for individuals, and I think the numbers, perhaps when you last served in Parliament, there was about 1,100 people that had access to a prescription for cannabis. That number is well over 150,000 now. So this is this affects far more people than it previously did.
And growing.
And growing, so to speak. So I think my question's always been around, is there technological advances that would allow the police to differentiate between the idea that the drug is being detected and impairment, and whether there's been any jurisdictions, I know Canada's got effectively legalised cannabis, many US states does. Has there been any technological advances that have allowed motor vehicle use while allowing the police to determine whether someone's on the road that shouldn't be because they're impaired?
Well, wouldn't that be the benefit of conducting a trial to actually get someone like the Centre for Road Safety, academics together to assess technology. I am aware that there are various technologies and methodologies for testing impairment to do that, as well as testing whether or not, if a medicinal cannabis patient is taking their cannabis in accordance with their doctor's instructions and the best advice, they're not impaired. Right. That they are actually. Wouldn't that be the benefit of funding some research to inform potentially the drug summit?
Well, I guess this is a chicken and egg question in relation to the drug summit, and I do give you a commitment that we will make sure that's examined as part of the drug summit. That's an important, practical, perhaps unintended consequence of medicinal cannabis being available to the people of New South Wales. How long does it stay in the system for?
Well, cannabis can stay in the system for weeks,
Yeah.
but the evidence is that impairment, even if you're not a novel user, can usually disappears after just a few hours. So
Yes.
that's the evidence. But are you aware also that there is a massive disincentive for doctors to prescribe medicinal cannabis because of the RDT laws, so that potential medicinal cannabis patients are then going to opiates, which can be far more impairing, are appearing in the road toll, and which aren't tested for at all?
Well, I'm not aware of that. I'm not disputing the provenance of it. That would be a concern for us, and I think that would be germane and material to the drug summit, yes.
Thank you, Premier. I'm going to turn to a different subject entirely now, and that is engineered stone benchtops. You may not be aware, Premier, I was a stonemason for 15 years. I worked in the engineered stone industry. I'm in the process of registering for eye care to find out whether or not I'm about to die from silicosis. So there are, and I'm not alone, there are hundreds of thousands of people going to die from silicosis from engineered stone, quarrying, tunnelling, etc. Is the government committed to protecting workers in this state from this industry, and will you consider an outright ban on this product?
Obviously, we are committed to ensuring that the health and safety of workers in New South Wales is protected. My understanding is that the Minister, Sophie Kosciuszko, has looked at that. I know there's been strong and consistent advocacy from the affected union, the Australian Workers' Union, in relation to its application, and some other unions as well, who are concerned about its continued use. And probably a question best directed to her, but I'm happy to take it on notice and provide a comprehensive answer to the committee about the government's next steps.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's me for the moment. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your appearance this morning, Premier. I wanted to ask you about that local small commitments allocation program. Is it a grants program, or is it a series of election commitments?
Good question.
Well, it's being administered as a grants program, but obviously they were small commitments by candidates at the last election.
It's quite unusual for a grants program, because ordinarily you would have the structure and processes around a grants program at the nomination and allocation stage, as well as at the administration stage. But in this case, you've only established that for the administration purposes, with all of these projects having already been nominated by candidates during the election. Do you think that passes the sniff test when it comes to looking at the last however many years of pork barrelling scandals?
Yes, I do, absolutely. And I think a fair-minded person would acknowledge that we weren't in government, but we didn't want a situation. We weren't in government when the policy was announced and the small grants were applied to 93 electorates across New South Wales. And I think, as I said, fair-minded people would say, well, given you weren't in government, you could hardly be expected to set up a government process prior to the election campaign.
Okay, so if we take that then and we look and we say, fine, those allocations, that part of it was really a series of election commitments. Have all of those election commitments been made public?
My understanding is they have been, but I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, I can tell you they've not been. It's not possible to actually get a list of those election commitments. We've asked many times, and we've tried to do an SO52 to try and get that information as well. I understand that you gave a list of these to the people administering the grants in around June of this year, so a good 3 months after the election. Will you make that list publicly available?
I'll have to take it on notice, but yeah, look, I think the central principle here that oppositions and governments make, in this case, modest promises to electorates right across New South Wales is a good one. And
yeah, but in the absence of...
I'm going to finish my answer. Sure. And having it equalised across 93 electorates was a hedge, not too dissimilar to the community building partnership grants that are administered effectively by lower house members of parliament, was a hedge against outrageous pork barrelling. Second point here, and I think this is just as important, particularly for electorates that didn't return a Labor candidate, we're going to commit to and ensure that any election commitment that was promised in that election campaign is fulfilled.
What we have, Premier, though, is a bunch of relatively secretive commitments that were made by Labor members, Labor candidates, in the course of an election. Doesn't that just sound like buying votes to you?
Election commitments in the course of an election? No. And I think that
which comes back again to election commitments.
Is ridiculous.
Well,
and
are
also
they
not consistent with custom and practice of elections that have taken place in New South Wales and
I'm glad
every other
you say
jurisdiction
that.
and every other parliament that I can think of.
Yeah, because
I think the problem would be if a Labor candidate entered into a promise at the election campaign, didn't fulfil it. I think that would be cause and subject of severe reprimand from the voters, or, and this has happened as well, that there was a suggestion from the opposition in this case that we wouldn't fulfil those commitments if they didn't return a Labor candidate. And some of the commentary in relation to these small grants has inferred or suggested that that's the case, and it's not.
Okay, but Premier, these election commitments aren't public. They're not able to be scrutinised. The government's not being able to be held accountable for those. You talk about the normal custom of elections. This is not normal. To have this sort of a program, half grants, half not, where you have no conflict of interest checks over those projects at the time that the commitments were made. We don't know what they are. You've got to admit this is a very strange
Absolutely
program.
No, not at all. I mean, I think that it was a reflection and in response to the previous government's habitual practice of effectively agglomerating grants funding or small commitments and targeting it to particular communities or electorates. And to split it up, to have equalised amounts in every electorate, as well as, I mean, I'm not going to dance around this. Yes, we trusted our candidates to make election commitments in their communities. I don't think that that's.
Are you confident?
No, I'm going to finish my answer. I don't think that that's a breach of the custom, the convention, the approach to politics. I think that it's pretty natural and I mean, unless the Greens, unless the Liberal Party, unless the National Party believe ultimately at election campaigns that, look, we're going to an election campaign, we will spend $400,000 in your electorate or $500,000 in electorate, but an independent panel of bureaucrats and public servants will determine how that money is to be spent, and you'll have to trust their judgment and their direction and their policy rather than the democratic process which says, look, I'm a candidate for Clarence. With respect to our candidate in Clarence, it's unlikely that person was going to win.
Yeah.
But this is my plan for the area.
So I'm sorry, Premier, but are you saying, I'll just finish the question, are you saying that what voters actually want is secretive deals behind closed doors without conflict of interest checks, without any kind of that bureaucracy, as you say, and you think that they would actually prefer that to a proper grants process following the pork barrelling scandals we had in the last government?
Look, I think that's a jaundiced and not reflective of the actual circumstances presentation of the actual program, and it's being done for political reasons, if you don't mind me saying, and it's not reflective of the distribution of those funds
democracy
to
and
electorates
accountability
across New
rather
South
than
Wales.
order.
Democracy, look, democracy
About
is
democracy
about
and accountability
democracy
and
is about
transparency.
going to an electorate,
And you made a mistake
saying
on
to
this
those
one, Premier.
communities, this is what our plans are for your community, whether I'm elected or not, whether I'm your member of parliament or not, we will commit to it. And I was very happy to see, and I think that there's an implied trust from a political party
Trust is earned.
to say to their candidates and their elected representatives and
have
the people
400
that have-
grand.
that they're going to
We
go
won't
to
tell
those
you how
local
we're spending
communities.
it or where or
Well, I mean,
very
this
much.
is the thing from the Liberal Party and the National Party. If it's a $9 million promise or a $10 million promise or a new gun club down in Wagga or a new art gallery, and it's
That's part of
almost
a- part of a
exclusively
grants
focused on
program.
that electorate,
Part of a
that's
grants
fine.
program.
But
Part
if
of a
it's a
grants
modest
program. This
series
wasn't
of
part of a grants
announcements,
program.
well, because it's from the Labor Party, we
wasn't
don't
part
accept
of a
it and we don't
grants
support
program.
it.
Not
Thank you,
right.
Premier. Thank you. Order, everyone. Thank you very much. Working under the assumption the government is not asking any questions, that concludes our first session. We will adjourn and reconvene at 11:15. Thank you very much to all our witnesses. Welcome, Ms Higginson. The time being 11:15, we will recommence the inquiry. Thank you everyone for coming back. And we will begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. And Premier, Tim Crackenthorpe, a good member for Newcastle?
Well, he's served that community for, I think he got elected a little bit longer earlier than I did. And I know he's passionately committed to that community. And yes, I think he served that community well for a long time.
You sacked him from Cabinet?
I have. I asked for his resignation a couple of months ago now.
And we all know the circumstances, and the matter was referred by you to ICAC.
It was.
Yeah. He still remains in the ALP caucus. What is the trigger for him being removed from the ALP caucus, or for any member for that matter, being removed from the ALP caucus in circumstances
Point of order.
They have been
A point of order has been taken. Mr Namford on the point of order.
Look, I'm reticent to interrupt in this line of questioning, but paragraph 13 of the procedural fairness resolution goes to seeking adverse questions that seek an adverse reflection on others. I just suggest that we might be straying into that territory.
Well, I won't uphold the point of order at the moment. I think that there is wide latitude given in these questions, and I'm mindful of the comments of the member. I just remind the member in these questions to be relevant to the terms of reference of the inquiry.
So, what would be the trigger for this member or any member of your government who is referred to ICAC being asked to remove themselves from the ALP caucus?
Well, I can't predict the future, and I'm reluctant to offer a prediction about what the next steps for the Independent Commission Against Corruption may be or may not be. There may not be no further inquiries. But obviously, I would have to have confidence that he wasn't, the subject of a public inquiry, and I'll make a decision from there. In the circumstances of his position as a minister, I made a decision that I had lost confidence in him due to his conflict of interest declarations, and I removed him from executive responsibility in the cabinet. Now, I'm not trying to cut you off. I know you've got questions to ask, but it's an important distinction, because I think a fair-minded person would say, well, the government's taken a decision to remove him from executive responsibility, but there does need to be due process in terms of a
But there has to be
inquiry.
standards you set as Premier for your team.
Yes.
That if you want to remain in a part of our team, these are the threshold or trigger events which would have you no longer part of my team.
Sure, but I'm reluctant to offer a public commentary about a future which is uncertain as far as I know.
Well, if it was referred to a full inquiry...
Well, why don't we wait? Why don't we wait and see?
But just hypothetically...
Look, I'm not interested in a hypothetical question in relation to it. I think it's reasonable and fair to let ICAC do their job, and then I'll make a decision.
And so you won't tell the inquiry what if it was referred to a full inquiry of ICAC, whether that would be a trigger?
I think it's reasonable in the circumstances for me to wait for the Independent Commission Against Corruption to take their next step, or no step at all, and then I'll be under questioning from you and the media, and I'll make a decision at that point. I've got confidence in their abilities. I've got faith in their abilities to conduct this investigation. Perhaps I'm like you, who's made a series of quite strident criticisms of the Independent Commission Against Corruption in the last few months.
Well, I'm not sure that's entirely right, but in any event, how long have you known Josh Murray?
Over a decade. I couldn't give you the
you worked together,
exact
did you
date. We didn't work in the same office together, is my recollection, but we were both advisors in the same government.
Yeah, so you knew him when he was...
I did.
So that's more than 10 years ago.
You're right. I'm showing my age.
Yeah. So
it would be more than that. It would be it'd be 15 years.
So you'd agree with me that it is the case, is it not, that his wife and your wife are very good friends?
They are friends, yes.
And they meet regularly?
Well, I don't think it's fair or reasonable for me to be trailing my wife's private time, or even Mr. Murray's wife's private time, and I'm reluctant to answer it unless you can explain why it's germane to your inquiry.
Has Josh Murray been to your house? Have you been to his?
I have been to their house, yes.
Okay. And he to yours?
Yes, he's been to mine.
Okay. So that's pretty good friends.
Well, I wouldn't describe as. I mean, my view about friends is: have I gone to the pub with them? Have I gone for a lunch with them? Have I gone for a coffee, just the two of us? And I've never gone to the pub with Mr. Murray, or we've never played a round of golf.
We'll get to golf.
I've never gone for a coffee just with him. I've probably caught up with him face to face maybe half a dozen, maybe a few more times than that in the last 10 years. But I mean, your characterisation of us is very close. I wouldn't describe someone who I've never been for a beer with as very close, although I don't drink anymore. So
A non-alcoholic beer, perhaps, Premier.
Non-alcoholic beer, yeah, that's right.
So when did you become aware of his candidacy for the position of Secretary of the Department of Transport?
I couldn't give you the exact time. I have to take it on notice and just reflect on when.
Did your Chief of Staff potentially tell you that he was a candidate?
Potentially, but I couldn't say with certainty.
You don't remember?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember when I found out he was going to run for it, no.
Did you express any view in relation to that candidacy?
Nope.
So
No, I didn't.
The Minister Halen, made this observation in a 2GB interview, that she was the person who decided that Josh Murray would be the right person for the job. Is that your understanding of how the process worked?
The Minister for Transport
made the decision. On a merit-based selection, she made the decision.
Yeah, my understanding is that she made it clear to the acting Secretary of Premier and Cabinet that he was the person she believed should be picked to run the transport department.
But it wasn't her decision, was it, Premier?
Well, I mean, all of that has been well ventilated.
Well,
and
was it her decision?
There's not much point nitpicking, and I say that for just one important reason. The Minister for Transport's not trying to allege, and hasn't been trying to allege in Parliament, that she didn't want Mr. Murray. She's been very explicit and clear about that. So, no, formally,
so she wanted your mate.
Wait. These are. I want to answer them in sequence, not stacked up 4 in a row. So it's important to note that that was certainly her view, but the decision formally was taken by the acting secretary, and he has said, is my understanding, at a public inquiry, presumably you were at, after discussing it with her.
By the way, I'd like you to come back to me and outline the times that I have been critical of the ICAC, Premier.
Well, perhaps that is unfair to you. Fair enough, but I have to say there was an explicit and direct attack on the Independent Commission against Corruption by the Leader of the Opposition, and unless you're prepared to distance him, well, are you distancing yourself from the Leader of the Opposition's criticisms of ICAC?
We asked the question.
No, I'm interested in this because you've come back to this.
The Premier has made an assertion that I made comments.
I am prepared, Mr. Tudor, to withdraw that comment and apologise to you. But I think it's germane and interesting that you've decided to distance yourself from the Leader of the Opposition's commentary, because it was quite extraordinary. And it hasn't been repeated since.
You were prepared to sit here today and make a criticism of me, and that was wrong, correct?
Do you disassociate yourself from the Leader of the Opposition's criticisms of the ICAC?
Premier, have you split the Department of
Because if you're not prepared to, I don't see why it would be why you'd be concerned about it in the first place.
Premier, we asked the questions. Premier, you have split the Department of Premier and Cabinet into 2 departments, have you not? The Department of Premier and the Cabinet Office. And
we have,
yes. 2 secretaries, or an acting secretary and a secretary sitting beside you. Is it the case that you wanted to appoint Mike Kaiser as the Secretary of the Cabinet Office?
No, not at all.
So no discussions have been held with Mr. Kaiser?
Not by me, no.
And is it not the case that Mike Kaiser was your pick for that position?
No, I mean, I think that you've invented this fantasy all on your own. I've never heard that as an assertion. I've not been involved in any discussions.
You had any discussions with him about it?
Absolutely not.
Any discussions with Mr. Kaiser?
Oh, can I be clearer? No, I don't know what you're talking
well,
about.
that's okay, Premier. The Minister for Finance was given responsibility for insurance portfolios, was she not?
She was in relation to the regulatory authority. That's correct.
And that's now been taken away from her. Is that not the case?
Look, I made a decision in relation to the Minister for Finance's responsibilities. I think she's doing a very, very good job in the preparation of the budget, in determining revenue and spending and. I mean, look, I don't like to get too political, Mr. Chair, but fixing an unimaginable disaster
I didn't ask
left to
you
us by
about
the
that.
previous government of finance.
Premier, I didn't ask you about that.
Well, fair enough.
Premier, in respect of...
But she's had a,
it was
she's had
your
a big,
decision.
She's had a big road to hoe. It hasn't been easy.
It was your decision, was it not, to give her responsibility for the insurance portfolios?
Yes.
And in fact...
Hang on, wait. Got to ask me a question. I'm going to give you an answer, but I don't want you to run up with 4 different questions.
The answer was yes.
Order. The witness has the Premier has answered yes, but is wide latitude is given, and the Premier should be afforded the opportunity
to the point of
to provide. There's no point of order. Some context.
You can't just allow him to do this. If there is an answer, and he has answered my question.
Don't cavil with the chair's
point.
I mean, I'm happy to take. I'm here. I'm happy to take your questions, but surely I'm allowed to say yes. All decisions in relation to ministerial responsibilities are my decision. Is that such an outrageous statement?
That's why I asked you the question, Premier. That's why I asked you the question. They are your responsibility.
We're in furious agreement.
Furious agreement. So, and in fact, I think at the time that you were spoken to by the media, after you had made the decision one weekend to relieve her of the insurance portfolios, you had done so out of an abundance of caution. Is that not right?
Look,
was that what you said?
Oh, I'm gonna answer it how I want to answer it, not how you want me to answer it.
But I'm asking you, did you say that?
You're on the public
look, a couple of things. I made a decision in relation to the appointment of Ms. Houssos in the finance portfolio, and in relation to responsibility for insurance regulation as well, when the government was elected. And I saw your commentary, Mr. Tudor, in the upper house, and I thought it was, I mean, I don't like being political in these exchanges, but I thought it was grossly unfair and, frankly hypocritical of you to make those accusations of her.
I'm an expert on conflicts of interest.
Exactly.
Well, you had such a profound conflict of interest
No.
yourself.
I did something about it.
I didn't think you were prosecuting it from a position of strength.
Well, I was.
But in any event,
take it from me, I was.
In any event, the decision, and this goes to the reason that I made the decision, genuinely, notwithstanding the fact that all care and responsibility had been taken by the Minister for Finance in relation to conflict of interests, in relation to declarations, in relation to engagement between the Cabinet Office and the Minister responsible, in relation to the decisions that the Minister would have to make in relation to her portfolio. I found the tone and vehemence of your opposition to her position so outrageous.
Well, I find your naivety. Your naivety is outrageous.
I have to explain it. I have to
Abundance
explain
of
it.
caution, then, Premier.
What's the
Why-
abundance of caution?
Mr. Chair, I thought it was so outrageous. This is explaining.
Order. Point of order has been taken by Mr.
Is your
Mayor.
naivety
Procedural fairness
outrageous?
resolution, paragraph 19, treating witnesses with courtesy.
I am.
Mr. Tudor Hope has just made a personal reflection,
And he made what
and
on
is
it?
not,
Just made
and is not
about
allowing the
6
Premier
personal
to answer the question.
Yes, I've heard
Sorry,
enough.
can I speak
I've
to the
heard-
point? Can I speak to the point of order?
Yes,
please?
to the point of
The
order.
Premier has also just spent the better part of the last few minutes reflecting on the Honourable Damien Tudor Hope, and he's here as a witness, but he should also have that common courtesy.
It's
Well,
related to my
I'll rule
answer,
on the
Mr.
point
Chair.
of order. I'll uphold the point of order if Mr. Tudor feels aggrieved by the comments of the Premier. He is well within his rights to take a point of order, but we should not be making reflections on witnesses and, according to the resolution, treating them with courtesy. Everyone should treat each other
Mr. Chair,
Thank
with
you.
the respect and courtesy that
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair,
Mr.
I started
Chair.
by saying that, and I'm prepared to be the adult in the room. I expect likewise from the Premier.
Well, look, I'm not just raising personal reflections. Yeah.
Correct. And
But this does go to the answer. It does.
Well, Premier, would you be aware that in the criticism...
You've asked a series of questions and they deserve an answer, but I've got to get this out. I found the vehemence of your criticism so over the top and strident that in the end, wait, you've got to...
You've already said all
I'm
this,
explaining
Premier.
the answer. You just got to let me get this out, and then you can
You've
reflect on it.
said all this already.
No, I haven't. I found it so over the top that even lawful decisions made in good faith following the conflict of interest provisions would have in the end been criticised by you and left her in an impossible situation. And I found it completely unfair. I didn't think that you were launching those attacks from a position of strength. But in the end, I had to be cognizant and reflective of the fact that you would have drawn an unfair inference on her decisions in that portfolio based on your publicly stated concerns about conflicts of interest, and therefore it would have been better for the government for her to have responsibility for finance and manufacturing and give insurance to somebody else.
Well, Premier, I am delighted that you think that I have so much control over your government that you would accede to my criticism.
You launching unfair attacks on the basis of no information is germane and material to the government.
Well, what information did I have, Premier?
Well, you tell me.
Well, was she
You're
married
the one
to? Was she
who's
married?
alleging
Was
some
she
kind of
was she
nefarious
married?
activity.
Was she married to a lobbyist for the insurance industry?
But
Was she?
the bottom line here is that you've launched this outrageous attack on a member of parliament without a shred of evidence, without any information alleging some kind of conflict of interest. I thought it was unfair.
Was she
I thought it
married
was
to
outrageous. In the end, lawful decisions made by her would have been inferred by you with a malevolent intent. And as a result of that, I made a decision that it would be better to have another member of parliament, another minister responsible for insurance regulation.
Would you withdraw the expression malevolent intent?
No.
Because there was never any malevolent intent.
Oh, you've launched a series of attacks alleging some kind of perceived or actual conflict of interest, and therefore questioning the decision-making of the minister without providing any evidence to suggest that it should be justified.
I never expressed any view
Well, why are you raising these line of questioning then?
Well,
Clearly you believe
why
there's
did
some
you
kind
wait
of problem.
6 months to do it if you were concerned about my attacks on her?
Because obviously over time...
Why did you wait 6 months?
Your persistent attacks on her meant that any lawful and mediated and appropriate decision by the minister would have been met with scorn by you.
I made them 6 months ago.
Premier, when you made the announcement...
I maybe only got around to your outrageous accusations in recent times. Well, what's the difference?
Not that outrageous.
Premier, when the minister was sworn into her new portfolios, you spoke to the media that day and you said you were doing it as an abundance of caution. So do you not stand by that comment at the time?
Yeah, well, that's not inconsistent with anything I'm saying here.
Well, you're saying it was because you were concerned about the opposition's attacks on the minister is why you did it.
They're the same things. Why are they in contradiction with one another?
Well, because I think the inference of an abundance of caution makes it sound like you had some concerns
I stand
about
by
that,
my comments. They're
that
straightforward,
conflict of interest
they're consistent.
and that potential conflict of interest.
I stand by my comments. They're completely consistent.
Disagree?
So, just in relation to the public service wage rises, Premier, do you accept that in your pre-election budget commitments, the assertion was made that the budgetary effect of your policy is that existing targets as presented in the current budget will be maintained as a baseline, and any remuneration increases beyond this will be linked to productivity increases?
What are you referencing?
The ALP statement to the Parliamentary Budget Office.
So is that what you're reading from?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I stand.
So that's
by,
wrong, is it?
I don't. All I'm asking is what you're referencing. Is that such an outrageous?
No. Is that statement wrong? Is my question.
No. I mean, any wage increases, as we said in the election campaign, and it's completely consistent now in government, would be paid for by productivity gains and budget savings. That's exactly what we've done.
No, it didn't say that. Linked to productivity improvements. Can you identify one productivity improvement in respect of wage increases which the government has afforded as part of the budget provisions?
Yes, we've obviously spoken to and had extensive negotiations with members of the Teachers Federation about getting executive senior positions back into the classroom. Now, that was a measure that I thought was appropriate in the circumstances. I'm glad that we were able to have productive, so to speak, and efficient conversations with the Teachers Federation. Oh, wait. Sorry, you asked me the question. I'm happy to give you the answer. So in the end, that would have meant more face-to-face teaching time for members of the teaching profession and senior bureaucrats in the public sector, in the education public sector, and less time in the, the previous ministers here just presided over a plethora of paper pushing and bureaucracy that meant that teachers weren't teachers anymore. They were responsible for filling in forms. It was a shocking state of affairs.
I'm not sure you're quite
Thank
right
you,
there, Premier.
for that. Mr. Borzak, some questions from you, please.
I don't know how I follow that stuff. Mr. Premier, just to think about bushfire readiness, for example, and funding for a couple of minutes. Do you know how much fuel and hazard reduction burns in terms of hectares have been carried out since the 30th of June, 28th of June this year?
I'm advised it's about 40,000 hectares.
Oh, okay. Well, you're probably. I'm advised it's 66,720.
Well, that's even better. We'll go to a figure.
Yeah, I shouldn't have mentioned that. But my point's going to, even at that level, it's only 0.89% of the 7.5 million hectares of parks in the state.
Yeah.
What's your comment in relation to that?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. That's a big concern in terms of hazard reduction and backburning in the run-up to the summer bushfire season. There's reasons for it, and
I can't quite hear you.
Is this microphone working? Do I need to...
Yeah, you're sort of leaning back a little bit.
Sorry, okay.
And I'm an old shooter.
Okay. So, you're right, that's fair enough. That is a concern for the Rural Fire Service and the government. Looking at backburning, though, conditions have got to be right. And backburning and hazard reduction itself is inherently a dangerous practice. We need to do it. It is part of our bushfire management procedures for battling catastrophic bushfire conditions, but the conditions have to be perfect. And when you've had wet weather means it's difficult to get the load in place to start the process, and high winds on a localised weekend, for example, may mean that with the best of intentions you're unnecessarily putting houses and lives at risk.
So can I take it from that answer that you don't believe it's currently adequate?
It's not, but there's reasons why that it's not to the level that the Rural Fire Service would have liked as we head into the summer season. And they're largely to do with meteorological weather reasons.
Sure. I mean, always local conditions drive what the people do with these things.
Yeah.
But in terms of money side of things, there was a fund called the Bushfire Recovery and Resilience Fund. Does that still exist?
I might have to take that on notice, unless the Premier's Department Secretary could jump in.
I can't confirm. We could get that check done this afternoon.
Get that check for you, Mr. Borsak, and come back
thanks.
to you.
What I was going to was that if it does, how much is still in there, and is that fund being used for what it was meant to be used for, rather than pork barrelling as we saw in the previous government?
Yeah.
And an assurance that your government's not using those funds for other purposes as well.
No, generally speaking, there's been a major increase in the funding for emergency services. I've got to give, this is important. Largely that took place in the previous government, an increase in the budgets for Rural Fire Service, State Emergency Service and New South Wales Fire and Rescue. Not going to claim credit for that. There was a budget allocation approved by the previous Premier and we've stuck to it. Generally speaking, firefighting initiatives, particularly hazard reduction and backburning, is conducted out of the general revenue provided to the agencies. It's core business, in other words.
At the New South Wales Farmers Conference this year, you announced, I think it was $10 million for aerial shooting. Where was that money coming from in the budget?
budget allocation through the ERC process. It wasn't.
Okay. So it's, in other words, it didn't come out of a fund like the Resilience Fund?
Not directly, no.
No. All right. In 2019 to the present, significant amounts of money have been spent on helicopters flying around and shooting deer and pigs instead of fire preparedness. Are you aware of that?
Well, I'm aware that feral pest programs are conducted via helicopters and shooting those animals via helicopters, yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is, do you think it's an appropriate use of hazard reduction and fire track control monies to be used to fund helicopters doing feral animal control? In other words, was it really the right use of those funds in your view, and are you or is your government still doing the same?
Well, I guess I'd say we've got an obligation to do both. Feral pest reduction as well as hazard reduction, and we've allocated, unprecedented money for both. I don't think one's happening at the expense of the other.
No, all right. That'll be me.
Thank you. Premier, research has shown that an estimated 4.6 million Australians, and many of them in New South Wales, have used cannabis in the last year, with a higher use recorded outside of metropolitan areas and in disadvantaged groups. Would you agree that the cannabis prohibition is an issue affecting regional, outer suburban and working class areas more than others?
I don't know those stats, so I'm reluctant to agree with the premise. I'm not saying I disagree. I just probably want to see the study before I comment.
Would you expect the current legal status of adult cannabis consumption would you expect it to be one of the issues considered by your upcoming drug summit?
Yes, I do expect it to be part of the drug summit. Cannabis use, as we spoke about, impairment in motor vehicles, and variety of views in relation to that. But
also, with respect to Premier, but also the issue of legalisation of adult use of cannabis.
I'm happy for it to be debated in the drug summit. We're not committing to that.
Oh yeah.
We're not committing to that. Now,
Not here today?
I appreciate that. I appreciate, Mr. Chair, that the use of medicinal cannabis is taking place every day across New South Wales, but no, I'm not making headlines by committing to that today.
Okay. You've committed to the drug summit. There's been some uncertainty, especially amongst drug law reform advocates about, mostly they've welcomed it, but there's been some uncertainty about when it will happen. The question has been when, and the latest comments from the government are it will happen in this term. Can you give any indication to the committee of what in this term means? In terms of timing.
Right.
Will the drug summit be next year?
We're tracking to that next year. Look, it is an election commitment. We will hold it. As we've well ventilated today, there's a lot on the agenda. We want to get the experts in the room. We're tracking to hold it next year. I can't give you a month. I can't announce that today, but obviously it would be better to have it earlier in the term than later. And there are pressing issues that are affecting a lot of people's lives. And waiting 4 years is a long time to wait. But I can't give you a precise date. I know we need to get on with it, and we want to. But we have to do that in conjunction with all the other aspects of government work.
Appreciate that, Premier. One of the issues that is adjacent to the issue of drug use is the policing of our current laws and the use of strip searches by police in New South Wales. Premier, are you aware that 56 children aged under 18 were strip searched over the past financial year, including 25 underage girls, 3 of whom were just 12 years old? Do you share the concerns publicly expressed by the Police Minister about those facts?
Well, I am aware of that. We have been receiving briefings from police, the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission, external stakeholders that have raised these concerns with us. And look, the laws in New South Wales are that should only happen in the absence of parents or guardians being in attendance if police believe it's absolutely appropriate in the circumstances, and that law is mirrored in every jurisdiction in the country. I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think even in the ACT, maybe that's wrong, but certainly Victoria, Queensland, Western Australia.
Are you confident that's the case, though? Are you confident that it's been appropriate, or there's, I think the term is an urgent and pressing need for those strip searches, mindful that 70% of strip searches turn up nothing, the vast majority that turn up any sort of malfeasance, if you want to call it that, it's a personal possession of cannabis, where the government's moving away. What would you say to that?
Yeah. Well, look, firstly, in relation to strip searches, and I know you know this, Mr. Chair, but just for the general benefit of those watching, it cannot involve any contact between police officer and the individual involved. A strip search includes anything related to anything other than the external removing of a coat, so it might be a jumper or another item of clothing. It can only happen without a parent or guardian if it's absolutely necessary, but in the instance where there's a suspicion that illicit drugs by a minor is about to be undertaken, that might come about through a drug detection dog, but not that alone. There has to be other reasons that would alert the reasonable suspicion of a police officer. Now, we have looked at and taken into consideration the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission's report into strip searches. They have recommended New South Wales Police undertake training in order to serve, for example, at a music festival. I know New South Wales Police will not allow any police officer and have sent people home if they roll up for duty at a music festival, but they haven't undertaken that compulsory training. And as a result of all of those changes and prescriptions laid down by the LECC, I think we're in a better situation now than we are previously. And, particularly never ideal. It wouldn't be. But police are in an impossible situation where they may have genuine concerns that a young person's about to take an illicit substance, and that may have terrible consequences.
I appreciate that, Premier. Premier, moving to a different topic, coal seam gas. Premier, your recently commissioned reliability checkup by Mr. O'Reilly, and I'm going to quote from the report here, said that few believed Narrabri could address forecast shortfalls in gas in the required time. The assertion from Santos and the former government was that the coal seam gas and the Narrabri gas project were essential for our domestic gas needs. The O'Reilly report says something different. Do you believe that the Narrabri gas project and its potential expansion is essential for the gas needs of New South Wales?
Can you read to me what Mr. O'Reilly said?
Few believed, in terms of consultation with stakeholders, few believed Narrabri could address forecast shortfalls in the required time.
Yeah, well, that's not necessarily inconsistent with what Santos is claiming as in relation to the project. I mean, Mr. O'Reilly is specifically looking at the application of 30 terawatts of renewable energy generation in New South Wales for the East Coast energy grid by 2030. And I think he can make the claim that Narrabri is not going to come to the rescue there. We have to take into consideration the existing baseload coal-fired power station, as well as rapidly and as urgently as possible getting renewable energy projects up and running.
Well, he did further say, though, Premier, that the issue in New South Wales was gas storage. That with gas storage, essentially our demand could be met, our supply issues, could be met.
Yeah.
Do you concur with that?
with just to help me with the question. So with gas storage,
He was saying that the issue is the transportation of gas from Victoria or Queensland. If we don't have the storage facilities we need to provide gas to our gas plants in New South Wales, and that was the issue rather than new gas supplies that we needed to deal with. Do you concur with that?
Well, I mean, I don't want to misread or speak for Mr. O'Reilly, but it's important to note that his study and his report is really about the immediate and pressing policy decisions of the government in a really short space of time effectively. Like, how do we make sure the reses and transmission lines and decision about Eraring are dealt with all the facts on the table. And Narrabri and gas is obviously for domestic consumption and certainly for growth in industry, but it's not, according to Mr. O'Reilly, well, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that Narrabri going ahead or not going ahead is not necessarily material to our immediate energy needs, but that does not mean that it's not necessary for growth in industry or longer term energy production and reliability for New South Wales. And, we're going to, and future governments are going to have to make a decision about bringing renewable energy zones online, relying on renewable energy as a way of producing that power for industry and households, and then work out what we're going to do when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. And part of that will be storage, and in particular hydro storage, and part of it will be gas.
Thanks, Premier. Ms Higginson.
Thank you, Chair. Premier, good morning still. So many questions, so little time.
Yes.
We're in a climate emergency, as we know. We're sitting on a colossal wealth of carbon savings, ecosystem services that benefit agricultural productivity, food security, climate impact stabilisation, and the rest. It's called the public forest estate. At the moment, we're still logging it, and it's costing taxpayers millions and millions of dollars every year. That's not even including the subsidies. 28 mil loss over the last 2 years, 80 mil in subsidies the previous year. We've seen report after report after report mounting in terms of the cost savings to the state. The carbon savings are unbelievably profitable. It's just waiting, Premier, for a leader to come along and make the decision and take us in the right direction. Are you going to do it?
Well, look, good question, and I know you're passionate about this issue, and there are many industries, many companies, governments around the world that are desperate for carbon offsets, and we'll be looking at jurisdictions like New South Wales in relation to that. I mean, you have to have the system up and running before you can quarantine a park or an area to allow for that area or that zone to be eligible for the carbon transfer. If you do it in reverse, then you can't retroactively go to that national park or that forest and say, this will now apply to carbon offsets in the future. So we are in some ways relying on the Commonwealth Government to get to the table, to have a trading scheme up and running that can be applicable in the New South Wales economy.
Premier, can I interrupt just because that's very helpful?
Sure.
Just in terms of our own budget and New South Wales, not necessarily thinking of the forest as a carbon trade dump, but for you, Premier, as fiscally responsible for our budget and actually the carbon savings, we're looking at a minimum of 2.7 bill between now and 2050, and that's looking at carbon as a cost of $35 a tonne right now. We know Transport for New South Wales priced carbon double that 2 years ago.
Sure.
We're losing money, Premier, but not just that. We're really harming communities and the environment. Will you commit to really looking closely at the genuine economics, even doing your own independent economic assessment? We've got 4 reports dumped on the table over the past 2 years begging for this work to be done. Will your government commit to doing this work?
Well, obviously, we want to work with the Commonwealth in relation to this. I don't have an announcement to make today in relation to your policy prescription. We're looking at all of those initiatives really closely. And I don't have a reticence about it, but just it's really important to note that there needs to be an established market that is independently audited, if you like, that companies and governments around the world have confidence. Hang on, I've got to get this out.
What about your budget? Not a market. Our budget.
No,
New South Wales.
but unless there's a trading, an internationally recognised trading marketplace that's established, then we would potentially miss out on billions of dollars worth of investment.
Can I ask you this, Premier? What do you say to the fact that your climate targets right now are less ambitious than the current targets that were set by the coalition government?
I don't think they had a target.
They did. It's in legislation. It's written there right now in the Energies and Administration Utilities Regulation.
No, I'm pretty sure
2035, 70% reduction. You're not proposing anything near that
I remember
ambitious.
prosecuting this in the election campaign, actually, and saying to the previous energy minister, what's your target in relation to net zero or 50% reductions by a particular date? And he said, well, we're committed to that. And then I remember questioning the then leader of the National Party about exactly the same question. He said, there are no targets. So
it's
I think
in
you're probably
regulation,
off
Premier.
track.
It's in regulation. It's in black and white writing.
Yeah, well.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to questions from the opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Premier, which ministers sit on your expenditure review committee?
The Minister for Finance, the Treasurer, myself, Penny Sharp, John Graham, and the Deputy Premier.
Thank you. Why do you not have any regionally based minister sitting on your ERC?
Well, generally speaking, you have finance departments and leaders of governments in the upper and lower house, and we've got senior positions, senior MPs who are in regional electorates that represent different parts of government. But I think that's generally recognised.
But don't you think it's important that Regional New South Wales has a voice on the committee that writes the cheques of government?
Well, government decision making and spending is primarily related to cabinet decision making. I mean, ERC has an important role to play, but the direction of government is determined at cabinet, and ERC gives effect to that decision making, and I believe it's well reflected at the cabinet level.
So you won't look to put anyone who lives outside of Sydney on ERC?
We're going to keep its composition the same way.
Right, well that's disappointing.
Do you normally attend ERC? Do you regularly attend?
Generally, yes.
How many have you missed?
I can't give you that number right now. I'd only miss if I had a clashing appointment, and we had many ERC meetings in the run-up to the budget. So I can't give you a number.
Well, was it more than half?
No, it wouldn't be more than half, no.
75%?
Yeah. I can't give you a number. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to tell you.
Premier, in your budget reply speech in June 2022,
when
you said
I was in opposition.
Yeah, when you were in
Right.
opposition. Yeah. You said this. So I want to say very sincerely that the government's initiative to put $743 million into palliative care is a welcome and important budget announcement. For too long, end-of-life care has been a low priority of governments of both political persuasions. No one should have to suffer in silence, but for too long we have allowed that to happen. Change needed to come, and I congratulate the Premier on that initiative. Premier, why have you cut $150 million from that needed investment?
Look, a couple of things I think are really important for context. The palliative care budget is increasing. It's 6.8% higher in 2023-2024 compared to the last year of your government and when you were in office. And it's expected to increase by an additional 8% in 24-25. So 7% higher for next year, 8% higher than that for the year after. Now, that's important context. We believe that's an important investment. We understand that families, particularly for end of life, need that care, and I've spoken to regional communities in particular.
That's good.
I've got to say, though, that the biggest impediment that we had in rolling out that investment, that $740 million worth of investment, was the human capital, people, nurses in particular. And upon being elected to government, we had the unhappy experience of discovering that 1,200 nurses that the previous government had solemnly committed to being part of the budget going forward. These were surge nurses during the COVID pandemic that the previous government said would now be a permanent part of our workforce, both in the city and the country. And having discovered that they were yanked out, taken out of the health system altogether, it wasn't possible to roll out the palliative care function.
I get that difficulty. But why did you cut $150 million from the budget?
Well, the money needed to go to recruiting nurses, many of whom would be working in palliative care. And you weren't able, I mean, it would be, I think the committee would accept that it would be a ridiculous situation to not have 1,200 nurses in place, many of whom would be working in palliative care industries. And committing this funding, but not having the people to do the work.
You could commit the funding to getting the people.
And in the end, we decided that this was just too important not to do, notwithstanding the fact that palliative care funding will increase by 6.8% this year and an additional 8% the year after.
But you've cut it from the budget, though, haven't you?
Well, I've explained the circumstances. It wasn't.
No, that's fine.
We were advised it wasn't possible to roll out that level of funding given the decline or the prospective decline in the number of people that work in our health sector. And I mean, we couldn't run a health system if we withdrew 1,200 nurses from it tomorrow. We just couldn't run it.
Premier,
forget palliative care, that's ICU, that's emergency departments, that's everything across the board.
Premier, you've just mentioned speaking to people in the regions about palliative care. I'm not sure if you're aware the former government had committed $20 million for a new palliative care building in Tamworth, obviously a big regional centre. Is that something that your government would look to do, would honour, would provide that for regional people?
Yeah, we've got $93 million worth of capital investment, and that includes redevelopment and refurbishing health facilities, and including palliative care units for Westmead, Nepean.
I'm asking about Tamworth.
Hang on a second. Westmead, Nepean, Orange, Wyong and Tamworth.
Right. So you will, that $20 million will come?
Well, my information is that we're investing $93 million.
Could you maybe provide on notice how much of that will go to Tamworth?
Happy
That'd be
to.
great
Yes,
for the
of course.
community. Big issue. Thank you.
So let's take you to the Moore Park Golf Club.
Yes.
Your call?
Sorry, what was
Is
that?
that your decision?
Yeah, well, that was my decision.
Because you'd be aware of the debate relating to Marrickville Golf Course, were you?
In what regard?
Well, a similar proposal was proposed for Marrickville Golf Course to restrict it to a 9-hole golf course and use the other land for other purposes. And you may recall that Minister Halen previously said the proposal was absurd. I think the Prime Minister said that turning Marrickville Golf Course into a 9-hole golf course wouldn't be viable. So Moore Park Golf Course has said it is not likely to survive with a 9-hole golf course. So is this just your decision for the purposes of satisfying Alex Greenwich?
No.
Did he make any representations to you about it?
He might have. But I mean, he wasn't alone. A lot of people through civic leaders, public officials, members of parliament, councils, former Minister for Planning, Rob Stokes.
So
was he a supporter of it? I can't remember. I wasn't in the cabinet room at the time. What did he think about it? Maybe he lobbied us. Did he lobby you?
Did he lobby you?
He did.
Did he? Well,
he didn't. Did he lobby you?
You just said he did.
No, I didn't. I just said I know that's his view.
Maybe Minister Stokes.
Did he lobby you though?
So,
well, my point more generally is, I mean, you're suggesting that this was, only being promulgated by perhaps Alex Greenwich or the Lord Mayor. When I'm making the point that many people saw it as a good initiative, including your former colleague, the Minister for Planning, and I think that for you to willfully ignore that is a manipulation of the evidence.
So, have you had any contact with Moore Park Golf Club about this?
I haven't, but I know that they spoke to the Minister for Planning and presented their case to retain 18 holes and keep it as a championship course to the Minister in his office, I think in September. I couldn't give you the date.
The Minister Camper hasn't had any contact with them. You haven't had any contact with them.
I couldn't speak to Minister Camper. I don't
Well,
know.
he told yesterday at estimates that he had no contact with them.
Well, I'd take him at his word.
And they were taken by surprise by the announcement, weren't they?
No. We ensured that Golf New South Wales... Hang on, wait. You again.
No.
I'm not going to answer 4 questions in a row. I'm going to answer them one at a time. No, they weren't.
Good. Okay.
We were in a situation where, before the announcement was publicly made, we ensured or took steps to ensure that Moore Park Golf were told. Golf New South Wales... Hang on. Golf New South Wales were told prior to the announcement being made, and we were informed that Golf New South Wales told Moore Park Golf prior to it being publicly announced. Now, I'm not pretending that they'd be happy about that announcement, and I just want to make the point that yes, they did present to government and ask that it be retained as a championship golf course at 18 holes, but it wasn't possible to have 20 hectares worth of new public land for a brand new Central Park for Sydney and have that consistent with their desire to have 18 holes. And, it wouldn't have been breached via that delta, that difference between the two views wouldn't have been breached by consultation and negotiations between the two sides.
So, did you tell Mr. Greenwich before you made the announcement?
I didn't tell Mr. Greenwich before the announcement, to the best of my recollection, no.
You sure?
But I'm sure somebody did because he was at... Hang on a second. Because he was at the announcement.
Yes.
So he's probably told why he was going to be there, you'd assume.
Unless it was one of the world's biggest coincidences that we ran into him in a park. But, I mean, I'm not trying to be coy. I'm not responsible for organising participants at media conferences, and he was there.
You would have known he was going to be there.
That's just not true. You know who's coming to media conferences.
Yeah, I'm admitting. I'm sure he was told, but I didn't tell him. You asked me whether I told him.
And you were aware that he was attending that media conference with you?
Again, I'm just trying to answer your questions precisely. You asked me whether I told him. I didn't tell him, but I assume somebody did. I mean, is that so outrageous?
So, Premier, you would have seen news reports, in fact, of a train driver playing pro-Palestinian songs on the way to the protest rally last Sunday. Are you aware of that?
In all candour, I'm not. I'm not aware of that.
Well, if I was to tell you that on a train travelling to that rally, where members or people on the train, not only people who were going to the rally, but other people, there was the train driver elected to play Palestinian music and songs on that train. Would you think that's appropriate course of conduct for a train driver to be engaged in?
Look, I don't know the circumstances, and hang on.
Well,
let me answer it.
As I've put to you.
Yeah, but I don't know the circumstances. But if it is as described, then that's completely unacceptable. Not only would it be unacceptable for the guard or the train driver to play songs like that, to have any political position as he's transferring customers or train passengers from A to B. But look, I'm taking you at face value here, and I don't know the circumstances of it, and I'd probably like to see media reports or a report of it before I offer a longer commentary.
But and I accept that reservation in relation to what you have just put to me. But if in fact I have accurately described it,
well, as answered then.
Yeah, as answered. Premier, in 2015, you went to China, did you not?
Yes.
And you were a member of Parliament at the time.
That's right.
Who paid for that trip?
I'd have to take it on notice and report back, but I'm pretty sure it was covered in, I think, media inquiries at the time.
Well,
did you pay for it?
No.
Right.
So, do you know who paid for it?
It was, I don't want to get the acronym wrong or the organisation wrong, but it was an Australia-Chinese business organisation promoting trade and investment between the two countries that paid for not just me, but a delegation across the board, state and federal.
Do you recall who else was on that delegation?
I do.
Yeah? Who were they?
Well, Chris Bowen was on it as I'm not sure whether he was the shadow treasurer or what position he held during that period, and other delegates. But I you know, you'd have to look it up. I'm sure it's been publicly reported.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
These matters are traversing a period of 8 years ago. I'm not entirely sure how they go to the relevance of the terms of reference of this inquiry.
Well, there's
Premier's answering them.
Yes, like the inquiries have to be relevant to the administration of the state in terms of the budget and the forward estimates. So if the member could make sure his line of questioning relates to that, that'd be appreciated.
Did Wong Ji Mo pay for the trip?
Oh, well, I mean, is that related to...
Did he?
My understanding, I don't know, it's important to put on the record, Mr. Chair, that the trip was paid for by that industry association, and I believe that they're the people that paid the bill.
And was he involved in that industry association?
I have to take that on notice.
Okay, that's fine. So just going back to who else was on the trip, Chris Bowen was on?
Can I reiterate the point of order, paragraph 9 of the procedural fairness resolution, that this is an estimates session. Questions must relate to the estimates of expenditure from the consolidated fund and other matters covered by the budget papers. There's wide latitude, but this is beyond wide latitude.
I'm coming to it.
Well, I'll rule on the point of order. Yes, please do come to it, Mr. Tudor-Hope, because it's not clear to me. Sorry, Mr. Tudor-Hope, sorry to interrupt you there. It's not clear to me how this relates to our terms of reference.
So after you'd been on that trip, and in your inaugural speech, you made a commitment that you would like to see Mandarin rolled out in all schools, primary schools in New South Wales. Do you recall making that observation in your trip?
Germane to the budget papers today?
Yes.
Well, I recall my inaugural speech, yes.
So are you still committed to that as a
policy?
I mean, I've been asked this many times in the past. This isn't the first time today, Mr. Tudor-Hope. Extensively in the election campaign, not since being elected Premier, but I'm happy to answer it. The truth of the matter is that Australia's relationship with China has changed significantly since 2015. And I believe that while second languages are important and that they should be encouraged in school, that young people in particular should have access to a whole range of secondary... Hang on, let me finish.
I agree with it.
They should have a whole range of secondary languages. Now, the white paper on the Asian century by the Commonwealth Government indicated Hindi, Korean, Mandarin, and I think Indonesian as the 4 languages. But the truth is, everybody's learnt that for the sake and nature of both our multicultural communities and future trade and investment opportunities, we should have, in effect, let as many languages be taught and learnt by young people as possible, because we don't know what emerging markets will eventually orient themselves to Australia and Australians in the years ahead.
Did you ever go to the ICAC in relation to this issue?
Well, I didn't, but that's obviously a pretty tricky question, because it may be the case that some members of Parliament are unable to answer that question, and you'd be aware of that.
Well, you've answered.
I'm happy to answer it. I haven't. I've never been to ICAC.
Good.
But, I think you should be careful about asking that question.
Well, and
because
I'm
in some cases, I know that your party's long-standing criticism of the ICAC, but notwithstanding that, there are still rules and provisions in place that may mean that a member can't answer that.
Well,
but I can, and I haven't.
Thanks. Premier, will you commit to the Department of Regional New South Wales remaining as a standalone agency under your government and being based still in the regions?
Yeah, that's our plan. We think it's important for New South Wales, and if we've got any changes or proposed changes, of course, we'll ventilate that and explain it to the electorate.
Will you commit to no job losses in those regional communities that have department offices?
Well, I mean, I've got to be careful there for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the government has committed to reducing the headcount of the senior executive service in New South Wales by 10%. And that's across the board. In some agencies it was more acute and larger than others. But notwithstanding that, it's still important that we meet that target, that election commitment. It's a key way of curtailing budget spending and expenses.
Okay, thanks, Premier.
And so I can't give a blanket agreement to that.
So
but
just in relation to regional issues, the drought is obviously starting to bite. What commitment will you give to provide support? Your minister's not in ERC. You have no minister that lives outside of Sydney on your expenditure review committee. People in regional New South Wales are very concerned that there will not be support coming from your government. Will you commit to giving whatever farmers and communities need to survive the drought?
Well, obviously we're working with farming communities, regional mayors and regional MPs constantly about drought issues, regional development issues, ensuring that those communities have what they need to get through the changing weather patterns.
Thank you. Well, we look forward to seeing some money come when the time is certainly upon us very soon, I suspect.
Yeah, it's a shame that there wasn't that kind of commitment to the changing weather patterns when you're actually a minister.
There was plenty of
It's
commitment
a shame
to,
because there was an
plenty of
announcement
commitment to
made a couple of
regional
days
communities.
before the election
Plenty
by
of commitments to
the
regional
current leader of the
communities.
National Party, but it came very late
No,
in the day,
that's
and no
not
money
correct,
was
Premier.
allocated to the budget. Not
We
a
actually
dollar,
live
not a
outside of
cent.
Sydney, so we know what it's like.
So I understand that your latter day conversion to concerns about drought affected communities in
No,
regional
well, I
New South
actually live
Wales,
there,
but that would have
Premier.
been
I live there,
material when
Premier.
you're actually in government.
No, well, I
rather
live
than
there,
the
Premier.
opposition.
That's,
of order.
that's disrespectful.
Premier.
That's my home.
Point of order's been taken.
Just a Chair, a reminder under procedural fairness, Resolution 19, that witnesses must be treated with courtesy at all times.
Yeah, I'd remind all members of that.
So, Premier, can I just ask you this? Will you give a commitment that Minister Cately will still be a Minister for Police and Counter-Terrorism at Christmas time this year?
Oh, of course, yes.
Thank you. It's questions from me. Premier, former Resources Minister Chris Harcher once described, you may remember him, he once described New South Wales as a coal state. Do you think New South Wales is still a coal state?
Well, in terms of our biggest export, it's important to acknowledge that New South Wales' largest export is coal, black coal. Last year we sold $55 billion worth of coal to markets throughout Southeast Asia. Now, we've also got enormous amounts of goods and services that we sell to other jurisdictions and countries around the world, but I think we're bigger and broader than just coal, but it is our single biggest export.
That export, do you expect it to continue for years or decades to come?
I can't give a figure on it, but I do know that, or the date. But I do know that of all of the export partners that New South Wales sells its coal to, all of them, maybe with one exception, have made public commitments to reducing their reliance and exposure to coal for their domestic energy consumption. So New South Wales has got a job ahead of it to diversify its economy and ensure that we are in a position to fill those export markets with other goods and services. Now, part of that will be critical minerals, part of that may be green hydrogen, part of it might be fintech and financial exports that we can get around the world, but we've got a big job ahead of us.
So is the Treasury modelling a transition out of export coal?
Generally speaking, Treasury horizons are over 4 years, particularly as it relates to the budget. Whether they've got...
They do prepare like an intergenerational report.
Yeah.
So some of their horizons are a little further?
Sure, no, they do. So I can't speak to whether they've done one of those reports that has a longer horizon beyond 4 years, but
should they?
I'm not aware of it. Well,
given
it's
your
very
comments about the need to diversify,
we should all be focused on having a diverse and what I'd say complex economy. We've got world-class research universities. We've got a wonderful public education system. We've got 280 languages that are spoken in households across the state. In Western Sydney, 60% of households speak a language other than English at home. We've got knowledge, understanding, language skills of some of the biggest and most exciting and wealthiest markets in every corner of the globe. And I think we can sell more goods, more services, and I think we need to do better. That's just de-risking the New South Wales economy. It's not taking a particular dislike to any export commodity.
The transition from fossil fuels to renewables is a thing that I've long argued for. When I was in the Central West, it seemed something that was a long way off. But in particular, the Hunter region and Lithgow are at the tip of the spear. In particular, Lithgow really is the tip of the spear in terms of transitions. The coal-fired power generators coming to the end of their life, the Centennial coal, no export markets. Those communities are doing some heavy lifting in terms of funding their own transition plans, the Hunter Diversification Action Plan and the Lithgow Emerging Economy Plan. But despite lobbying, they didn't receive any money in this year's budget. There's the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities. Will the government get behind these communities who are trying to transition out of these industries into these jobs of the future by putting some money on the table to assist them?
Well, I mean, I acknowledge your criticism and we've got to take it on the chin. We'd like to do more, and in terms of the future economic prospects of those two regions, it's important that we do more. My immediate challenge is the massive debt left to us by the Coalition, and $180 billion worth of debt puts immediate pressure on all external spending in the short run. Now, that doesn't mean we're closing the door to the kinds of investments that transforms economies in regional New South Wales. We do want to partner with them, and in particular the Hunter Valley, which is the most resilient part, in my view, of the whole country. And as evidence, I'd look to the closure of the steelworks in the 90s and the ability of that town, both its industry leaders, its trade union leaders, and the civic leaders of the town, to think beyond the next couple of years. They're constantly looking at what comes next. Now, it might be biomedicine, it might be a new campus for their university, it might be being on the cutting edge of renewable energy and elaborately manufactured goods, but I've never gone to the Hunter and not been blown away with how they are almost to the distraction of everything else focused on the future. And I think that comes about because of their experience in the 90s, and I think we could all learn from them.
Just on that, they certainly have been resilient. The former government collected a bucket of money, the royalties for rejuvenation. Estimates are there's $70 million there. And most reasonable people would argue that the Hunter Valley in particular hasn't really got the money back into the community that it's put into the state. If you look at the amount of royalties returning to that area, is that something that you're concerned about and you'll look to in the future, making sure that we don't have another BHP, don't have another collapse, and we get on with that sooner rather than later?
I have to take it on notice about the specifics of the fund. The quantum of money that's generated by coal, particularly royalties, is massive. It's central and important for the New South Wales economy. Money's fungible, so previous governments have been able to move around funding sources and claim that they're consistent with previous commitments to royalties to the regions. I mean, the bottom line here is we want to make sure that the Hunter Valley is resilient, focused on the future, and that us in Macquarie Street have an eye to the next generation of industries and jobs as they do. And as I said, I think we can learn a lot from the civic, business and union leaders up there. They've really got their eye on the ball in terms of how their economy's changing, because they've gone through it in recent memory.
Great. One of those industries that is emerging is AI, machine learning, and you may be aware that this committee actually is conducting an inquiry.
I thought you were going to say this committee's running on artificial intelligence.
Well, it is.
It is.
It is actually.
There you go.
All of my
Some of the
questions
questions
today have been written by AI
There you
because
go.
I just thought it was easier than thinking for myself. But in that regard, that was a joke. But in that regard, the government recently announced that it was going to expedite planning approvals using AI.
Yes.
Are you surprised, and when you consider how hard fought our well-recognised environmental planning laws are, that announcement has been made with so little community sort of feedback that AI may expedite and create productivity, but it also has the capacity to undermine some of our laws and democratic institutions. And when you reflect on that, how is the government going to manage that, especially in the planning space?
Like having a out of control approving waste disposal dumps in Mossman or something.
Yeah, well, exactly that. How do we make sure that all the probity and democracy and issues that are enshrined in our planning legislation are protected when we outsource to some foreign multinational a program that's just going to approve the block of flats in 3.2 milliseconds?
Well, I guess I'm not as my fears aren't as dystopian as some in relation to this. I think we can get the balance right. We've got to be open to new ways of progressing more rudimentary and fundamental government decision making, and if that can happen via machine learning and we can get quicker outcomes, that's good for industry and that's good for the economy. And ultimately the decisions that go into the computer that learn in terms of compliance with codes will still be written by humans and written by planners and reflected in our democratic institutions. I just say this. In terms of building completions, we've been hopeless. The state's not been anywhere near where it needs to be, and it's directly contributed to the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis and the social housing crisis that we're seeing in every single part of the state. From the furthest, most distant town from Sydney and regional New South Wales to downtown CBD Sydney. We had 48,000 building completions last year in New South Wales. Victoria had 58,000. And on a per capita basis, we produced about 6 houses per 1,000 people every 12 months. Victoria produces 8 and Queensland produces 9. So even on the East Coast, notwithstanding the fact that we've got the biggest population, the largest increase in population, the highest property prices, the highest rents, the highest increase in rents, we're last when it comes to completions in absolute terms or as a percentage or per capita. And part of that's planners, part of that's AI, but we've just got to get it rolling because it's having a massive impact on housing.
Thank you, Premier. Ms. Fairman, to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Premier. I'm just wanting to touch on the issue of gambling now and the independent panel on gaming reform. I understand that in June, the government announced that due to difficulty finalising the membership of this panel, that was the reason for the delay in the cashless trial. Can you please just inform us what difficulties the government had in finalising the membership of the panel?
It's probably a question best directed to the Minister for Gaming, although I'm happy to take it on notice and report back to the committee. My understanding is that the membership's in place and working well, and I couldn't tell you how many meetings they've had, but they have met. And there'll be further announcements in the not too distant future about the progress of that panel's work and where they're up to in terms of collecting evidence.
Are you aware that there's some concerns?
He's on tomorrow, I'm told. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry?
He's here. The minister's here tomorrow.
Yes. Okay. I'm just wanting, because you've taken a strong interest in this issue, and this is, was one of the things that you did in terms of the cashless gambling trial was to put in place this panel. I just wanted to check you're aware of concerns around the fact that declarations of conflict of interest for all of these members on the panel, that those declarations of conflict of interest aren't made public, and is that of concern to you?
I'm not concerned about that. I think people should give the panel some time to time and space to report back. It's broadly reflective of industry and stakeholder concerns and those that are in the industry and therefore have a stake or an interest in its future. When you have expert panels, And this is so easy, and I'm sure that the previous Labor opposition was guilty of this too. It's so easy to pull apart conflict of interest concerns, because particularly those that work in the industry are going to have a history via their expertise. And I think as long as it's managed and it's transparent and
it's not transparent, Minister. Premier, sorry,
and
it's
the
not
committee has
transparent.
an opportunity to present its work in a transparent way, and if there's disagreements on those between the participants, both sides can be eventually ventilated. I think unless people have got a specific concern or a specific worry about an individual member, I'm just really reluctant to cast aspersions about them before they do their job.
Okay. Well, okay. Can I just check, are you aware of some of the recent data in relation to poker machines in New South Wales? For example, the last financial year, the number of poker machines jumped from 86,650 to 87,298. That's an increase of 648 machines. You aware of that?
Would you mind just
it's an increase of 648 machines, plus just in terms of that financial year as well, that New South Wales, the people of New South Wales lost $8.07 billion to poker machines, and that's a 23% increase on what was the last high year, which was pre-COVID, which was $6.5 billion recorded in 2018-19. Are you aware of those two figures, which suggest that gambling harm in New South Wales is higher than it's ever been?
Well, I'm not surprised that there's been an increase in the amount of revenue collected via gaming machines this year compared to last, or last year compared to the year prior to that, largely because of the changes to the health environment, COVID in particular.
This was
hang on a second, sorry.
Wait.
Against
pre-COVID numbers.
Again, I'm gonna take my time answering the questions because I'm entitled to do that. But can you just tell me what document? I'm not questioning the validity of your facts, but what document are you referencing when you
that was undertaken, an independent analysis undertaken
by
Wesley Mission. That was the data. That is, you can obtain the data and then do.
So I probably want to just peruse the data before I offer a detailed commentary about it. I'm not questioning it, but when facts are just presented to us, if I say that yes, I'm aware of it and that's absolutely true, and then it subsequently proves to be disputed, then I think you should probably just source it when you read them out.
Okay, my time's up.
Thank you. Premier, can I just take you back to the climate ambition and take you back to the fact that the existing current settings prescribed by regulation have a 2035 target of 70% emissions reduction. Your government right now is proposing to do less than that. And can you explain why? Why would we do that now?
So your assertion is that the previous government was going to reduce emissions by 70% by 2030.
It's in the regulation, Premier.
Which regulation?
It's in the Energy and Utilities Administration regulation. And it's based on all of the programs that the current government set in place.
Right. Well, I did quiz. I've just got to say, I'm happy to take on notice your question, but I did quiz the previous government whilst leader of the opposition about what their targets were and whether they agreed on it, and they didn't. The Minister for the Environment did have a target, and the leader of the National Party didn't have a target.
They
were all at sixes and sevens in relation to it. So I'm
perhaps it was a Liberals target, not a Nats target. But
well, maybe not. We should ask Mr. Tudorhope.
It is currently New South Wales.
Is it your target, Damien?
This is my question, Premier. This is my question.
Why don't you know?
Premier.
I did ask questions.
Excuse me, Premier.
I'm not asking
Order.
questions. I remember asking the then government about all this.
Excuse me, Premier. It is in regulation, and it's inconsistent with your ambition.
Well, that's what you say. I'm happy to take it on notice.
Okay, thank you.
There's a discrepancy. I do remember quizzing the previous government about it, and they couldn't agree on what their targets were.
Thank you. If you can take that on notice, I would be very grateful. The interim target is what a lot of young people, climate advocacy organisations, science people really are holding enormous hope on that interim target, and in fact more ambitious targets. So it would be great if you could take that on notice.
Sure.
in terms of if I can just go back to forests.
Sure.
I am really concerned, Premier. In December last year, the Natural Resources Commission, your own independent advisory body on forest health and science, tabled a report that said if we carry on managing our public forest estate the way we are, it's literally going to become a carbon emitter to New South Wales, and we will run the workers and the industry off the cliff. We need to take an honest, earnest new look at the forest estate. We're talking about 1.8 million hectares. It's a very small amount of New South Wales, but a very significant amount. There is a mountain of documents that keep piling up, begging us to look at this with fresh eyes. Minister, will you do that? Premier, will you do that? Will you make a commitment to at least look at what we're doing with that public forest estate, what we've done over the past 200 years, and what we might need to do for all of New South Wales moving forward?
So, obviously we'll approach all of these issues with an open eye and look at all potential initiatives. And I don't, that could say that without fear of contradiction. We did make a decision on the 12th of September in relation to 106 koala hubs, where 42% of the sightings for that protected species had been undertaken, and that amounted to, I think, about 8,500 hectares worth of land on the mid-north coast of New South Wales.
I commend you for that decision, by the way. Thank you.
Yes, and I think that was the right decision. And part of the dilemma that we have, as it's been explained to me, is that obviously these timber agreements between government agencies and mills across New South Wales were entered into by the previous government, but at the same time, logging to meet those agreements between those agencies and mills was effectively halted in the run-up to the election campaign. So we were met, having assumed office, with a whole bunch of pre-agreed arrangements, commercial arrangements between the government and milling operators in New South Wales, which is a regrettable situation, part of the reason why we made that decision on the 12th of September.
Premier, can I put it to you that those agreements literally could be bought out any day, and actually, again, the cost-benefit analysis of that has been done. It's in these reports that I'm asking you to have an open mind, have a good look at, and commission your own work if you think that's required. But the case to do this economically, environmentally, socially, and politically has been made. So will you please commit to look at it?
Well, again, appreciate your passion and your commitment to this issue, and we did make these decisions on the 12th of September, and of course we'll approach all of these issues with an open mind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. With the remaining time, there's 8 minutes left. The opposition will get
4 minutes.
4 minutes, and then the crossbench will get two minutes each.
Thank you, Premier. Can I just take it back to the questions which I was asking you about palliative care? And you've correctly outlined that there's an increase in palliative care funding next year and the following year. So I assume that there is the capacity in the system to deal with that increase in funding. So who advised you that they couldn't spend the money in the out years? Who gave that advice?
Well, when you say you presume that the funding's in place to accommodate those increases, only because we made a decision to retain 1,200 nurses in the system.
Yep.
So without that, no chance.
But you've cut $150 million from it. So who gave you the advice that that amount of funding should be cut?
Well, it's self-evidently the case that if you cut 1,200 nurses from the New South Wales health workforce, then you'll have major problems, not just with palliative care, with emergency departments, with ICU, with wards,
but
across the board.
We assume that in the next 2
and
years...
And the premise of your first question was, you assume that the capacity is there for the 6.8 and the 8% increase in years 1 and in years 2. That's only because the government made a decision to retain those 1,200 nurses in the system.
And I accept that, but who gave you the advice that it should be cut? Who gave that advice?
No. I mean, no one's making giving advice that it should be cut. The question here is the allocation of public funds in a way that can work, and that self-evidently wouldn't be the case
so
if we took such a
help?
massive chunk. Like it'd be like saying we want to reduce the amount of crime in some part of metropolitan Sydney, but at the same time we're going to take 1,200 police officers out of the system. Well, you can't do two things at the same
But
time.
what are you doing between now and in the next
Retaining
2
the
years?
1,200 nurses, not
So
sacking
why
them.
haven't you got the capacity in 2 years' time to deliver the money which was promised in last year's budget?
Well, we've got to make sure that those healthcare professionals are in place and working on behalf of the people of New South Wales in the next 2 years, and we'll look in terms of future health spending across the board. Now, you'd be aware, or maybe you wouldn't be aware, but the state of the health system in New South Wales, as left to us by the previous government's a mess.
There was
So,
the best in Australia. The best in Australia.
Is that right?
The best healthcare system in Australia.
Oh, I guess we've got nothing to worry about then.
Well, and that's why you
I don't
wouldn't.
remember you running on that in the election.
Order.
Ken.
And that's why you wouldn't.
Order.
Yeah, and that's why you wouldn't
Order.
cut. But that's why you wouldn't cut $150 million out of part of
Asking
the
I
more
guess,
questions and
Mr.
answering
Chair,
them
I
at the
guess
same
this is what it all comes down to. The previous government believed that they had the best health system in Australia, and as a result, they could cut 1,200 nurses from it.
and dealt
Terrible
with COVID
decision.
better than any
Terrible
other
decision.
healthcare system in the
Electric
country,
didn't
did it
agree.
not?
Well, I have to tell you, one of the
Yeah,
most
well,
short-sighted decisions I've seen since assuming government was to cut 1,200 nurses from the health system in New
Abysmal
South Wales.
base.
COVID specialist nurses.
Order. You've got
Thank-
45
yep.
seconds
A quick question.
left, opposition.
Premier,
I encourage you to use it wisely.
I don't know if you're aware, but there's been some very serious issues with crime in regional New South Wales, particularly over the last 6 months in certain areas. The Country Mayors Association have recently called for an inquiry into what's happening in regional policing and crime. Is that something that you'll support?
An inquiry into policing in regional New South
And
Wales.
resources and some of the issues there. So all of the country mayors,
Yeah.
of which they have many members from right across the state, there was a call for last week to have a parliamentary inquiry. Would you support that?
Our focus when it comes to policing is to lift the number of police officers in the New South Wales Police Force.
So
And
you
that's
don't
going to help
support the
regional New
inquiry?
South Wales. And I just want to make it clear, an inquiry will not replace a serving police officer in regional New South Wales. And the previous government left us with a situation where New South Wales Police had the lowest number of police officers per head of population of any jurisdiction in the whole country. So if you're asking me what my priorities are for police, more police on the beat, particularly for regional New South Wales.
Thank you, Premier. I have one last question, and that is the subsequent to the scandal regarding water misuse and theft in New South Wales, and I know an area that you were particularly interested in your role as opposition water spokesperson. We had the Matthews inquiry and the creation of the NRA with an excellent board and executive and team. How are you ensuring that NRA has the resources and the regulatory muscle to do the job to restore the health of and integrity to our water management system and our rivers in New South Wales?
Well, I've got a lot of confidence in the Minister for Water, who's someone who has a real interest in and an appreciation of water markets and making sure that water users in the marketplace are consistent with the rules and regulations that have been put in place. You'd know, Mr. Chair, that it's an extremely opaque market. It's difficult to navigate. It takes people years and years to understand the various motivations and incentives in water markets in New South Wales. So having a good and strong cop on the beat to ensure that people are complying with their obligations and consistent with the regulations is crucial to having functioning water markets. And if we don't get it right, then you'll have, euphemistically called market failure, but in the end it just means there's not enough for downstream users, not enough for the environment, not enough for Indigenous communities, and in the end not enough for potable water for regional communities, which is something that we just have to watch out for all the time.
Thanks, Premier.
Thank you. Yeah. Premier, I just want to take you to the fundamental, important right all New South Wales people have to gather, assemble and protest together. We've seen a serious derogation of that right over the past 10 years in New South Wales. it has been on the centre stage how important it is. Are you willing to look with all of us at looking at the current state of protest, stop politicising that, interfering with police, and actually allow the laws to change to enshrine the right to protest, which would include repealing some of those awful draconian incursions on the right to
Well,
protest
look, a couple
that
of
we
things.
have.
Firstly, the premise of the question is the right to protest is being abridged or abrogated by the state. It's not. There is a right to protest in New South Wales. There's no police, no government, no law. It's an implied freedom in the Australian Constitution. It's protected in the Summary Offences Act and all kinds of laws and regulations in the state. I will say, though, that we have other obligations, and in particular, traversing through the city or making a decision about ensuring that other citizens of New South Wales are free from racial vilification, hate speech, violence, and walking that line is something that the New South Wales Police and the government has to navigate. And in the current situation where there is an increased level of community protest, there's a few, I think, fundamental principles that have not been determined by my government but have been in place for decades in the state, and that is there is a absolute right to protest, but hate speech, vilification and violence
Absolutely,
will not
no
be
question.
tolerated.
Will you consider looking at repealing some
We're
of
not
those
repealing the
anti-protest laws?
No, we're not repealing the
And you
laws.
wouldn't even consider
And I
them?
want to make it clear that I don't agree with the assertion that was at the beginning of your question that the right to protest has been abridged in New
It
South
has.
Wales. It hasn't.
It has, in no uncertain
Well,
terms. Not by your
well-
government, by the government before.
But the idea that you could glue yourself to a bridge on a train line and put yourself, emergency service workers, police officers, firefighters at risk of death or serious injury is some kind of abrogation of protest rights. I don't believe and I don't agree with.
There's other laws, Premier, that have incurred
Seconds.
on
We've
the
got
right.
one last question from Ms Fairman. Kate, can you hear me?
Sorry, I wasn't. Thank you, Premier. I do have that data that I referred to before, and it's basically the stats I gave you was from the quarterly data sets from the Office of Liquor and Gaming, New South Wales. So that was what found basically the 23% increase on what people of New South Wales are losing to poker machines on its pre-COVID high in 2018-19 of 6.5 billion to just last financial year, $8.07 billion to pokies. So is the harm from pokies increasing under your government, and when will we see a cashless gambling card in New South Wales?
Well, we went to the election campaign with a promise to have an independent look at this, to have a trial to ensure that we understood what the technology was and whether there was any unintended consequences associated with the changes. And I'm committed to that outcome. That's not me claiming that the harm isn't serious. I accept that it is and that changes need to be made. Now, we've made a series of changes. I'm not going to bore the committee by running through all of the changes to VIP signage laws and other provisions that were put in place, but I want the committee to do its work. I think it's a serious committee. I think they've been charged with the responsibility of presenting to government major changes to the state, and I don't want to front run their deliberations.
Thank you, Premier. Well, thank you, members, for your questions today. Thank you for attending, Premier. We are finished with the questioning now, and the committee will now break and reconvene at 2 p.m.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time being 2:01, we will recommence the Portfolio Committee number 1 inquiry, the budget estimates inquiry. Thank you very much for your attendance. If I could get Miss Dobbins and Miss Marr to, well, firstly welcome. If I could get you to please each state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation. Starting with you, Miss Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair. Samara Dobbins, Deputy Secretary, Delivery and Coordination, Premier's Department. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Miss Marr.
Thank you, Chair. Kate Marr, Deputy Secretary, Community Engagement Group, Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to questions from the opposition.
Chair, before you start and take up the coalition's time, Mr. Borzak asked a question this morning of the Premier, and I said I'd come back and just clarify. If it's okay, is it a convenient time to quickly do that now, or should I come back later?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Why not?
Mr. Borzak asked about the Bushfire Community Recovery and Resilience Fund, which is a $43.75 million fund. Mr. Borzak asked how much of that had been expended. So far, $39.05 million of that has been paid. So there's $4.7 million yet to be paid. That will all be paid until before April 2024 when the fund expires. So it's all been allocated, but there's progress payments to be made.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I also asked questions around what had it been allocated for.
I don't have that detail. If you're after all of the allocations,
I
can
take that on notice.
Yep,
yeah, in due course. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information. The opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you all. I just want to start with some questions related to the local small commitment allocation program. I'm not sure who would be best, perhaps Mr. Draper through you, and if Ms. Mara or anybody else wants to provide any additional information. So I've been looking at the website, and it says that the status of that program is that it's not open for application. So these were all projects that were identified prior to the election. Is that correct?
Not all of the elements that it will be allocated to were identified before the election. There is some money. I can get. Yeah, you're quite right. Ms. Marr can probably expand on this, but there are elements which are targeted, and there are elements. And they're being assessed, and there are elements which will be received by invitation to councils.
Right. Do you want to explain to me the difference between, so the targeted ones presumably have come from Labor candidates prior to the election?
And MPs, yeah, nominated, that's
Okay.
right, nominated projects, and then the balance will be distributed among councils.
Okay, I'll come back to the distribution on councils.
Yep.
But just in terms of the list of the community projects, you said that will come from candidates and MPs. Did any coalition MPs get the chance to put in any projects?
I'm sorry, I can't comment on that part of the process because that wasn't available to us. That was actually arranged by Labor when they were in opposition.
Well, just on that, where did you get the information from in relation to the grants that had been made? Who provided it
So
to
the
you?
list was provided to us.
Who by?
The Premier's, advisors in the Premier's office.
An advisor in the Premier's?
Yeah, advisors in the Premier's office, that's right.
So have you any idea how they collated that
I
information?
couldn't tell you, I'm sorry.
So
we were provided with the list.
there
that's
was a
right.
list provided by the Premier's
right.
office from a source which you don't know about so-called commitments which had been made.
That's correct. We were provided with that list, and then our role was to administer the list under the grants administration guidelines.
What do you, and I'm happy for you to take on notice when you received that list from the Premier's office, the date?
I would appreciate taking that on
That's
notice
fine.
if that's okay. Thank
Yep.
you.
And then just delving into this a little bit further, obviously there's a process, I'm assuming, to go through those applications. But the probity, I guess, around that. My understanding after looking through the guidelines of the Act is that the Minister responsible, who's the Special Minister of State, can seek probity advice.
That's correct.
There's a number of projects that have been handpicked by candidates that would appear to have some conflict of interest. Can you outline what the probity process is through DPC for those particular projects?
So, I understand there was a conflict of interest process prior to when projects were nominated. Our role now is to assess projects as they come to us. We don't necessarily look at the conflict of interest aspects to it in relation to MPs or candidates because they're not the assessor. So that's established under the guidelines. So we're looking at the projects based on their merit against the set criteria. So our probity, our probity checks, which is through a company called Procurement Co. Oh, sorry, thank you. Is in relation to our assessors and any conflicts they may have in relation to those projects.
The assessors, not the.
That's
not
right.
Those. Okay, so the list came to you from the Premier's office after the election.
Correct.
But any conflicts of interest that may exist between candidates and the projects is not within your remit to look at.
That's correct. Yes.
Right. So there's an
Yep.
assumption that was done by the Premier's office beforehand,
Or I
don't know?
couldn't tell you. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But it's just that's an important point. So in terms of any sort of probity advice that might come, it's only if the assessor sees an issue with it, not, for instance, if a candidate allocated money to an organisation with which they were involved.
I think, yeah. I think also that there is an opportunity for the Special Minister of State himself, if he wanted to do further work around probity, he has that option available to him as well.
Has he utilised that option?
I couldn't tell you at this point. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think Ms. Maher's been clear, but just to reiterate it, the conflicts of interest that our probity advisors will be looking at would be in the case of the assessors or the decision maker, because there's a separation between those who may have nominated those projects, the assessor, and then the decision maker. And the concern of our probity advisors would be around the conduct of the assessors and the decision maker.
Right.
Can I also, one thing I forgot to add, and
as
my
much as you can tell me.
colleague Kate Boyd would probably be able to explain this better than me because she's sort of the architect of the grants guidelines. But I think what their principle is and what it envisages is that we're using a merit assessment process. We're assessing for community benefit, which helps kind of, I guess, sort out any potential around private benefit. I don't know, Kate, whether you wanted to add anything to that around how the grant guidelines is applied in this case.
Well, just that there was a question about transparency that was raised in the previous session, and as you know, under that grants guide, all advice from government to the ministerial decision maker is made public if the ministerial decision maker makes a decision that's different to that recommended by the agency. So there is a high degree of transparency around the benefits and of these grants and their public value, which is in keeping with the spirit of the guide.
Sure. I mean, I guess the point I'm trying to understand, though, is that no one's disputing that these aren't worthy projects that may have been nominated. I guess the question is more around how did these projects be the ones that were chosen, particularly when there's very good community projects right across the electorates that weren't even given an opportunity to apply. And I think that's the sticking point where this probably differs from other grants that are open for public application and are assessed. It was a very targeted list of specific projects to be considered. But I appreciate that was the decision of the government, not for you as an agency. But that probity piece is something that I think is quite challenging. In terms of the money that will go to local councils, my understanding is if there wasn't a certain amount of fund or the full 400,000 wasn't allocated to certain projects, then the leftover would be divided evenly between councils in that LGA. Is that the methodology?
I think, and I'll double check the actual methodology. I think it's sort of weighted depending upon how much of an electorate is in a local government area.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if the candidate or MP had put forward a particular local government area and that already got the bulk of the money already, that's classed as a separate allocation than the general one that local government areas are getting?
I might need to check that. I apologise.
Yeah. Well, I used the Dubbo example this morning.
Yes.
They got the bulk of the money.
Yep.
There were 2 local government areas in that electorate that get nothing.
Yeah.
And so I'm just not sure how the processes are if the project that was nominated was money for a council already by a particular candidate.
No, understood. I'm happy to take on notice.
That would be great.
And maybe just by clarification, and I think you're using this colloquially, but they haven't got that money and it hasn't been allocated to them yet because the decisions haven't yet been made.
Sure,
They may have been nominated in that direction, but
So no decisions have been made?
Some projects have been, so we're doing them on a rolling basis, and some decisions have been made by the Special Minister of State, and then in accordance with the grants guidelines, they will be published online within 45 days. So,
Ms. Boyd, do you see an issue which arises where grants are able to be made, but the community doesn't know that they're available to be applied for?
I think that what you're talking to goes to the difference between an open and competitive grant process or a closed non-competitive grant process.
Correct.
And both are legitimate pathways under the grants guide. It's recognised that it is the prerogative of executive government to allocate funds, that is their job.
See, even on the basis of a closed grant process, you don't see any probity issue or in respect of a making of a grant where one potential community organisation only knows about it, but no one else can apply for it.
I don't think it's a probity issue, it's a policy question. And it goes to, the government's decision in making those commitments and designing that grant program. And that's a question for the electorate to make a judgment about, not for public servants to...
Well, only if the electorate knows the circumstances in which the grants are being made available.
Well, I think they will, because the grant guides...
They will, but they weren't at the time.
Yeah.
I think to the point of my colleague, I know that there are many elected members of Parliament who have no detail as to what these projects are in their electorate. Some have been told because they've been approved, they get a subsequent letter, but they have community members asking them about whether their grant will be successful. They don't even know that a grant application had gone in. Other colleagues have been told there's 6 projects in your electorate, but no detail as to what they are. I think this is challenging, particularly when you've got members looking at things like community building partnerships. So while I respect, Ms. Boyd, that it's not your fault, for lack of a better term, there hasn't really been a lot of transparency around this because we don't know which grants have been put in, we don't know which ones have been approved, we don't know the probity, and I think that's concerning members of the community. So in terms of the timing of when information will be made available, is it possible for the committee to get a list of those that have been approved already? Is that something that could be provided today?
And they definitely will be published.
But not for 45 days? Or?
Yeah, do you mind if I just check? I'll have to check that with the Special Minister of State's portfolio.
Sure.
Yeah, so thank you.
But you do have, do you not, Ms. Maher? You've got a complete list already on your desk?
Yeah, I think I guess I appreciate that the committee's interested in that complete list, and I don't mean to sound like I'm being overly bureaucratic about it, but the process is such that those projects still need to be assessed, and so the reason that list hasn't necessarily been provided in whole to date is because we don't want to preempt the decision-making process.
Well, I don't know.
But
you could provide the list.
Yeah, and I'm happy to take that on notice as well. I know the Premier was happy to consider that too. So I guess I just wouldn't mind testing from a legal or assessment process whether that poses any problems in that respect.
And you could identify the ones that are yet to be approved so as not to give people an undue...
I guess that's right. As I say, can I take it on notice though, just to make sure that we're not sort of setting a course that might in some way
Draper,
prejudice the determination.
In relation to that, when the member for Davidson lodged a gipper in respect of this list, the response which came back to the member for Davidson was that this list was cabinet in confidence. Was that wrong?
I couldn't comment on that, but the decision maker for that gipper would have considered the status of that information, and they would have made that determination on the basis of the information that they had to hand.
But even on whatever guidelines we're looking at, it was never cabinet in confidence material, was it?
Again, I couldn't comment on whether it's been to Cabinet or not.
Ms Boyd, do you take the view that this material should have been referred to as Cabinet in confidence?
I'm not sure the provenance of it either, so we'd have to take that on notice. I wasn't the decision maker in that particular application.
Would you do that? Because I can understand no rationale where this material, which was provided by the Premier's office and is now being assessed, is Cabinet in confidence.
It may have been some other public interest against disclosure that was relevant to the decision, not just a Cabinet claim, but we can take that on notice and provide that detail.
Just in relation to the guidelines for the program, and I haven't got a copy of them here, but my recollection of reading them was that this is about $400,000 per electorate to fulfil election commitments that were made for small projects. Is that basically correct?
That's right, yeah.
So if something's an election commitment, is it important that they were announced prior to the election?
I guess that's a matter for the parties. I don't know.
I suppose
General Counsel.
my point is, how are you as public servants sure that the projects that came to you on that list from the Premier's office have actually been committed prior to the election?
Sorry, that's part of the eligibility criteria. Yes.
Right. So so the eligibility criteria says they have to be election commitments.
That's correct. Yeah.
But does that mean they had to be publicly announced?
I'm not actually sure about that.
Okay.
So I could take that on notice.
That would be
if there's
good.
a distinction between.
Yeah, because again, I know of many seats where there were no public announcements by any Labor candidates about what this money would be utilised for.
Yep.
Now certain projects are being funded. So again, it's just getting to that transparency, that probity piece, which I think is pretty important. In terms of and it might be not something you can answer, but what's the time frame anticipated for finalising which projects will be approved?
I mean, it could take some months, I guess. I'm kind of speculating a little bit there. So happy to take that on notice. But yes, we're working through them methodically, however, so not rushing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I think, Mr. Draper, you said before that some of these might be knocked back. What will be, I guess, the process? Will it just be the community groups told? Will the local member who was elected be told whether a project's being funded or not, even if they weren't in a position or asked to nominate any projects prior to the election?
They are. They will be.
Will they know what doesn't receive funding either, or which projects get knocked back?
So all of those decisions made by the Special Minister of State will be available online. So that's all transparent.
Okay, and that will happen 45 days after a decision is made on each project?
So I'll check for you about unsuccessful projects and notification of MPs. With regard to successful projects, that's right. I think it's within 10 days of the funding deed being signed, but I'll triple check that for you.
Okay.
And check and take on notice the question around unsuccessful projects, if that's okay.
And then, that's fine. And then in terms of the assessment, I think you said before, sort of value for the community and what they would do. Can you just talk through a little bit more what that criteria is, how it's weighted, how those decisions are being, or those projects are being assessed?
Yeah, okay. So the weighting, I'm not 100% sure how the assessment panel is weighting the criteria. Certainly, community benefit is. So the sorts of things that go into making those decisions, is that what you're sort of looking for?
Yeah, I'm just curious as to what
so obviously we're looking for data that shows that X commitment will help expand, access to community members, third-party endorsement, those sorts of things. Value for money, deliverability are the key criteria.
And is that part of the application process that the proponents had to put forward, how that would be?
Yes. So once they engage with our program office, we obviously provide them with application forms. We support them in helping them, find the right information, or at least guide them towards how they might respond to the criteria. Yeah, so pretty standard in terms of grants.
It's probably worth sort of just saying too that because these are fairly small grants, and the grants guidelines make clear that the way that we assess grants should be proportionate to the this value of the grant and the complexity of the grant. If it's quite a simple grant, then it's not likely to go into a very complex assessment process.
But just on that, Mr. Draper, so the Dubbo example that I used this morning is $396,000 to one council. I don't think that's a small amount with respect. I think that's quite a large, almost the entirety proportion of the $400,000 that was allocated to that electorate. So is there any difference between, say, the probity or the examination of a grant like that as opposed to, I think it was the remainder of that $4,000 went to U3A in Dubbo? Do they just get the same assessment? Is there any consideration of that differing amount of funding?
There's two different amounts of funding there. One's much greater than the other. But I think one of the other considerations would be the type of recipients for the grant. If you're allocating money from a state government to a local government, that's a less complex matter than awarding it to a private party or a community organisation that's outside of the whole of government sector.
Sure, but in that instance where the person who nominated that presumably was the Labor candidate who is also a councillor, on that specific council, would that get a second look at given the potential complexities around probity there?
I think your question's going back to your first question you asked about conflicts of interest in nominations. I think from the point of view from our assessors, they would take into account the complexity, the value of the grant, but also the type of recipient and generally speaking, state governments allocating money to local government is a less complex matter than allocating money to a private party.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. But though, in that instance, the assessors, I just want to be clear, the assessors won't know that the nominee of that project was also a councillor on that council. That's not part of the information that's been passed along. I'm telling you that now, it's in the paper, but that's not formally a part of what would be looked at.
And I'm not sure that we'd even want them to know that. I mean, we're asking them to evaluate those grants on the basis of the criteria in the guidelines.
Right.
That wouldn't be one of the criteria.
Okay.
Can I just, Ms. Boyd, are you aware of any other grant scheme where the people who have the ability to nominate for grants are not members of Parliament?
Yeah, I mean, there's a range of grant programs where applicants are community organisations or private individuals.
The applicants are, but a grant scheme which is a nomination scheme, where an external person starts nominating organisations.
Yeah, I think community. That's MPs, isn't it?
Maybe the Premier's discretionary fund is an
Sorry,
example.
which one?
The Premier's discretionary fund could be an example of that.
That's the Premier. The Premier makes that nomination. This is an external person who is not a member of Parliament, nominates an organisation for a grant.
Which is the reason why it goes through a rigorous assessment process, and there's separation between the person nominating, the person assessing, and the person making the decision.
Yeah, well, but I'm just curious, as we have, I could walk outside and get someone off the street to nominate someone for a grant, and what probity transparency process goes through that process?
I think, as Simon said, the grant is then assessed on its merits.
Yeah, well, you look at the actual recipient of the grant. You look at the recipient and sort of say, are they a worthy organisation? But don't you also have to have a look over here at who is nominating?
I don't know that you do. It's a matter for the government of the day to make that decision about how they want to design the program and who they want to hear from in terms of nominations. So, and I would also say, to the extent that the nominators here are MPs or candidates, they are subject to rigorous ethical obligations under the Members' Code of Conduct and under the ICAC Act. So I think there are measures in place to ensure probity insofar as the conduct is conduct of MPs or candidates.
Can I just pick up on that though, Ms. Boyd? And if you're a candidate who isn't a local councillor, if you're just a,
Sorry, if I might just jump in there. Your time has expired, but the crossbench here doesn't have questions, so we'll just roll on with your questions.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. If you're just sort of a community person who happens to be a candidate for a political party, what probity check would there be on that? And again, I'm not in any way trying to reflect on any candidates, but I used an example this morning of a candidate in the seat of Clarence who one of the funding applications went to his former employer. What kind of probity or other codes of conduct would someone like that be captured under?
Well, I think as a candidate, obviously someone who's a prospective public official is subject to the corrupt conduct regime in the ICAC Act. So to the extent that that would constitute, a breach of public trust or corrupt conduct, it might be an issue that, if you have an allegation like that, it would be, appropriate to refer that and to deal with it that way rather than, I think, through the department's merit-based assessment process for the individual program.
So can I just be clear on that? And that's your advice to the government?
No, it's not. I don't know the facts that you're referring to. I'm just speaking in general terms.
Yeah, but your advice to the government would be that in the event that there were issues relating to a breach of a conflict of interest by a candidate, that is something which should be referred to ICAC?
No, not necessarily, not at all. I mean, I think what I'm saying is there are robust integrity frameworks in place in New South Wales for both MPs and for aspiring MPs.
Well,
you would need to assess, the facts against those. But I'm not aware of any.
But you've raised the issue of potential referral to ICAC if in circumstances where a person who is given an opportunity of nominating for grants makes nominations, election commitments in respect of those grants, which may in fact benefit or have some benefit to them or organisations with which they are associated.
Well, I think that's a matter of that would be in dispute. I don't know that there is any private benefit there, and that would be a matter for.
But if there was that level of conflict, not private benefit, but a serious conflict of interest between the nomination and the organisation receiving, the nominator and the organisation receiving the grant, that could be a matter for appropriate referral to ICAC.
Look, I think in this case, the candidate's not the decision maker, as Simon said, so there's no relevant public duty that would sort of be in play here for that candidate. And that's I think the biggest safeguard in the process is that there is a separate decision maker and a separate assessment of that process. So there's very little likelihood of a true conflict arising in this case.
Well, except if the conflict wasn't disclosed.
I'm not sure that I can agree with that, and as I said, I don't really understand the facts of this case very well, other than what's been raised at a high level in this session today. But I would just say, look, if you have allegations or concerns, any member is able to refer those to the ICAC.
Just coming back to the amounts going to local governments when the full allocation hadn't been distributed to other projects. My understanding is I think it's for parks and playgrounds is the criteria.
Correct. Yep.
So if a council had received money for something else and wanted to, there's no cause to look at other projects that they can only spend it on parks and playgrounds? They can't put forward a different project
of the
idea
unallocated. Yes, I mean that's the decision exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then my understanding is that the parks and playgrounds element of it, there could be potentially input from now elected members of parliament for that feedback to work with councils. Is that correct?
There is a process whereby they work together. Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's separate to the other part of the allocation because there are elected members of parliament
That's
from
right.
the coalition that weren't able to put forward projects for at least some of that money. Really, only if there's leftover money, they might be able to talk to local councils about it. So it's
That's
a bit
on the
hard,
parks
bit
and
of a
play
half
on
measure.
the parks and playground aspect.
Right.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just going back to under the administration guidelines, of course, Ms. Boyd, there is supposed to be risk mitigation guidelines prepared. Is that not right?
I think you have to assess risk, but as Simon said, it's in proportion to the amount of the grant.
Well, was there documentation prepared in relation to that?
I have to throw to Kate Maher on that.
So we have a probity. I've got it in front of me. There's a probity plan in detail.
Could you
That's correct.
provide a copy of that?
I'm happy to take advice if I can provide it, and I'll definitely come back to the committee.
So that's the guidelines provided pursuant to section clause 6.1.5
I'll check
of
that,
the
yeah.
guidelines.
Happy to check that.
You're talking about, so there are specific guidelines
There's the
for this
guidelines.
program that they're published.
Yeah.
That's separate from the grant administration guidelines.
Well, no, this under the grant administration guidelines, documentation and risk mitigation of one-off ad hoc grants has got to be prepared. Has that documentation been prepared?
Yes, and I think that's right. There is a
And
probity
this is
plan.
the specific documentation
Yeah, and I'll find out if
pursuant to that clause.
I think we should clarify whether this will
clarify
be
it.
treated as an ad hoc one-off grant. This is a grant program with its own program guidelines and assessment process. So it's not a one-off.
But we
ad hoc.
asked the Special Minister of State a question about that in the last parliamentary sitting week, and my recollection is he said it was an ad hoc and
An
They
ad
are
hoc
they
one-off
are
grants.
ad hoc one-off
Yeah.
grants because they're not competitive. That's right.
Yeah.
But I think what you're saying, Simon, is
There's a set of unlike many other of those one-offs. This one's got a program guidelines overlaid on top of it.
Well, but it does fit within the ad hoc one-off.
It may well
We
be.
don't.
I was
It's
only
not going to
raising-
be again next year and the year after.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I was only raising the question about whether it would be treated like that. It's
Well,
slightly
the
different to a
Special
one-off.
Minister of State has identified
I'll
that it is
accept his-
treated as that.
I'll accept his
So, assuming that
interpretation.
it is, I would expect that there to be the relevant guidelines
Yeah.
prepared pursuant to clause 6.1.5
So there
of the...
are guidelines that are published, and there's also supporting material as well around that with regard to probity plans, etc. So the guidelines are published, and I'm very happy to take on notice whether I can provide the committee with any of the other documentation.
Ms Dobbins, lovely to see you.
You too, Mr. Chair.
In relation to the bargaining parameters for pay rises for public servants, what productivity enhancements have been identified in respect of pay increases for teachers?
I believe the Premier addressed this morning, but there's a number of processes in place in education to identify productivity improvements for teachers and for schools.
Well, from your knowledge, in terms of the bargaining parameters for the individual department when they were negotiating with the Teachers Federation, did those bargaining parameters include productivity enhancements?
As you know, I can't disclose the discussions of a Cabinet committee, so I don't have that material in front of me. I'd need to take on notice the detail of those parameters and get advice on what can be released in the public domain.
Well, so there would have been a set of bargaining parameters. Do you agree with that?
I'm nervous about discussing what has happened at Cabinet, but generally speaking, when negotiations occur between public sector agencies and unions, parameters are agreed, yes.
Well, were you involved, or did you have any involvement in relation to the discussions which existed between Mr. Gavrolatos, the Treasurer, and the Minister for Education relating to reaching an agreement in relation to the Teachers' Award?
No, I did not.
Well, was it part of the bargaining parameters that the Teachers' Federation would receive a first-year award, and what was the amount, do you recall?
Vary between 4 and 12%.
Between 4 and 4.5% the first year, and then sorry, I think it was in the first year it was a 10% increase, but thereafter it would be 0 in the previous years. You aware of that?
I'm aware of what's reported in the press about the agreement that was made, yes.
And then it subsequently, the final negotiation, which was in fact settled upon, was a graduated amount for first-year teachers and a further amount for five-year teachers. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you're aware of that?
Yes.
And you would have been party to documenting that agreement?
Not documenting the final agreement, no, because of course the agreement's between the employer and the Federation.
And the 2.5% which has been agreed for each of the following years, you're aware that that agreement has also been reached with the Teachers Federation?
There's a heads of agreement, yes.
Yeah, heads of agreement. Has that been approved, by the way, by the Industrial Commission?
I'm sorry, I'll have to take that on notice. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I assume it has been. I think the payrolls are already flowing, so you would assume.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Assume that it has been approved. So as you sit here today, for all the industrial agreements which are currently being negotiated and the bargaining parameters which have been agreed to by the government in relation to those public sector wage increases, do any of them or all of them contain productivity requirements as part of the entering into an award?
As you're aware, there's many employee groups whose awards expire over the next several months, and they're all at different stages of discussion and negotiation. And I'm not across the detail of all of them. I'm sorry.
Well, which one is the next one coming up for negotiation?
I think I've got that information somewhere in here. I think it might be something in transport, but I'll have to take that on notice.
And are there productivity enhancements in relation to that award?
I'm not aware, sorry.
You're not aware?
Well, that one, I think the one that Ms Dobbins is referring to, the expiry is the 1st of May next year, so there's some time before those negotiations be advanced and completed.
Well, in respect of the agreement being reached with nurses and midwives, were there productivity enhancements or outcomes negotiated in relation to that award?
Sorry, do you mean the current
Yes.
one-year agreement?
Correct.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr Tudor. Hope I don't have that information in front of me for all the different bargaining groups.
Well, you're aware, aren't you, that that in the government's position before the election was that all public sector wage increases were over and above the current settings which were in place would be met with productivity savings.
Yes, I recall.
So, given that that's the commitment of the government, you're sitting here telling us today that in the negotiation process you can't tell us about any productivity enhancements or savings that are made as part of the negotiating positions with each of the public sector unions.
I'm not saying, to be clear, I'm not saying there are no productivity improvements. I'm saying that
identify some.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order's been taken.
The witness is saying that she's not across all bargaining streams. She's undertaken to provide some answers on notice.
Well,
it's becoming rather repetitious, Chair.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's no point of order.
Yeah, I don't uphold that point of order. But the member, if Mr Tudor would allow that, just then, Ms Dobbins to
answer. I'm happy for you to answer.
What's that?
I said, sorry, I'm not the chair, it was just...
It's a reflex.
Anyway, you've had a bit of time to think about that now. So, are you aware in respect of any of the agreements which have been entered into? And these were within your province. You're aware of any productivity savings which constitute the agreements which have been entered into?
As I said, I don't have the detail in front of me for each of the agreements that have been made, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
And in taking that on notice, would you then identify each agreement and the productivity savings which are made as part of that agreement?
I'll see if I can get that detail, yes.
We're very interested in the detail. Just for the purposes of identifying, how do you say, or what do you identify as potentially the definition of a productivity saving?
Just order. I'm not sure that public officials are compelled to give opinion. Are you asking for an opinion?
Well, no. Taking a point of order on that, Chair.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not asking for an opinion. The witness, in fact, is responsible for the negotiation and setting of the parameters relating. Well, the government sets the parameters, but in negotiating the outcomes in respect of public sector wage
Well,
agreements.
maybe you could reframe the question. You did say you, how you,
Yes, sir.
so maybe the agency.
Yeah, well,
So I'm happy to answer in generalities.
yeah, in fact, it'll
Chair,
in general terms.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
please do.
it's probably important to clarify or re-clarify that I am not the decision maker nor the employer for all the bargaining arrangements across the different public sector agencies in New South Wales. That is a role for the employer. So I have a coordination role, but I don't have insight into the detail. What I would say in relation to productivity is understanding of productivity in the public sector is broader than just financial costs and savings. There's broader issues at play, and we're working very hard across all government departments to help them identify things that might benefit essential services, the community, the agencies, the public sector unions, all the parties, to find improvements in this next bargaining round.
Yeah, but in terms of the actual government's commitment to find productivity savings, that's a narrower compass than the definition you just gave. So that actually does translate to dollar savings, does it not?
That's not my understanding, no.
Well, the way that the government has expressed its view relating to the funding of public service wage outcomes, they are looking for dollar equivalents out of savings, are they not?
No, I don't believe so. So there's a difference. The current government commitment is around an interest-based bargaining system and identifying productivity gains, as opposed to the former government's approach, which was achieving employee-related cost savings.
Yeah, well, I will set out, read to you what, in fact, the government committed to in relation to the commitment made, in fact, by the government was that it would be budget neutral. Are you aware that they used that expression?
That's my recollection, yes.
Yeah, in fact, in the ALP wages policy costing request to the Parliamentary Budget Office says this: the budgetary effect of this policy is that existing targets as presented in the current budget will be maintained as a baseline, and any remuneration increases beyond this will be linked to productivity improvements. So that's going to be a dollar figure that they want to be able to identify, is it not?
No, I don't think that's quite what it's saying. I think it's going to be globally budget neutral.
Anyway, you'll provide the list of agreements and the productivity improvements which constitute parts of those agreements.
I'll take that on notice, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, thank you for being here. Been waiting a while to be asked a question. It's okay, it's good. Were you involved in the conducting of the Broadmeadow Governance Review?
I was.
And who did you take evidence from?
Actually, we spoke to quite a few people. I think it was 5th of August we commenced the review, and it was a very short review, but looking at the governance framework around decision making in the Broadmeadow investigation area. We spoke to a range of stakeholders across New South Wales government agencies that were involved, obviously Department of Planning and Transport and other New South Wales government agencies. Spent a lot of time talking to Newcastle Council as well about that.
So, you didn't, in fact, for the purposes of that review, interview the Minister for Planning?
I didn't speak to the Minister for Planning, but we had others conducting the review. So,
did anyone speak to the Minister for Planning?
I can't answer that question today. I certainly didn't, but I'm happy to come back to you with an answer if someone involved in the review did.
Did you or anyone else that you know of speak to the to any other ministers relating to the extent to which they may or may not have been lobbied in relation to various projects which may have been impacted by the Broadmeadow review?
Oh, no, the review scope was very clearly forward-looking.
Yep.
It was to have a look at the governance and the processes for stakeholder engagement and other things around future decisions around the Broadmeadow area, and make sure that that we could be confident that those processes were, adequate, the right sort of processes in place to support effective decision making.
So I think what you're telling me is that this wasn't a review to ascertain whether anything inappropriate had occurred, but this was just a review to make sure that there were robust measures in place for the purposes of making sure that the projects were being properly assessed on their merits.
Yeah, that's right. That's how I describe it. It wasn't backwards looking, it was forwards looking.
Mr. Tudor, your time has expired. Do you have many more questions?
Plenty.
Well, I'll propose, because in the absence of the crossbench having any questions, I'll allocate another 5 minutes before that we then adjourn.
I thought we were on till 3:30. Doesn't the resolution in the House say we need to close?
Oh, they get another 20. Apologies. You've got another 20 minutes. So, sorry.
All good?
All good, sorry.
All good.
He was just hitting his stride. Come on.
Sorry.
It was my lucky
As
day.
you were in a flow state, I could tell.
He was.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the absence of any examination of potentially the involvement of the member for Newcastle, the Broadmeadow review gives no assurances that nothing inappropriate had occurred in respect of his involvement in any of the decisions which had already been made.
Yeah, that was not in scope of the review. At that point, the Premier had already referred these matters to ICAC, and that was the appropriate place to consider those questions. The scope of this review was pretty clearly forward-looking to make sure the decision-making and governance structures were appropriate for the process going forward.
Right, just going forward. So it didn't look at past decisions which had been made?
We didn't look at any past decisions. It was about the forward structures for decision-making. And I can confirm that we didn't speak to the Minister for Planning as part of the review, but we spent a lot of time, obviously, with people from the Department of Planning about how that process would work.
So, just for the abundance of thoroughness, the Broadmeadow Governance Review, or did the Broadmeadow Governance Review find that undisclosed property holdings relating to the former minister did not impact on the decision processes?
That question wasn't in scope of the review.
It was never there. So, and there's no finding in relation to whether his that the members' property holdings may or may not have been impacted by that previous decision making.
That's right. There was no finding in that regard.
Yeah. So, other than the Broadmeadow Governance Review, has the Cabinet Office been involved in any other review or assessment of the damage or good governance that may have been done by Mr. Krakenthorpe's involvement?
No, I haven't. We haven't had any other involvement other than, obviously, the role that our team plays in supporting the Premier in matters to do with the Ministerial Code of Conduct.
Yeah. Has the position which you're now occupying, has that been advertised? The Secretary of the Cabinet Office?
I believe it was advertised earlier in the year,
Okay.
and at this stage I've been asked to act in it for a 6-month period.
Yep.
And it's no further advertising's been done yet.
Yep. Back to you, Ms. Storms. What are the current wage settings for the New South Wales Government?
Do you mean what is the current
Wages
wages
policy.
policy? There's no wages policy that sets out a standard percentage pay increase for the public sector beyond the announced 4% plus superannuation.
Well, is it the case that on the Cabinet Office website at the moment that the Premier's Memorandum M2205, which is the previous government's wages policy, is still showing as being active?
Is that the Premier's memorandum that discusses the process and the concurrence of the Minister for Industrial Relations?
No, it's the memorandum relating to the 3%, 3% and then the 3.5% for productivity enhancements, which was set. I think in June last year, May last year.
If that is still live and active on the Cabinet Office website, it shouldn't be. I can look into that, but that's not the current government's approach, no.
So what you do tell me then, there is no current wages policy?
There is a wages policy. It just doesn't have... every agreement is not subject to the wages regulation of 3.5%.
So what is the wages policy?
The wages policy is an interest-based bargaining approach where parties come together, discuss mutual gains and benefits.
So it's all based on bargaining parameters?
It's all based on bargaining and discussions, yes.
So just to help the committee, is what is the process, and I might have some knowledge of this, but what you might tell me again, what is the process for the bargaining parameters being set?
So the process is very similar to under the former government, where the parties discuss, as I said, the issues of agreement and the issues maybe where there's no agreement, and employers, as in public sector agencies, need to go to government to get approval for final offers that might be made in each of those negotiations.
Mr. Draper, why was there no budget outcome statement in the budget papers this year?
Mr. Tudhope, I'm not responsible for producing the budget papers, so I couldn't tell you the answer to that question.
Well, in your capacity as the Secretary of the Premier's Department, were you consulted as to the wisdom of that decision?
I wouldn't expect to be consulted on that. The budget papers are produced by Treasury, as you know, and the Treasurer, introduced into Parliament, and I wouldn't expect to have been asked what the contents of the budget papers should be.
Well, can I just take you to have you got the budget papers in front of you?
I've got budget paper 2.
Budget paper number 1.
Oh, I've got number 1, sorry.
Has anyone got a copy of budget paper number 1?
Number 2 here.
Because I want to take you to the budget papers relating to the Premier's office.
Is this a precedent?
No one's got a
Having
copy of the
budget
budget
papers
papers.
At a budget
estimate.
Well, I have one.
I had them all yesterday.
We've
I
got
didn't
it.
bring them.
Oh, we've
got
got
it.
budgets are full.
Yeah, that's what estimates are for.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can you go to page A5-9?
Yes.
And you'll see there's an allocation for funding for the small commitments allocation to provide grants of $400,000 for fair distribution in each of the 93 electorates. You see that there?
I do.
So how much of the allocation there, you'll see the total expense is $99.6 million.
That's over a 5-year period?
Yep, over the 5-year period.
Mm.
So you've got the funding for the small, the material measures includes the small business allocation. And then you've got an allocation for treaty. And we know the Premier has spoken about $5 million. And there is an additional funding program for the Stolen Generations Keeping Place program. And I think that's $3.4 million, is that right?
I could check that in my notes, but
I think that's the figure that has been allocated for that. So that totals about $48.6 million, those three figures. They are the measures, in the measures statement for the Premier's department. We're trying to get to 99.6. How's the balance being spent?
I'll have to get a breakdown on the balance, but yeah, they would be these most significant elements. That's why they're referred to as the material measures. But yeah, I can take that on notice.
But you are able to give that, aren't you? The 99. If that figure exists there should be a breakdown of how that figure is arrived at. Should there not?
I've said I'll take it on notice.
Yeah. No, I don't expect you to have that detail in front of you, but I do expect you to have an expectation that you would be able to provide it.
Most certainly.
Yeah, and in respect of most of the other measures statements, which go to the formulation of the budget, the relevant minister should be able to identify, in relation to expenses, how the figure is being arrived at. That makes common sense, you would have thought. The measure statement also lists, presumably, as a decrease in expenditure, departmental and agency contributions. That's again in the last line, including advertising, consultants, travel, legal, senior executive and labour hire expenses.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be a reduction in previous year's expenses, so you should be able to identify, should you not, the amount of reductions which you would perceive in relation to those areas.
Agreed.
And I would expect you would be able to provide me with a dollar figure in relation to the estimate reduction or savings that you would be able to make.
Yeah, we have a number of areas we're trying to make savings, that's for sure.
Can I just go back to you, Mr. Murphy? There was a statement put out by the Premier's office, and based on your understanding of the Broadmeadow review, and the statement said this: the review found undisclosed property holdings relating to the former minister did not impact on decision-making processes or governance relating to the Broadmeadow project. So do I understand from what your evidence today is that that statement is wrong?
Can you're saying that's a... Sorry,
Well, I'm just saying that the manner in which your review, or the review, has been interpreted is this: the review found undisclosed property holdings relating to the former minister did not impact on decision-making process or governance relating to the Broadmeadow project. You've told us today, have you not, that you didn't even consider that?
Yeah, I don't know the statement that you're referring to, but certainly that, the scope of the review was forward-looking and didn't look back into particular decisions, but the nature of the view was to say, are there robust governance and probity arrangements in place around decisions around the Broadmeadow investigation area? And the finding was that the appropriate mechanisms were in place.
Well, there's some level of inconsistency in relation to that, but anyway, we will. So I just wanted to clear that issue up. Just going back to you, Mr. Draper, I just want to be absolutely clear that what you are taking on notice is that you will provide us with a breakdown of the $99.6 million, including the savings, including the savings measures which have been made, and provide a breakdown of how that 99.6 plus the saving measures has been arrived at.
Yeah, so we have savings measures that amount to between $2.5 to $3 million a year over the forward estimates period, where you can provide that for sure.
Yeah, that's
Do you want to do the...
No. Well, I'm loath to go down this place. I think I already know the answers to a lot of these questions. I don't know what you're going to say, Ms. Boyd.
I'll have a crack anyway.
Well, I don't think you will have a crack, but Ms. Boyd, in the Ministerial Code of Conduct, it provides that a minister who becomes aware of any such gift or hospitality must promptly disclose it in writing to the Secretary of the Department. What is your definition of promptly?
Without undue delay, I think is the dictionary definition.
Yeah, thank you. And I suppose undue delay, varies according to whatever circumstances
I would agree with that, yes.
a particular decision is being made. What would you consider in relation to a minister receiving a gift would be an undue delay?
It would really depend on the circumstances, I think.
So, if I can take you in a different area, the Transport Minister owns 2 properties, one that is within 300 metres and one that is 50 metres from the Sydney Metro City and South West line, or 500 metres, should I say, of the South West line. The Minister has said in Parliament that property owners close to the Metro line will see an uplift in property values. Are you aware of that circumstance?
I'm aware that the Minister has disclosed residential property holdings.
Yep.
Yes.
So did she seek legal advice from you in relation to how that should be managed?
I'm not in the practice of disclosing confidential
I knew you
legal
would say
advice
that.
in these
I told you
forums.
that.
Kind of knew the answer.
But I would refer you to the Minister's really good explanation, I thought, in Parliament about the fact that the Code recognises that members of Parliament will derive a community benefit from certain government decisions, and those are not conflicts of interest. So where the relevant benefit is shared by a broad demographic group, and the Member of Parliament is one of that group, that will not be a private benefit for the purposes of assessing conflicts of interest.
Well, I'm not asking you to disclose the advice you may have given, but I'm only asking whether she has sought the advice. And I think you can disclose that.
No, I don't think that would be my role here, but I mean, you're more than welcome to ask the Minister, and I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah. Have you given advice to any other ministers with property interests?
I think the Cabinet Office's role in that regard is well established.
Thank you. Did you ever advise a minister that they should remove themselves from decision making and require another minister be given authority to act, or require another minister to attend meetings? Have you given that advice in respect of any minister to date? Current and former ministers would that is one option for managing potential conflicts under the code. So I just wonder, ministers make disclosures of financial interests. When you get those disclosures of financial, what do you do with them?
The Premier is briefed on all matters that require a decision by the Premier.
Yeah.
So our role is to prepare that briefing and to provide advice to the Premier on those disclosures and any issues that might arise from them.
Well, I was going to say, but ministers can also seek advice from you, Ms. Boyd, as well, in terms of the best way to manage those conflicts, potential, perceived or otherwise.
Yes, that's part of our role in assisting the Premier with the day-to-day administration of the code, I would say. Yeah.
But when you receive, and I assume you've received it in respect of each individual minister, their declaration of interests, and in relation to those declaration of interests, you would have formed a view about whether alarm bells should be ringing in respect of some of the things contained. And you prepare a brief.
We prepare a brief in the normal course,
But
even if there are no issues, just so that the Premier's informed of
Do you
disclosures.
also form a view about whether alarm bells are ringing in relation to certain or other disclosures?
Look, we provide full and frank advice based on the information in front of us.
Mr. Draper, in relation to the manner in which the Premier's... are ministers given charter letters?
That's probably a question better directed, I think, to the Cabinet Office.
Well, Mr Murphy?
Yes.
They are given charter letters. Are those charter letters available?
I haven't seen those charter letters myself. I don't know if they're available. Can I get a view?
They're not proactively released. Some of them, as you would appreciate, some of them may or may not contain matters relating to Cabinet deliberations or agendas. So to that extent, they would not be routinely made public.
And I take it that the charter, which is one, I'm aware that Ms Higginson is here, and if you have
already stolen all my time. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's fine.
In relation to the charter letters, they do set out the Premier's priorities, I assume?
Yes, they set out what the Premier's expectations are in relation to that Minister's portfolio.
Are you saying to me you can't produce the charter letters issued to individual ministers?
We'd have to assess each one on its face, I would think, just as to whether or not there was a public interest against disclosure of that.
Can you take that on notice as to whether you can produce the charter letters for each minister in the current government?
Thank you, Mr Tudorhope. Ms Higginson, do you have some questions?
I do, thank you, Chair. Hello, all. I would like to just for a moment focus in on Mr Ken Henry's review.
Ms Higginson, could I ask that you speak into the microphone for the benefit of the
I've got a soft voice.
hearing challenge members of the committee and for Hansard, because I'm struggling to hear you over there.
Modulate. Okay, I will do my best and I will lean forward.
Thank you.
Could we just focus on the environment just for a moment? Ken Henry tabled a report a couple of months ago that basically said our entire environmental legal system is failing, and that gave a very compelling case for how if we don't do something we're going to have serious impacts, possibly 50% of GDP, because of the impacts that it's going to have on commercial enterprises and so on. The Minister committed to a whole of government response. Can I ask what Premier's or Cabinet is doing about that? I haven't, and I say this on the basis that I can't find anything in the budget, notwithstanding Henry tabled the report in Parliament before the handing down of the budget.
I might answer
Thank
the question.
you.
One of the functions of the Cabinet Office is to bring agencies together around policy matters that impact across multiple agencies across government, to help come together a collective view for ministers to consider and ultimately for those positions to go to Cabinet for consideration. And so with something like that, no doubt we will be working with agencies across government to bring a sort of a whole of government package of advice together around that review.
Okay, so that has that started? Is really what I'm saying. Have we made steps to do that, or is that something? Is it a priority? Is something happening?
Well, I know that the government is considering the review, and we're certainly talking to a number of agencies about that.
And so with that, will the process, how will the process go, like in terms of the driving his recommendations? Is that something, how will that happen? I suppose that the gist is, it seemed very, very urgent and very big, and I suggest that's why the Minister said there would be a whole of government response. So I'm just, do we have a time? Can we expect something? What are the next steps?
Yeah, the time frame for responding to that will be a matter for the Minister to work with her colleagues on through the Cabinet process. So I
Sorry,
can't
just for
give
the
you a
benefit
timeline
of the
on that.
committee, well, which minister are you referring to?
This was the Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Energy, but she also issued a joint statement with the Minister for Agriculture as well, because there was actually two reports tabled at the same time.
Thanks.
It's probably worth just adding that, of course, one of the announcements of government in terms of machinery government changes is to create a Department of Climate Change, Environment, Energy and Water. So the Minister, so that's a significant change to the way government's structured in pursuing those outcomes.
Thank you. And can I also ask, earlier sorry, my seat's just decided to start moving down by itself. Earlier the Premier was confused about the existing legal climate change targets that we have in terms of emissions reductions. Is that, can I ask, is the Premier's Department and the Cabinet Office aware of what the current legal obligations are in relation to climate change and emissions reduction? And was he perhaps just a bit confused, or?
Yeah, I think the confusion might have arisen because it's part of the functions of the Net Zero Board, and they are to consider those objectives in providing advice to government. So there are a couple of steps. I think that's probably how that arose, but we can take that on notice and provide you with a clearer answer.
Thank you.
Reflected on it.
And so just on that, does the Net Zero Board, it reports to government? It actually reports to Premier's office?
My understanding of the governance around that board is not very detailed, but we'd be more than happy to take that on notice and provide you with a proper answer about.
Thank you. Because is Premier's office aware of how we're tracking with those objectives and targets that we currently have?
I think that would be a question for them, but we can certainly go away and have a look at the current status of it.
Okay, and is there somewhere that a member of the public can see where they are, how we're tracking in terms of those emissions reductions?
We can come back to you on that question as well. I'm not across the operation of that board myself. I've been in this role now for about 7 weeks and getting across the agenda, but I'm happy to look into that in detail and come back to you.
And I'm sure our colleagues in the planning and environment session will be able to give you a much better account of this than we're able to.
Okay. Is it something that perhaps you think Premier's Department should know about in terms of how we're tracking with our emissions reduction targets? Is that something that...
I'm not saying that our team don't know. I'm saying I personally don't know.
Right.
But happy to come back to you with some detail.
Thank you. That'd be great. Can I ask as well, do you have, in Premier's Department, is there protocols in place with the Premier's staff in relation to their interactions with other MPs' staff? Do you have kind of clear protocols on how they should or perhaps shouldn't interact with other staff in the precincts?
I'm not... Oh, yeah, go for it.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
There's a code of conduct that applies to ministerial staff that sets out their ethical and conduct obligations, and I'm fairly sure there's an obligation to treat everybody that they interact with respect.
And is that available? Is that
yes, it's public. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. That's all I really have to ask for now.
Thanks, Chair.
That's it?
Can I just answer a question that we took on notice so I don't have to come back in writing on it?
So I might have another one.
Please,
careful what you
please do. Please do.
It's just about that Gipper.
Yeah.
I think it was Mr. Cross's Gipper.
Yes. You're correct.
So that one was decided, and a number of documents have been made public on the Cabinet Office's disclosure log. The ones that were not released because of, or the list of commitments that my colleague Kate Marr was referring to in her evidence was not released, but it wasn't because it was a Cabinet document. It was released, it was withheld for other public interest reasons. And, that decision is subject to the review provisions in the GIPA Act. So if
So you're saying to me that if the letter which went to Mr. Cross was Cabinet in confidence, that was wrong?
I've got the letter here in the document. There were some documents that were refused on the basis of Cabinet, but not that list. The list was not a Cabinet document. It was refused for other reasons.
Yeah. Can I just clarify with your good grace, Mr. Chair?
You're fine.
Just for abundance of clarity, for the purposes of of assessing the probity relating to the making of these grants. There is an initial process where the member or the candidate is advised that they have an opportunity of making commitments up to $400,000. And then there is a further process which Ms. Marr conducts to actually assess the worthiness or otherwise of the grant should it actually be made. At that first stage, is there a code of conduct which applies to the candidate other than a general code to act ethically in relation to the manner in which they make promises in relation to the government's money?
Yes, so if the candidate is also an MP, the members' code would apply. If the candidate is not an MP, the point I made earlier was that they are still subject to the corrupt conduct regime that applies to all public officials, even prospective candidates. There's a provision in the ICAC Act that extends that regime to prospective public officials.
So if a prospective public official was promising government money and not disclosing a conflict of interest in relation to it, that could in fact breach that normal.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think you can. There are no rules around disclosure that are specific to candidates. I think it would really depend on the facts and circumstances as to whether or not any misconduct had occurred. But what I would say is that the point that I'm trying to make is that the appropriate body to consider these issues in New South Wales is the ICAC. So if you have a concern, it might be better if you raise that concern
we'll have
with them rather than us.
Yeah, no, we've got the Commissioner coming this afternoon, but I'm concerned though that you say to a candidate who's not already an MP, there's $400,000 and you can make commitments in relation to it, and there are guidelines or are general requirements that they do act in accordance with the guidelines which relate to public officials in respect of making those commitments.
Well, yeah, the laws, yes. They have to comply with the law.
And
lo and behold.
So they have to comply with the law, and the law may, in fact, well, and the Commissioner will no doubt tell us, but you would treat it on a case-by-case basis. But the law may, in fact, tell us that in making commitments in relation to the expenditure of government monies, there are ethical requirements which apply to those candidates.
I guess, yes. It's very, very broad,
It's a bit
general
woolly.
question, but
It's woolly because do candidates know about this? This is, I suppose, rhetorically I ask this is, do they know that when they are told by their political party's head office, go and make commitments up to $400,000, that there are in fact guidelines or behavioural requirements relating to the way you make those commitments?
I would hope all candidates for public office would be across their ethical legal obligations.
Well, I want to put a hypothetical question to you then, which you may not like again.
Mr. Tudor, public officials aren't required to express opinions according to the resolution.
We've got one of the best lawyers in the state here. In circumstances,
That's a great team as well.
My team are excellent.
Yeah, I know some.
in respect of a public a candidate standing for election who says, in respect of money I'm about to promise to you, go around and make sure that you tell everyone about the fact that I'm making this promise as part of my election campaign. Is that appropriate behaviour?
I think election commitments are a fairly well-established part of our democratic process. I couldn't say that on that basis there was anything untoward about that or...
Can I ask a question about when the new government came in, they instituted a new policy around the proactive release of documents under Standing Order 52. Can I just ask whether your office is receiving whether that is a good system or is appearing to be a good system, and whether that is assisting the government in its functions of transparency and accountability from an operations perspective?
It's certainly a very welcome development from my perspective, and I think the numbers sort of speak for themselves in terms of the volume of formal calls for papers that we're receiving in this term. The protocol has been adopted, pretty swiftly, I would say, by members, and there has been a good level of dialogue between agencies and MPs that are seeking the proactive release of government information, is my observation. And the Cabinet Office has been, active in that process as well. So, yeah, it's a very welcome development.
Good to know, because we're all playing by different rules, so it's good to know. Is it also is it a role if we are seeing relationships between government agencies where there might be disagreement and difficulty in those relationships, which then from those relationships appear to be thwarting the objectives of government? Where do we go with something like that? If that's, is there a role for Premier's office at that point to?
Well, that is one of the functions of the Cabinet Office, is to bring agencies together around ensuring alignment to delivering the government's priorities.
So can I tell you that there are disputes happening between environment and DPI, and that I would strongly suggest there needs to be some intervention, particularly when it comes to the management and regulation of the environment, particularly in the forest sector, where documents are revealing, really what I would suggest quite intractable relationships happening there that are causing, I would suggest, land use conflict on the ground, community conflict on the ground, wasted resources and money, court time, etc., and that there is some kind of intractability happening there, whether it's the interpretation of the laws and regulations, but it's not a good look, and it's certainly not in the public interest.
It's not unusual in a Westminster system of government that agencies, in rightly operating to pursue their portfolio objectives, sometimes there's a need to broker cooperation and alignment between agencies in doing those things, and that is a role that we play across government, and we're always in conversation with our colleagues in all portfolios around where those kind of issues arise. So I'm happy to take your feedback there.
Thank you. And what is the correct process to mobilise that kind of process in the public interest as a crossbencher?
The Minister would probably be the appropriate port of call to raise the issue with, and then depending on the circumstances, the Cabinet Office might convene, some sort of interagency group to deal with the issue where views are particularly polarised or positions are intractable on issues. But I think it's always appropriate to raise portfolio concerns with the responsible minister in the first instance.
Thanks, Ms Boyd. We've got a question now from Mr Nanva.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick one from me, just a follow-up to Ms Higginson's questions actually around SO52s for you, Ms Boyd. Just can you give the committee a breakdown of the number of SO52s and the volume of material, so documents,
I have
pages,
a handy note here. I was hoping someone would ask.
labour hours spent preparing them.
And compare that with the previous government.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And compare that with the previous government.
You weren't here, Bob, but
You got
trust
it
me,
broken
we've
down
got a long way to go to catch up to you guys.
So we know for sure that it's more than 1,190 hours so far. We don't have 1,190 hours of public official time dealing with orders for papers. That's not a definitive number because we don't have estimates for all of the orders because people don't have time to provide them.
That covers the period March to...
Yes, this term of government.
And then the previous year?
I don't have that to hand.
There isn't
Could you
that on
provide that
notice?
on notice?
It's
There
all a
isn't big
blur.
enough number.
There isn't.
Could you provide it on notice?
Yes, I think we could.
That'd be great.
There have been 20 orders for papers passed in the 58th Parliament, and we've returned 57 boxes of privileged and personal documents and 53 boxes of non-privileged documents, so a total of 110 boxes. And there have been 8 special requests for documents under the protocol since it was introduced.
So there would have been some under the previous government where one SO52 would have occupied the full 1,000 hours, would it not?
I don't know. I'd have
Some
to...
to education, I'm just
Young
told.
library was a lot of boxes. Ask Mick Veitch about that.
I've blocked it
Well,
out.
Mr. Nev, have you got any more questions on this?
There's just one more question.
Just one more question,
to
Mr. Tudhope.
Mr. Draper. You probably are aware of the evidence given in relation to the Josh Murray employment, and that was a merit-based employment process. Have you implemented any processes going forward to make sure that you, in merit-based selection processes, that you or whoever is conducting that process ascertain whether candidates have made political donations as a component of that employment process?
The short answer is no, but the more thorough answer would be that I haven't identified any reason to introduce such a process, and I haven't yet. Nothing's come before me that makes me.
Well, the
think
evidence in that inquiry was that Mr. Murray had in fact made political donations.
That's correct, but that doesn't give me cause to believe that I should, as a matter of course, introduce a system of asking potential candidates, whether they're secretaries or other levels of the public service, about their political affiliations or any prior political activities. In fact, I'd say that would be contrary to our values as public servants to do so.
Well, it may be just in terms of, though, a probity question is for the purposes of establishing whether they have made actual donations to a political party.
What we would ask about usually in the course of employment processes is whether any of the people on assessment panels have any conflicts of interest.
Yep. No, and that part of it is absolutely correct, but the actual candidate, no, you say?
I'm not sure. I'd have to think through, but it's hard to envisage how a candidate themselves has a conflict of interest in that process.
Well, if they're applying for a very high senior level public position.
But they're not a decision maker in that process.
No,
they're an applicant.
But I thought for the purpose of transparency it would be public interest to know whether they in fact that they have made a donation to a political party.
Look, I can see why you might say that. That the contrary view, which I expressed a moment ago, is that we don't want to start asking public servants about their political affiliations or views or any activities that they've undertaken in the past which might colour a merit-based process for recruitment, which is a requirement of the GSE Act.
God help if they're members of the Greens.
Kathy.
And donations are publicly disclosed in New South Wales anyway, I think, so there is transparency around, more than token donations already. So there's that.
Token?
Token.
Well, $1,000 I think is the threshold, so less than that.
It's token.
Well,
that's
I
okay.
mean, yeah.
All right, any more questions, Mr. Tudhope? None? None? All right, well, thank you very much for your evidence today to all the witnesses. We deeply appreciate you making the time to appear. The clerks will be providing you with a highlighted transcript, reminding you of all the matters that you've taken on notice. So once again, thank you very much for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Members, we will now have a short break and we will reconvene at 3:45. Thank you very much. The Portfolio Committee number 1 inquiry into the budget for 23-24. We'll very much appreciate you coming to give evidence today. All witnesses must be sworn in prior to giving evidence. So could you please state, beginning with on the left here, on my left, could all witnesses please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation. If we could begin over here.
Sure. Katharina Lowe, New South Wales Public Service Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
I'm Margaret Crawford, Auditor General for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Ian Goodwin, Deputy Auditor General for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
John Hatchis, Chief Commissioner of the Independent Commission Against Corruption. I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Darren Moy, Chief Executive Officer, Independent Commission Against Corruption. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
John Schmidt, Electoral Commissioner for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Matthew Phillips, Executive Director Corporate at the New South Wales Electoral Commission. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Rachel McCallum, Executive Director, New South Wales Electoral Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Paul Miller, New South Wales Ombudsman. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I, Peter Anthony Johnson, the Chief Commissioner of the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission, swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Anderson.
Christina Anderson, CEO, Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you to you all. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with you, Ms Lowe. In April of this year, there was a brief provided to you by the Acting Secretary, Peter Duncan, in relation to the process for the appointing of the new Secretary of Transport for New South Wales. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And in fact, there were two alternative approaches, a direct appointment or a merit-based selection process. That's correct, is it not?
Yes.
And Mr Duncan, following from that brief prepared by you, moved to the second alternative, a merit-based selection process. Is that right?
That's correct.
The process, according to the approved brief, included a comparative assessment, did it not, under Section 17 of the GSE rules?
That's not correct. So how it works for secretaries' appointments is there can be, as you've said, a direct appointment made,
yep.
And if a decision is made not to proceed down the direct appointment path, it does not trigger Part 3 of the GSE rules, and there is a lot of latitude in terms of what can be done. So the role may be publicly advertised,
yep.
Followed by a comparative assessment. There may be a closed merit process. There's a lot of room in terms of how, the path that can be proceeded down.
Well, With your knowledge in terms of how this particular process in relation to this particular application, how did it proceed?
So a decision was made to advertise the role publicly, to engage an executive search firm to conduct a national and global search for candidates, to have an assessment panel to shortlist candidates, and then to have an evaluation panel to interview candidates and make recommendations to go to Mr Duncan, Acting Secretary at the time of Department of Premier and Cabinet, and he then has the obligation of consulting with the Minister.
Yeah, and once the decision has been made to go down that process, there wasn't an opportunity, was there, to go back just to a direct appointment process once the decision had been made to go down the merit base?
I don't think that's correct. The rules don't preclude that. The decision was made at the beginning after, I guess, contemplating the options, that they would proceed down, an advertising path and a comparative assessment. But if for some reason, the candidates that came forward weren't appropriate, it is open to...
Yeah, but that would require the Secretary to actually make a decision. The candidates aren't appropriate.
Correct. But that's not what happened.
That never happened. So
that's right.
in relation to that process, it was never open to just abandon the merit-based process and just proceed to a direct appointment process.
Well, it didn't come up because, and it wasn't contemplated because there were appointable candidates.
Yeah. So you would agree that in the process which was in fact adopted, that the candidates were entitled to assume that they were being assessed on the basis of on the basis of their comparative merits. Is that right?
Yes, people would have known because the role was publicly advertised. They would have known the steps in the process, so they would have known that they were being assessed against other candidates and competing against other candidates.
And they would have had an expectation that would be done on the basis of comparative merit.
Yes, yeah.
And in fact, you may or may not be aware, but if you are aware, Mr Duncan, you may comment on this, has stated that, look, in the process this is what he was alleged to have said, I was at pains to say that we would not be ranking, that we'd be deciding whether we had suitable candidates, and I think that's consistent with your first observation, or not, and that it was my view that we would at least have one or two candidates to go forward to the Minister for consideration and comment. So, how does that observation sit with the Rule 17 relating to comparative assessment?
So Rule 17 doesn't apply to secretary appointments. There's a lot of latitude in terms of how...
Why do you say it doesn't apply?
Because the rule, subsection 4, says that provision does not apply, comparative assessment does not apply to secretary appointments. That doesn't mean comparative assessments can't be done, but that's a choice that's made.
The candidates made aware of that?
I don't know if they were told about rules.
Did you tell them?
Well, the conversations with candidates during the search process were with NGS Global.
Yeah, but you were part of the interview process. Were you discussing with any of the candidates that they were that Rule 17 didn't apply to them, and
so they knew they were being comparatively assessed. Certainly in the conversation or in the interview that I was in, there was no comment made that Rule 17 does not apply.
But they all worked on the assumption that this was a comparative assessment process.
Correct.
Yep.
The point I'm making is that Rule 17 is not automatically triggered if a decision is made not to make a direct appointment.
Is that the evidence you gave last year in relation to the Barilaro appointment?
That was a different situation. That was a Band 3 senior executive.
And you say that there are different standards which apply to...
Correct. So there's recognition in the legislative framework that secretary roles are different from other senior executive roles.
Well, the brief provides that the evaluation panel would provide a report outlining the relative merits of the candidates and rating each candidate as either highly suitable, suitable or not suitable. You're aware of that? That's the process?
Yes, I do recall that that's what the brief said, but having said that, it is completely up to the panel how they frame their report. whether they rank, whether they use descriptors. In this case, the panel decided to use descriptors and not ranking or putting numbers next to candidates.
Yeah, so they use suitable and highly suitable and those descriptors.
Yes, which is consistent with previous secretary recruitment I've been involved in. People are put against descriptors. So
where did the descriptor very suitable come from?
That is something that was drafted in the report. The report was drafted by NGS Global after they listened to the deliberations of the panel.
But it's not a descriptor which was provided for in your brief.
So I didn't prepare that brief. The brief outlined that that's how it could be described. But as I said, it's completely up to the panel how they frame their report.
So did you understand from the evaluation panel that the evaluation panel had in fact assessed Mr. Murray as less suitable than a candidate given a highly suitable?
So as Mr. Duncan said in his evidence before the other...
Which you've obviously read.
...committee, yes, I have. We thought both candidates were appointable. I think that the different descriptions reflect the different experiences that each of the candidates bring to the table, and those experiences are outlined in the panel's report.
Yeah, but there must be a difference between the two expressions, are there not?
Yes, there are, and I think that if you read the report, I think it reflects the different experiences that each of the candidates...
So one of them was ranked more highly than the other?
We didn't use a ranking. The word rank or ranking is not used in the report, and numbers are not used next to candidates'
Well,
names.
what's the difference then between the highly suitable and the very suitable?
So as I said, I think the report needs to be read as a whole, and it describes the experiences each of the candidates bring to the table.
So, I take it from that answer that there must be some background material upon which you would rely upon to, in fact, formulate a view of how that difference of expression was arrived at if it was not a ranking provision. So what was it that applied to Mr. Murray that made him very suitable, and what was it that applied to Benedict Colton that made her highly suitable, and that you would apply different descriptors to both of them?
So the matters that the evaluation panel took into account were the interview, a scenario which was given to candidates before they came to the interview and they had to present in response to the scenario. There were psychometric assessment and referee checks as well. So they were the matters that we took, or the elements we took into account, and they're reflected in the report.
Well, but you still haven't explained to me why the two different descriptors were applied.
The best answer I can give to that is you need to read the report as a whole, and I think it reflects the different experiences that the two candidates bring to the table.
And you say, though, that if I was to apply some sort of difference of interpretation to those two descriptors, there would be no difference, really.
Very little difference.
But there is a difference.
Very little difference. The panel thought both candidates were appointable.
Yeah. So, in the circumstances, and you've outlined this earlier, that there is a requirement that you get feedback from the Minister.
The person that seeks the feedback is the Secretary of the Premier's Department.
And what weight is given to that feedback, in your experience?
I think that's a question that needs to be answered by the Secretary of the Premier's Department. He's the one who exercised the employer functions in that instance, and the GSE rules do not provide a formula setting out that weighting. It's a matter for the discretion of the Secretary.
But some weight obviously is given to the feedback from the Minister.
Well, the GSE rule says that the Minister is to be consulted before a decision is made, so I think, you would put some weight on what the Minister says. As to what weight, that's a matter for the decision maker.
And then who makes the appointment?
In this case, it was the Secretary of the Premier's Department exercising a delegation from the Premier.
Correct. So any suggestion that someone else would make the appointment is wrong, is it not?
I know what you're getting at. I cannot comment on the minister's comments in relation to that, because I've not seen...
Well, she didn't make the appointment, did she?
No, she didn't make the appointment. Under the legislation, it is the
And any
Premier's Department
assertion,
Secretary.
and any assertion by her that she was making the appointment is wrong.
Look, I saw the reference in this morning's session to a radio interview. I have never listened to that radio interview or seen the transcript,
I think
so
you
I'm
were
not going to
overseas at
comment
the
on
time.
it. I'm not going to comment on it.
No, that's okay, but the position is that if in fact she was asserting that she made the appointment, that would be wrong, would it?
I'm not going to comment on that hypothetical.
Ms. Lowe, moving to another subject, what's the most recently available headcount of the number of senior executives in the government sector?
So that would be the 2022 workforce data. We're currently finalising the 2023 workforce profile data.
So what was the figure for the 2022 data?
So I have that split by public service only, and I think I've also got government sector as well. So is there a particular one that you're interested in?
Oh no, just the rounded up number.
So for the public service, in 2022, the number was 2,484, and for the government sector, 4,059.
So you've indicated that you're currently finalising the latest headcount numbers. Is that right?
Yes.
When will they be available?
So I'll be submitting the workforce profile report and the state of the sector report to the Premier in January for tabling.
Yep. So just in terms of your experience in relation to this, on average, how many senior executives each year resign, retire or die?
I would need to take that on notice.
Please. And then apart from Band 4 senior executives, how many new senior executives have been recruited since the 1st of April 2023?
I would need to take that on notice too.
Thank you. Yeah. So do you see any challenges in the government meeting its election commitment to reduce the number of senior executives by 15%?
So the government has made that commitment, and we as a sector are working towards meeting that commitment collectively.
So are you aware current progress in relation to that?
It is being progressed as a sector. As I said, that the workforce profile data is being finalised now, so we'll need to just take that into account as well.
Thank you. This is a... I just might now ask some questions now to the Auditor General. Ms Crawford, in respect of the current budget, Tahi is to be restructured as a non-commercial entity within the general government sector. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of the government's announcement around that.
If that was to occur, would it require a revaluation of the assets on a replacement cost value?
Mr Turdenhope, the audit is still in progress in relation to the various ways evaluation can be conducted. I might ask my deputy, Ian, to speak to that, but it may not be specific to Tahi because we haven't completed the audit for this year. But I think Ian can give you the principles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. So in terms of the valuation principles for accounting purposes, some very broad principles there are if you have an entity that derives income from outside the general government sector, so for example a for-profit PNFC sector, you would use an income approach. Which
use
is
a what approach?
The income approach,
yep.
Which is to do a discounted cash flow
yep.
Valuation.
And is that the evaluation method used by Tahi in its current?
For the last year, that was correct.
Yep.
As a principle, if the income is derived generally from the general government sector,
yep.
Or if an entity is classified as a not-for-profit PNFC,
yep.
then generally the principle would be use current replacement cost. Now, they are principles, but then you would need to establish and look at the facts as they relate to each entity.
Well, no, I take it that everyone in the Auditor General's office is very aware of the issues relating to Tahi. If in fact Tahi did require a re-evaluation on the basis of what you've just told us, I assume that you have formed the view that as a matter of principle would be on a replacement cost value. Is that right?
So as it currently stands, Tahi is a SOC, which is a for-profit PNFC. That's what it is at the moment.
Brought back into the general government sector?
No, as at 30 June this year.
I know, but looking forward in terms with the announced government policy?
I think looking forward, we would need to see when the legislation amends, and then look at the principles as to
well, assuming it does come back. I don't want to be tortuous about this. Assuming it comes back into the general government sector in the manner in which it was treated prior to it being a SOC.
So I think the announcement is that it would remain in the PNFC sector. It's just that the announcement is that it would not have that profit focus. It would be a not-for-profit. So without making it too difficult, but I sort of cannot be as precise. Because at the end of the day, it's the facts that would exist at that time. You would be a fair assumption at that point that you would use a current replacement cost basis, consistent with other valuation approaches for those entities. But I'm not aware that there's any intention to bring into the GGS. It would remain in the PNFC sector.
Well, we'll need to see the legislation before.
Correct.
In fact, and you're quite right. And that the depreciation which would then apply to that asset would be a significant difference between the depreciation formula that you apply in the circumstances which it currently finds itself as a SOC.
Yeah, the depreciation would be an accounting consequence of the value and the useful life.
I'm not sure when is there an ongoing operation or assessment by the Auditor General's office of Tahi, is there, or is it in respect of all the PNFs and SOCs? Do you have a role in relation to?
We have a role in auditing the financial statements of Tahi, and that audit is underway at the moment.
It's in respect of Tahi.
Yes, in addition to all the other audits that are that we're responsible for undertaking.
How many staff do you have?
Approximately 300, a little bit higher at the moment.
Are you reducing any of your senior executive branch?
We haven't been requested to, and I think the answer is no.
You hope. Is that right? What do you say to that, Liz?
The audit office sits
outside, so it won't be. It won't be part of.
That will ultimately be a matter for government, but noting that it's an independent agency, that sort of direction couldn't be given.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor.
I have some more questions,
We'll
which I'll
now
come back
turn to questions from the crossbench, beginning with Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Jeremy. Mr. Schmidt, you're in a place of honour there, right in the middle. That means all the questions will be directed to you, at least from me anyway at this stage. Just in relation to donations, can you confirm if the Electoral Commission considers a tithe from an elected member a political donation, but is exempt from New South Wales donation cap?
Sorry, Mr. Borzak, I missed that.
A tithe?
Tithe.
T-I-T-H-E.
Oh, tithe. Sorry, yes.
What I'm saying is it exempt from the New South Wales donation caps?
I might pass to Rachel if you have I don't know if we've considered a tithe situation. Perhaps.
What do you mean by a tithe, Mr. Borzak?
Sorry?
What do you mean by a tithe?
Well, there are parties in this, and the Greens, for example, are one. I think other parties do the same, where amounts are deducted from the members' pay before they get it,
right.
and it's put straight back to the party.
Okay,
Now,
I might take that on notice, Mr. Borzak. I'll bring that back.
So you don't know whether it's a political donation?
No.
You don't know, okay. Can you confirm that registered parties in New South Wales are prohibited from making donations to property developers?
that the parties themselves are prohibited from making donations to property developers.
Can you confirm that parties registered in New South Wales are prohibited from receiving donations from property developers?
As defined in the Act.
And what defines a property developer?
It's a lengthy definition which does cause some problems for people. I haven't got a copy of the definition in front of me, but it refers to the number of applications. The mere fact that a person has done one building work does not mean they're a property developer, but it is a complex but tightly defined definition.
Well, I note the definition on the property of a property developer is provided on the Commission's website. Also states that a person who is close to an associate of a property developer is considered a prohibited donor. Would that be right?
If you have to,
yes,
if the person's defined as, the answer is yes.
Is a property developer.
You're talking through layers of definition to trigger it then.
Yeah.
So definition of property developer, then definition of close
Would that
associate.
include a spouse or close associate?
It can.
It could, yes.
It could? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. According to the website of Indus Engineering Proprietary Limited, the company offers services to many aspects of the building, construction and planning industry. Additionally, the website lists Mr. Omar Faruqi as one of its directors. Is the Commissioner aware that who the spouse of Mr. Faruqi is?
We would have to take them on notice. Any questions about specific individuals or companies, it's a well-known matter for this committee and the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters that the Commission, I'm here as the Commissioner, of course. The three-member commission deals with the area that you're delving into now, is subject to very strict secrecy provisions. In fact, they've only recently been amended to introduce a limited public interest test. So, I'm not going to say whether I do or don't know whether an investigation has been looked at or an allegation has been received. But if you wish to raise something with us, we'll take it on notice. Whether, in fact, we can then say anything about that will depend on the Commission's view about the operation of the legislation.
Well, where I'm going relates to disclosure of the ties, and you're saying you don't know whether a tie is exempt from the donation cap or not.
Sorry, Mr. Vortek.
Would it be?
Sorry.
If you can indulge me, sorry, I will come back to that. It is a party levy is a donation. Just one moment. And it is exempt if it's a party levy.
Sorry, say again.
If a tithe is a party levy, it is an exempt.
It's an exempt donation.
That's right.
And is a disclosure of that exemption required at all anywhere?
Yes, I believe so.
Sorry?
I believe so, yes.
The party discloses it.
It is required to be disclosed.
Yeah,
Yes.
we disclose it all the time. The party discloses
Every
it.
year, you can check.
Yeah. Can I just call a point of order? I think this has gone on long enough. Point of order.
Well, I'd expect a point of order.
The member is attempting to use the parliamentary privilege given to him by this committee to make adverse reflection on someone else. That is not actually permitted under the procedural fairness resolution that governs committees that was passed by the House in 2018.
To the point of order.
To the point of order?
Well, to the point of, I haven't even got to the stage yet where I'm making any adverse mention.
Well, it's
I'm
very
simply
clear,
asking,
Mr.
excuse me, I'm
Borsak.
simply asking questions.
It's
and I'm
very
trying to
clear.
get
It's very silly and
understanding.
very
Order. I'll rule on the point of order. I don't think that at this point the honourable member has made an adverse reflection. He may well in
I may well get to that point.
May well get to that, but at this point he hasn't, so there's no point of order.
I've sort of lost the thread of that. So you're saying is that a tie is exempt, but it has to be disclosed.
It's exempt from the cap, but it has to be disclosed, yes.
Right. Okay. So if that's the case, and I'm aware of the fact that Senator Marine Faruqi has statements of interest, and she's openly declared that she pays a monthly tithe to the New South Wales Greens as a federal senator.
An exempt one.
Where is that actually disclosed?
Well, you know about it.
So it's a federal senator who's
Paying a tie.
Pays the tithes. The party reports it.
Order. Sorry, as much as the Greens may want to answer this question.
We were just assisting the
I know, I appreciate
Would you like
it,
me to
but
be sworn in
It's
and
just
give evidence?
it's just
the Commission's probably best placed to.
It's boring.
If he has questions, to direct them back through me to the member.
Thank you, Chair. I was just trying to follow the sequence of the
Sure,
flow of the
I
money, if I can
understand.
put it that way.
If it is a donation and to the New South Wales Greens, it will be disclosed.
Well, that's right. I mean, even if
on
it's
our
a federal tie paid to the New South Wales Greens, it still should be disclosed on the New South Wales Register, shouldn't it? Even though it's exempt.
If it is a donation, it will be disclosed.
It's not.
Well, you said that a tie was a donation, but it was exempt from the cap.
Can we take this on notice and we'll come back with a...
I was going to say, basically you're saying yes, but the reality is you're not really sure about what the answer to that is in terms of disclosure. Because from my review of it, there's no disclosure being made at all in relation to what Marid Farouk is donating to the New South Wales Greens from her federal Senate requirements in accordance with the New South Wales Greens constitution.
We will take the question on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner will take that on notice.
Yep, that's it.
All right, thank you. Ms Higginson?
Ms Boyd can go
Ms
first.
Boyd.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Perhaps I could start with you, Ms Lowe. I just want to ask some questions around I understand the Premier has committed to that New South Wales target of having 5.6% of public sector jobs filled by people with disability. In previous estimates, we've seen that percentage has not been tracking particularly well, and I believe it was 2.5% in 2022, so we've got quite a long way to go to that 5.6% by 2025. What mechanisms are in place to ensure that we meet the target?
Yeah, sure. So, as I said earlier, we're finalising the 2023 workforce profile data, but what I do have now is the 2023 People Matter employee survey data. And pleasingly, that is trending in the right direction. So last year, 5.5% identified as having disability. This year, 6.7% identified as having disability. And we know that it's an anonymous survey, so that there's a difference between the information in an anonymous survey and the data that's collected in the personnel systems of departments and agencies.
So there's a 3% difference between that official number and the survey number.
Yes.
What do you think that accounts for that?
So yeah, we have looked into this. There'd be a number of reasons why people might not want to disclose on a HR system, and that might include they don't feel safe to do so when they start a job, and that's often when the information is first requested. Secondly, people might want to maintain their own privacy. Thirdly, people might not need a reasonable workplace adjustment, so they don't see the need to provide that information up front. So we have got some guidance for agencies around encouraging people to disclose that data in HR systems because the more accurate it is, good data means we can, develop better responses.
Do you have any data around where those people with disability are sitting within the workforce? There's been some concern that people with disability tend to be in the lower paid roles. Do you have any sort of further data on where they're sitting?
I can get that data for you.
Thank you.
I can break that down by grade.
And also whether there is any data collected on the type of disability. So, for instance, the Council for Intellectual Disability has been calling for a 1% target for people with intellectual disability.
No, not at the moment. We don't collect that level of data.
Are there any plans to do so in the future?
We could look into it, but that would be a pretty big system change and associated costs. So we would consider it, but noting that there would be implementation issues around that.
Okay. Just on that People Matters survey, when you talk about those percentages, that's of the people that responded.
Yes.
What sort of percentage do you get responding?
Okay, so this year we had our highest response rate ever, pleasingly, so that's 53%. And last year, at June last year, the employee headcount was just over 433,000. So don't have a calculator here.
Okay, so what does that mean for the 2022 numbers?
So in 2022, there was a 49% response rate in the PMES.
Okay, so on that basis though, when we're looking at the official recorded figure of 2.5%, the survey figure of 5.5% from the 49% who responded
Yes.
in the 2022 figures, that doesn't give me the comfort that I need really to think that this is definitely tracking
Yes,
upwards.
I think we would want to see the workforce profile data, and I think it's a good thing to look at both data points.
Yeah, to see if there's been a genuine improvement. I was interested to read your report in relation to burnout. Can you perhaps just, I guess I'm interested what sort of triggered that report in the first place, but also the figures seem quite high when I look at the percentage of burnout, particularly in education and health. How does that compare to the other governments in Australia or to the private sector?
Okay, so I think there are a number of questions there. So I think the first one is what triggered the work. So last year, for the very first time, we included a question on burnout in the People Matter employee survey. And in that survey, the sector as a whole, I think it was a burnout, 38% of people said that they felt burnt out. And when we looked at it across different types of workforces, there were higher burnout rates in frontline workforces, which is not surprising given what we've been through with COVID, bushfires and floods, etc. The frontline people were responding to that. So as a result of that information, we did some more analysis and research, and we really wanted to understand what was driving burnout, and there are a number of things that do. So in order to address burnout, we really need to provide really good resources around wellbeing. We need to support our people to have the time to do their work well, and give them the resources to do that work well. And as a result of that, and you've probably seen on our website, we've got some guidance there for agencies, in fact actions, targeted at organisational level, people manager level and individual employee level about actual things that they can do to prevent and address burnout.
And what about the comparison to sort of private sector or any data that you have from other public sectors?
So we are able to benchmark against 2 other jurisdictions that collect burnout data in their employee surveys, and we're roughly the same. So that's Queensland and the Australian Public Service.
Could I ask a couple of questions to you, Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
About LEC. So in May 23, we got the report, and there were a number of recommendations in there, and the police responded to that, agreeing to 2 out of the 7 recommendations.
Could I just ask which report you're referring to?
Yeah, so this was the, my understanding is the final report, the 5 years.
This is the critical incident,
the critical
5-year review.
Yes. And of that, the 7 recommendations, the police really only agreed to 2 and some in part. Do you have any concerns going forward about the lack of agreement to the recommendations from that report?
This is an ongoing process because our commission deals daily with police undertaking critical incident investigations. So the way in which we exposed our thoughts in that report are the subject of ongoing dealings with them and communications with senior police. It's fair to say that it is an ongoing dialogue. Like many dialogues between the police and the Commission, it can be robust at times.
I'm sure.
So that's the way I would seek to answer it. It's an ongoing process because we, of course, are dealing under our functions, which are somewhat limited,
so does it
with particular incidents.
Thank you. Does it concern you then, in those robust discussions, so there was 44 critical incidents,
yes.
And my understanding now is that's the highest we've had in the last 5 years. It seems like we're increasing, and in that 5-year review, there was a clear statement that some of the powers of LEC
the term that was picked up was illusionary, as in, and I think what you were getting at, and correct me if you think this is not correct, that there is a heightened public understanding that LEC perhaps had more power, and this was a call from LEC to communicate, hey, we don't quite have the power you think we do. Is that a correct assessment?
The word illusory, I think, attached to one particular feature, and that is under the statute when it comes to the interview of a police officer involved in a critical incident, the capacity for the Commission to be present and observe depends upon the consent of the officer, and as a matter of practice that consent has routinely been denied. That was the particular aspect that was described as illusory. An understanding of the role of the Commission and its powers, of course, needs to look at all aspects and not just that. And some of the powers are more substantial than others, but the primary position, of course, is the Commission is not investigating the critical incident. It's exercising an oversight function with a capacity to observe, including in real time, what's happening, subject to things like that, the so-called illusory problem because of our inability to sit in on the interview. There are ongoing communications in the context of critical incident oversight in particular cases about things. We seek things. If it's said to be a problem with getting it, we seek to get it to discharge our functions. But it is not straightforward, if I could put it that way.
In terms of the amount of complaints LEC receives, what proportion of those do you actually have the resources to investigate or deal with, or this is obviously outside of the critical incidents?
We are a relatively small agency. We've got about 112 people all up. Clearly, there are practical limits on what we could do as a primary investigatory agency. I make that observation, which is the starting point. It is a relatively small proportion that we investigate directly because of those limits, but at the same time there is a process, a process which involves the commissioners and senior officers in the Commission in assessing, looking at matters, determining what should be considered for investigation. If it's not to be investigated by the Commission, and the great bulk are not, what is the subject of our oversight function. We also have to bear in mind that there is a lengthy objects clause in the LEC Act, which actually makes one of the primary roles that the police and the Crime Commission, to the extent that they may have a problem in this area, investigate the matters themselves. That goes back to the Wood Royal Commission report in the sense where Justice Wood made clear that the police have to own the problem. If they don't own the problem, then they just pass the problem to someone else, namely an independent agency. And it's that aspect, which has its tensions, which is played out from day to day in what the Commission has to decide to investigate.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I just ask the one follow-up with that? Is it available, the proportion of complaints that LEC actually investigates to the complaints that it receives? Is that information available?
Could I take that on notice?
Thank you.
I'm conscious that there's an annual report that's come out recently, but there's some information, so if I could take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you,
Mr. Tudor-Ho.
Chair. I just want to start with the ICAC Commissioner, Mr. Kosciuszko. Thanks for being here. You've done some work in relation to definitions of pork barrelling. Generally, the common perception of pork barrelling is where money is distributed or grant money is provided disproportionately in respect of potential electorates or seats depending on their political parties. Is that fair to
one
say...
of the forms of it.
One form. Is it also fair to say that pork barrelling, the construction of pork barrelling would also include grants in circumstances where they were made for political gain?
I don't know whether that's necessarily pork barrelling. The concept of, I think that you're alluding to, is that when a person exercises a public function, including the allocation of funds, they should do so for a public purpose.
Yes.
I'm not sure if that's the same thing as what you're
Well,
alluding to.
it may be. If a circumstance arose where a non-elected candidate was making commitments on behalf, in relation to spending money or government money, do any rules apply to the manner in which they should behave?
Look, I'm not going to answer that question directly. Can I just say this to you, that our report in Operation Jersey deals with this issue extensively. And the question of persons going to the electorate and promising or outlining to people how they're going to exercise power should they be successful is documented, I think, at pages 38 to 41, thereabouts. You can read that, and I think it may answer your question.
And you may or may not choose to answer this. Do you, when a preliminary inquiry is finished, is there any public announcement of the conclusion of that preliminary inquiry?
You mean a preliminary investigation?
Investigation, I beg your pardon.
The practice that I have taken on with my colleagues since we came into office is that if a matter is been the subject of publicity and the Commission has resolved not to proceed with the matter, then we would consider in appropriate circumstances making an announcement of that. We've done that on 2 occasions. One was in relation to a complaint which was made to the Commission in relation to Tahi. This was under the term of the previous government. And the second was in relation to the allegations concerning the appointment of John Barilaro to the position of the Trade Commissioner, involving also a couple of other persons. And in those circumstances, we had proceeded to a full investigation and concluded, as we have outlined publicly, that we would not proceed further.
Commissioner, can I just ask whether political candidates are covered by the ICAC Act? There was some suggestion earlier by Kate Boyd that that was the case, and I just wanted some clarity on that.
Political candidates?
In an election campaign, if you're a candidate for a particular party, what requirements do you have under the ICAC Act, if any?
Our Act deals with public officials.
Okay.
There is a separate power under our Act which enables us to deal with electoral offences referred to us by the Electoral Commissioner.
I think
that can deal more broadly, but
I think the evidence that she gave was that a candidate for public office is, in fact, for the purpose of the ICAC Act, a public official. Yeah, and she may be wrong on that, but that I think was.
I don't believe that's the case.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That doesn't necessarily mean that a person who is not a public official can't come within our jurisdiction. It just depends upon the circumstances of the particular matter.
And again, you may choose not to answer this, but in respect of the referral for a preliminary investigation in respect of the member for Newcastle, if you conclude an investigation in relation to that, will you be making any public announcement?
I'm not going to give a commitment one way or the other in relation to that.
Yep. No, I don't know.
At this point in time, a decision will be made appropriately, but I've indicated to the position we took in those other two cases, and we took that, we thought, in the public interest, bearing in mind the amount of attention that it had and the necessary to clear the air.
Ms Crawford, just returning to you, could I ask you some questions about the Central Coast Council? You did and provided unmodified or unqualified. I know modified and unqualified, are they interchangeable?
Modified is qualified.
So unmodified is unqualified?
Yes.
Yes. So you did provide unqualified audit reports, that's the expression I use more often, for Central Coast Council for the years 2617, 2718 and 2018-19, that's correct?
From memory, yes. I probably should take it on notice because I don't have that information in front of me, but from memory.
So did you, in your report on the local government and local government 20, claim that the treatment of water, sewage and drainage funds by the Central Coast Council was not restricted, was not an error, and therefore there was no obligation on you to provide an unmodified audit opinion or a modified audit opinion for Central Coast Council?
I'm just trying to think the best way to answer that. It was a very complex matter, but yes, in essence, we received advice from the Crown Solicitor on the arguable nature of the difference between the Local Government Act and the Water Act at the time. That meant that the way the council at that time had proceeded was arguably okay, and so it wasn't a matter to qualify.
You obviously had some concerns in relation to this.
We spent a lot of time investigating it and making sure that
these were monies. These were public monies which were being used by the council for any purpose whatsoever, in circumstances where the council was under an obligation to refund those monies.
I'm not sure that I agree with what you're saying about their
obligation. The restricted and unrestricted money. Unrestricted money means it's like consolidated revenue. Restricted money is money which should be sitting like a trust fund.
Yes, I understand, but the workings, the interface between the two pieces of legislation did create a difference there. So certainly obligations under the Local Government Act were quite clear, but in relation to the arrangements for the water and sewerage treatment, that the arrangements could be different in those.
Well, what other councils were they different for? Have you identified any other councils?
That was a very unique situation. Central Coast Council was very unique in the arrangements that applied there.
So no other council that was treating restricted money as unrestricted except this council?
I could not say that I'd have to go back and look at every other council.
Well, and it is an important consideration, Ms Crawford, because effectively this council became insolvent because of this practice.
Look, I'm not going to comment on that.
Well, if in fact...
that council had a range of issues at the time that were quite broad in relation to its administrative practices, which we called out in our management letter points in previous years and in consistently. So the management of their finances was very complex. The way in which the water and sewerage interfaced with council's administration was complex and was one factor.
Well, it was complex on this basis that they were effectively, it's like a solicitor using his trust account for his general account.
That's an opinion that you have.
Effectively, if it's restricted money, it's not the council's money. And you, in fact, when you provided an unqualified report in respect of that council, gave that council a pass.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with the point you're making. We followed. Well, I might ask Ian to go into more detail. He's probably had the opportunity to look back at the report.
Yeah, thank you. I'd probably just look to point out that this matter was covered in the Auditor General's report called Local Government 2020.
Yep.
And in that report, it should be able to provide you the answer to the question. There was something unique about Central Coast Council. The water, sewage and drainage arrangements for Central Coast Council are quite unique to all other councils in New South Wales, because they are regulated under the Water Management Act, where they operate, because they operate the Water Supply Authority. For other councils, these arrangements are regulated under the Local Government Act. So that made Central Coast a little bit unique in terms of how that was done. The issue around the financial audit is opining on whether the financial statements are true and fair, for want of a term. And you mentioned the question of insolvency. My recollection on it, and we would need to take this on notice, is that we did not raise an issue around going concern, which goes to the question of insolvency. There was a very complex matter, though, around the treatment of whether the monies were restricted or not restricted. There was a number of legal opinions that were sought. One of those opinions was the Crown Solicitor's Office, and that opinion is appended to that local government report that the Auditor General tabled.
And I thank you for that. But if in fact you had formed the view that this was restricted money, would it have changed your view about their solvency? That there was this view that they were using restricted money for unrestricted purposes?
So just to be clear, we haven't issued an opinion that challenged the going concern of the council.
But would you have, if in fact you had, the Crown Solicitor had given you different advice?
So the Crown Solicitor offered, and I would refer you to the Crown Solicitor's advice, that looked at the unique arrangement for Central Coast Council and the intersect between the Water Management Act and the Local Government Act. And in that advice, it was a somewhat complex technical matter. The Crown Solicitor offered a preferred position and an alternate position. The matter of judgment for the financial audit team was whether that was treated correctly from an accounting perspective. And my recollection is that that the council sought to treat it as an error to restate their accounts, but from an accounting perspective, because there was an arguable position from the Crown Solicitor, I mean there was a clear preferred position, but there was a clear alternative position. We did qualify the accounts, so that's to modify the audit opinion around how the council treated the presentation of those funds. So it was a presentation within the notes to the accounts.
Yeah. So in fact you did modify the accounts at a later date.
I believe we actually issued a disclaimer of opinion on Central Coast, and a disclaimer of opinion is where matters are material and pervasive that prohibits the auditor from being able to offer an opinion on whether the accounts.
So we're talking about $88 million odd here, were we not?
It's in that. It's in the Auditor General's report, Local Government 2020.
Thank you. My questions are to Mr. Schmidt as the Electoral Commissioner. Do you have any data in relation to the March election in terms of people who were issued with notices that they didn't vote, but who in fact have then subsequently put in a rebuttal of that? Just anecdotally, there seems to have been quite a few people who have said that they did go and vote, but were told that they didn't. How often do you collect that data? Is that publicly available? Is that something you can provide to the committee?
It's an interesting question, and one which has been canvassed at the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters into their inquiry into the previous state election. In fact, one of the recommendations was that we report on that data.
Yeah.
There is a challenge. Anyway, we are in the process now of sending out notices to people, which is why it's come to your attention, about whether our records they can receive an apparent failure to vote notice. We're saying, well, it appears from our records you didn't vote, and that invites them to come back with an explanation, and there are other options. A number of people come back and tell us they did vote. We have no way necessarily of confirming that. We take it on face. They're signing what is in effect a legal document, an assertion. We ask them to identify the polling place they went to, and we will have figures in due course for this election which will show how many people were excused, the notice was withdrawn because of that. There are occasions where people are incorrectly marked off on the roll. That can happen. There are occasions when we have electronic mark-off at pre-poll. When that happens, we have backup arrangements. Depending on whether people have automatic access to the paper roll or whatever, they may keep a record of the people that they've issued votes for. The reconciliation of that may sometimes have a flaw. But there is no accurate figure by the very nature of the interactions which happen between us and the voters over a period of time. But we can give you figures for the number of notices which are issued and the number of people who assert that they did in fact vote.
When would that be made available to the committee?
It will,
or to the public?
It will be some months because the process is ongoing. We can give you figures from the previous, if it would assist in your deliberations, I'll take on notice to give you the figures for that process from the last state general election.
And then also, I guess, along the same line, if people are recorded as having voted twice, does that get captured by that data set as well? And at which electorates? Is that part of the breakdown?
Yes, and in fact, the election report for the state general election was submitted under the legislation. I do the review as soon as practical. That report has been given to the government on the 13th of this month. The government has a month before they table it, and that will have data about that. There was a significant drop this time round in the apparent incidence of multiple voting. It was in the order of over 2,000 for 2019. It was just over 1,000 for the most recent election. We have a process where we go out to every single person who we have identified. If they voted more than twice, and there was a handful, a very small number who appear to have voted more than twice, we send formal notices out saying, please explain. Otherwise, we write to people and say, it appears that our records indicate you may have voted twice, give us an explanation. The reason I'm going through the process is because those figures raise a couple of questions. Why there's significant drop, for example, between 2019 and 2023. We think that there may be a number of themes which lead to those figures. One is that in the previous election when iVote was available, there were people who had doubts as to whether their internet vote may have been received. Similarly with postal voting, a certain percentage of the people who responded to those notices said they did it because they weren't confident that their postal vote would be returned in time. It may have been received late by Australia Post, from Australia Post, and they were concerned about getting it back. We have an interesting bit of data analysis we've done this time which suggests that there is a correlation in some electorates which have a large culturally and linguistically diverse population. The numbers are very, very small, vanishingly small really when spread across the entire 93 electorates. It may be that we have to do more to explain to people that you can, they may vote early and then vote on election day, or they may use another channel. And is there a misunderstanding out there that people feel that they voted first, but they believe they still have to vote? They're told by their friends, no, you must turn up and vote on election day. Very, very hard to get to the bottom of that. But there's not a single electorate and we have numbers for every single electorate where it could have possibly influenced the outcome of the election.
Okay, I look forward to reading that report when it's tabled. Thank you.
Just one final question to Ms Lowe, because you made reference in your report to the brief, earlier as to the brief which you prepared in relation to the process which was able to be adopted.
So the brief was prepared by the Department of Premier and Cabinet, and I had input into it.
You've told us earlier that also that Rule 17 doesn't apply to the appointment of a secretary.
Rule 7, do you mean, sorry?
Rule 7, so big one. Rule 7?
No,
Rule
17, it is 17, I'm sorry.
Yep. You told us earlier that doesn't apply to the appointment of a secretary.
So I'm just going to bring the rule up.
Well, it's what you told us earlier.
Yeah, it is. That's correct. It doesn't apply. So that part 3...
Why does the brief say that it does apply?
I don't have the brief in front of me, so
Well,
I can't
can you
answer
can
that.
you take that on notice?
Sure.
And provide an explanation as to why the brief may have said that Rule 17
Sure.
does apply?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tudhope. Commissioner Hatzitzagos, recently ICAC sought and received powers under the Surveillance Devices Amendment Regulation 2023, which enabled ICAC to lawfully possess, use and share recordings that may have been caught by the provision of the Surveillance Devices Act. In relation to that request and that ultimately successful request, the Leader of the Opposition, Mark Speakman, said that it was a reckless power grab, and the integrity agent, and I quote, the integrity agency may have broken the law. What sort of impact, if any, did that have on the Commission and its operations?
Look, I'll answer the question this way. I tell the staff of the Commission regularly, whenever matters of controversy arise concerning the way the Commission does its business, not to be distracted. And I remind them of that. And in any circumstances where we're subject to criticism of that sort of nature, I ensure that my staff is aware that we carry out our public duties as we're required to do.
But you don't agree that you acted, that it was a reckless power, I assume that it was you don't agree that it was a reckless power grab, or your integrity has been brought into question?
Look, I've got broad shoulders, and I used to be in the position that you are, and I'm well versed to sort of the political banter that goes around. It doesn't make any difference to the way I discharge my responsibilities, and it doesn't make any difference to the way the agency operates.
Well, that's good.
I don't agree with the comments. I mean, I'm not sure what people expect us to do in circumstances where we come across a situation where we feel we can't proceed further, and the relevant information is important to or may be important to an investigation, other than to make appropriate representations to ensure that we're able to lawfully proceed with our business. And that's what we did, and what we sought is already available to 3 other commissions in Australia on a permanent basis.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Johnson, recently in December 2020 you released a report which was the inquiry into New South Wales Police forced strip search practices, December 2020, relatively recently. The audit made 27 recommendations, including greater scrutiny of strip searches on First Nations peoples, legislation to better define the rules around strip searches, police training, and that police training should canvass the potential traumatic effects on young people. Does the Commission stand by these recommendations, and what action, if any, has the government taken in consultation with you to see these changes come about?
The 2020 report in this area was a major report by the Commission. There's been a further report recently that looked at further aspects of training, record keeping and other features of strip searching.
Yeah, I apologise. I may have misspoken and mixed the two up, yes. But
they're of course linked, and the major work was the 2021. The more recent one is consistent with what the Commission does from time to time, which is to come back to these issues for certain purposes. There were, as a result of the 2020 report, some statutory amendments. The more recent report indicates that there are still some problems in this area. The Commission is conscious of further recent public discussion about this issue. It is a sensitive one and a difficult one. The Commission deals with these matters in a practical way, apart from reports of the type that you've referred to, by dealing with individual complaints and how they are dealt with. The Commission does not have at this stage a further official function to look at this topic generally. If, of course, the government wished the Commission to look further at this aspect more generally, the Commission would stand ready to do so. It overlaps, of course, with other things that the Commission deals with. Much of what the Commission does relates to the exercise of police powers, which are various and at times expanding. And so, if I could deal with it in that rather general way, which I hope provides some answer to your question.
It does, thank you. My final question is to the Electoral Commission, with a little touch of self-interest involved, you'll see. The Commission's website tells us that their role, your role, is to run independent, fair and accessible elections. Do you agree?
That's certainly one of our primary aims, yes.
Excellent. Would you agree that one aspect of a fair election is that candidates and political parties should be free to reach the electorate through appropriate advertising with appropriate disclosures if required?
I suspect that there's a sting to the tail to the question, perhaps, so
There's
I'll wait till
definitely
you
a sting,
finish the scenario.
But do you agree that is a key aspect of fair elections, is that candidates should be able to communicate with the electorate using appropriately advertising and with appropriate disclosures and approvals if required?
Well, certainly for a democratic society, it's not. This is not the Commission. This is our society. For a democratic election to function successfully, there should be freedom of expression, freedom of political communication. So, in the broad, as a proposition, that seems to be a sound proposition.
Who protects that freedom to communicate, if not the Electoral Commission? Who in the government is making sure that there is that freedom to communicate, freedom of association, so these implied freedoms and actual freedoms enshrined in legislation? Who in the government protects those?
It's an interesting question. The Commission and myself as Commissioner, we can only operate, we only have power because the legislation gives us power. And it's the be-all and end-all. So
But is there another agency, if not you?
I think there's a raft of agencies. There's the National Communications Authorities. There's
New South Wales specific?
Well, the National Communications Authority applies to television advertising, for example. So there are regulatory regimes, but is there a particular problem that you're alluding to which might help me focus?
There is. I represent the Legalised Cannabis Party. We're
Right.
a registered political party in New South Wales, and yet we are unable to advertise on social media. We are denied access to the advertising that all other political parties are, and we don't seem to have any recourse. We've looked through the Commission's website, and I think you've just confirmed that we have no recourse, and we've sent letters to Meta and Google, which is sort of like throwing a rock into the Pacific Ocean and waiting for a response. We've get letters back from Delaware of all places saying Facebook doesn't exist. Is this an area that we need to make, like with the increasing spread of social media, power of these organisations, power of AI, is this an area that you think that needs to be addressed in terms of specific legislation and ensuring our legislation and our laws protect those freedoms that you've talked about?
It's a very interesting question. I'm going to disappoint you, I think, with my answer. in that it's really a policy issue. I mean, I can't opine. The only comment I would make is the situation you've outlined, really this is something which requires a national response. And at the moment there is a consultation process. It may have closed at a national level with the federal government's regulation of the social media companies. Ultimately, I think for it to work in Australia, the point you raise and other issues that people have with social media engagement is at a national level. But from a New South Wales perspective, from an electoral commissioner's perspective, if the New South Wales government or the Parliament wants to do something, that's a matter for them. I couldn't comment.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Higginson.
If I could just come back to you, Commissioner Johnson, in relation to the LEC. I understand that there's been reported 15 deaths in 2022 to 23 as a result of police responding to incidents that involve a mental health situation or a vulnerable person. Is this something that, and it seems to be causing a lot of concern. It certainly is for me and the people who are contacting me, and I think the community broadly. Is there something that LEC is doing in relation to this more broadly, as opposed to in addition to each particular critical incident that has been declared?
If I could put it this way, this is an issue which clearly emerged from the 5-year report. Just looking back, and as experience passes, the community would be aware that there are incidents which have involved, tragically, fatalities where police respond to a person who is mentally ill. That's created a controversy in the community about whether police, often young police responding to an incident like that with limited training and who with no medical background, of course, should be the first responders. Within the police force, there is now a process underway of which the Commission is aware because we have been briefed on it. We're aware of it. To seek to develop a broader and more flexible, if I could use that term, way of dealing with these things. That's a matter for the police, of course. We don't run the police force. We're an oversight and integrity agency, but we are inextricably linked in these issues. Other countries, the UK, parts of the US, have been working out that sending police to an incident like that where someone is mentally ill, police officers uniformed, carrying weapons, end up exacerbating the situation with frequently tragic outcomes, and that's entirely contrary to the interests of the community generally. So we're aware of these things and we're talking to the police about it. That is just a broad response. I'm not at liberty to talk about individual things except to say we are involved, and it's very much in the interest of the community that there be some improvements in this area that can assist everyone, not only those who tragically are killed and their families and friends, but the community generally and the police force, because young police officers in particular can end up being traumatised. And you can see police officers being lost because they're involved in tragic incidents of this sort. So there's it's a broader government issue as we see it too, which includes health as well as police and no doubt other aspects of government. So that rather long-winded answer, I hope,
no, it's very helpful.
deals
Thank
with
you.
what you raised.
And what about the critical incidences involving Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people? My understanding from reading the numbers is things are not improving in terms of bad outcomes where police are responding with the involvement of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, including where serious injury and death results as for police responding. Is this an area of work that the LEC is looking at from a systemic point of view as well, or not?
The Commission looks at it because it's, once again, goes to one of our core functions, which is the critical incident one. We're conscious of the work done by the coroners and their recommendations in some of these areas that have picked up and made some recommendations that involve different ways of doing things. If, for example, the police want to execute a warrant on someone, go through the ALS, bring them into it, rather than the police turning up unannounced. Things like that. Those sorts of things involve a more nuanced approach, and we can see the advantage of those and encourage it, so that there is a process of consultation. Part of the Commission involved is its prevention and education side, which generates important reports, as well as the critical incident side, and there is a cooperative approach within the Commission to try and improve things in this area.
Do we think that we're, the data and the evidence would suggest that we're not perhaps having as much impact if the objective is to decrease these outcomes. Is there something, is there something LEC needs more to be able to have more influence in terms of your view of the operations and the operating environment of LEC?
The function of the Commission is, of course, a matter for government and what we're asked to do, but it is a situation that I think in this area we're able to play a role right now. It's a matter for government as to what role the Commission has generally and in the future. But this involves, in some ways, a proper understanding of what's already been discussed and revealed in inquests, Commission reports, and interaction with the police and other agencies to see if there can be improvements. I don't at this stage say that this is a situation where the Commission seeks further resources, for example, because that's a matter for government, it's a policy matter. But it's obviously a matter that requires ongoing attention, and we're doing our best with what we have.
And so in terms of use of force, and that's something that has been interrogated quite a lot, but again, it doesn't seem like the incidences involving use of force are decreasing if that's the objective and the aim. So do we think, so in terms of LEC and its functions and the objectives of LEC, do you feel it was, or can you see in the reports that LEC is achieving its objects and purposes? One of those is to have an oversight of police operations, and surely implied in that is that where improvements need to be made, LEC has some power and influence to direct those. I'm just very concerned that where is the breakdown? If LEC is making recommendations and it's involved in these oversight roles, what is it that is not improving in police performance?
Well, there's a few elements in the question. If LEC makes recommendations in certain categories under Section 146 of the LEC Act, the Police Commissioner has a responsibility to respond in a timely fashion, and the Commission has a statutory obligation to consider whether what has been done in answer to recommendations is reasonable and proportionate. And there's a pathway for certain action to be taken if the Commission formed a negative view. That's the technical answer. We deal with these matters and report on them and seek to maintain an ongoing dialogue with the police with the view to improving training, a wide range of things. There'll be another report coming out before the end of the year dealing with use of force and associated issues, including police interviewing young persons. And they deal with systemic issues. there is nothing that I would say right now in this forum, I think, as to what particular additional powers or functions there may be. I would think that every agency would say that there are probably some additional powers and functions that they could do with, but that is ultimately a matter for policy and government.
And is LEC making suggestions about, through policy avenues, in terms of what extra powers or improvements to its functions? Is that something that you are feeding back into government?
There are discussions which occur, which I think are probably routine, dealing with issues of this sort, and I'd leave it at that, I think, for the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a long way to go, really. I think we're losing public trust to some degree.
Order.
Thank you very much.
Just shortly, thanks, Mr. Chair. As though I now have a copy in front of me of the brief, and it's options for recruitment of the Secretary for Transport, the briefing in New South Wales. And on the last page, it refers to you as the person consulted in respect of this base, and it turns to merit-based selection process, and it says appointment ongoing public service senior executive under the GSE Act. This process is called a comparative assessment under Rule 17 of the GSE rules. Do you now say Rule 17 does not apply?
Yeah, so I don't have that in front of me, but what I will say is there was a sub-rule that I was wanting to bring to your attention before, and I've now found it.
Good.
So it is Rule 52,
Yeah.
and the heading for that rule is appointment of secretaries of departments.
So you're wrong.
No, hang on, let me finish the answer. Rule 52 in brackets 4 says Part 3 does not apply to the secretaries of departments, and Rule 17 sits within Part 3. So while I don't have that in front of me, I'm happy to go back and take a look at what was eventually submitted.
Yep.
So I know that my office was consulted on it. I don't know whether we saw what ultimately was submitted, but I'm happy to get back to you on that.
Thank you. And then in relation to the evaluation panel, of which you were one,
Correct.
A member, it then provides this, based on the information, it talks about the evaluation panel and the conducting of interviews and evaluating the candidates. And then based on this information, the panel can provide a report to the Premier outlining the relative merits of the candidates and rating, this is the words contained in the report, each candidate is either highly suitable, or not suitable for appointment, and you'll notice that there is no category there called very suitable. So is it the case that A, this was supposed to be a rating process, and B, very suitable was a term used by the panel in relation to this process, which is not something contained in the adoption of the evaluation report?
So I will build on the answer I provided earlier, and I think if I've heard you read that correctly, you said the panel can do that, and that's true. The panel can. It is not the panel must. So
Well,
the rules don't prescribe whether there needs to be a ranking. The rules don't prescribe the descriptors that are used, and it's completely open to the panel how it frames its report.
Well,
so while that brief flagged that can be done, it's not a case of it must be done.
Well, the report which was ultimately produced didn't indicate any deviation from this particular process, did it?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
The final report which was prepared by the panel didn't say we are not going to use the descriptors.
Oh, it doesn't need to say that. The report is the report and reflects the unanimous views of the panel.
Well, with that, thank you very much, everyone, for your attendance and your fearless and frank testimony. We very much appreciate it. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice or any possible supplementary questions. So, once again, thank you all again for attending and your excellent evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.